Ink Heart by Foy. The Snooze button link in the description. Prologue. Yamasaki Market, in front of Mount Yamasaki. Spring Country. A teen sat on a stool in front of the throngs of listening merchants and their children, captivating them with his tales and adventures. This teenager was a pale blonde-haired boy with pitch-black goggles fixed on his forehead firmly. His eyes were equally black but with vulpine red pupils that didn't intimidate his eager audience, seeing as he had been part of their society for 6 months. This blonde storyteller wore long-sleeved black shirt with a slashed Konoha highlight on his right arm and black ANBU grade pants, with a camo red scarf wrapped around his neck comfortably. He also had on thick red ninja grade boots that reached only to his ankles, and a pair of red gloves on his hands that waved around, showing all what he had done in one of his many adventures. The person was equally almost as pale as the softly dropping snow that almost eternally fell around Yamasaki Mountain, even though the country it was situated in was not known as Snow Country anymore. This person placed a hand on his thigh and leaned in, raising his other hand in a claw. Then the marsh fog monster raised its venomous claw and brought it down on me. The raptly listening audience gasped at what he had said. Some of the female adult populace even leaned back abruptly and held their hearts. The storyteller nodded to confirm what he had said was true. His hands were the size of an adult snow tiger and their venom is known to take down 3 brown bears with no problem. "What did you do, Naruto-san?" a black-haired child asked from the front row. Here the person beamed at the child, then to the audience, displaying his super serrated teeth for all to behold, but again they didn't recoil from him, rather they perked up even more, if that was even possible. Well, I whipped out dash. Before he could continue he paused and leaned to his right. A black-haired female with a katana sheathed on her back bent down to whisper something into his ear. She wore blaringly white pants and short-sleeved shirt but with a light blood-red long-sleeved coat with thick fur protecting her neck from the soft chill that blew through the merchant village. The rogue Konoha ninja quirked his eyebrows at what his friend whispered to him. "Are you certain?" "Very, they're just 50 paces behind the crowd." The blonde looked over the perplexed audience and saw what, or who, his friend was warning him of: 2 people wearing black with red clouds cloaks. One had blue skin and shark-like serrated teeth that glinted at him. There was a quivering thing on his back. The other person was dusting his nails on his cloak and raised them to his orange-masked face. Naruto smiled widely at his listeners and spoke up. "I am very sorry for this, but it's that time of the week again." The time he usually spoke of was when missing ninjas arrived in their village and attempted to collect his hefty bounty, rather though this time was very different. It was the akatsuki that had finally found him. The children moaned sadly and pouted, the adults though shook their heads in exasperation. "Do you really have to go?" An adorable 4-year-old girl with her blue hair set in cute 2 pigtails said. The girl had her arms crossed stubbornly and kept the pose even when a middle-aged man with gray-blue hair picked her up. The other children too were being picked up by their parents. "They won't go away if I don't talk to them," he air-quoted. The girl sniffed and nodded, but it was really only the adults that understood what he meant. The merchants and their children were now packing into the small, humble houses Naruto himself had helped build when he had arrived, though another middle-aged woman with gray-blue hair stuck behind when her daughter and her husband were inside their house. The woman frowned worriedly. "Don't make too much noise." Naruto waved his hands flippantly. "It's nothing the kids haven't seen or heard me do, lady." The woman agreed on that point and was gently ushered back in by Naruto's katana-wielding friend. "Don't worry ma'am, we'll try and be quiet." "Thank you, Aoki-chan." The woman smiled at her and shut the door. The woman named Aoki turned back to the blonde teen and shrugged, making sure to unstrap her katana with the sheath and hold it in her left hand. The woman walked to Naruto's side, standing behind him protectively and held her katana in a ready stance. Naruto though stood straight with his arms crossed, his camo red scarf blew in the wind ominously. The 16-year-old boy cocked his head to the side when Toby took a step forward, not close enough to lunge at the blonde but enough to show that the masked man was the leader of the duo. "You are a very hard person to find, Naruto." "I've been told that a lot," Naruto replied with a small shrug. "So you're here for the QB?" Toby didn't even seem the least bit surprised. "Well yes, that's exactly why we're here." "So would you be so kind as to not resist? We don't want to destroy this nice place." "Oh, you don't have to worry about that, this place is pretty bomb-proof," the boy said with a small smirk. He had tested the buildings himself. "Now to get all formalities aside, I will not leave with you, you two will not leave alive, and I will use your dead carcasses to feed my little friends." He smiled a little wider at them, a perfect image of childlike innocence showing. Kisame snorted, but still unlatched his sword from his back. "You don't mean that. You obviously haven't been reading the bingo book lately. I recommend the Iwagakure bingo book." Then Naruto snapped his fingers as if he was just realizing something. "Oh yeah, and I'll be taking your Sharingan and Samahata too. I almost forgot to say that." It happens to everyone, Aoki said to him, very much used to her boss's habit of intimidating his opponent before he really attacked. Don't say I didn't warn you, Toby said. Naruto hunched over a little and 2-foot-long sunban slid out of the hidden sunban launchers strapped to his forearms under his sleeves. The lethal needles grazed the ground and on contact a purple liquid dripped from them and fizzled on the ground. Without hesitation he and his partner darted to the 2S rank ninja. Little did Toby and Kisame know, or despite the fact they had severely underestimated the Uzumaki rogue ninja and his rogue samurai partner, they were in for a world of surprise that the rumors that they had heard flitting all over the continent about the boy were indeed true. Naruto Uzumaki was a very capable shinobi. He had been trained by the Snake Sage herself, which was enough proof he wasn't to be trifled with. Team 7 with Yamato, Kakashi and Jiraiya just managed to run in time to watch the epic fight between Naruto and Aoki against the few last Akatsuki members. Flashback. Chapter 1. They were staring again. Naruto, donning a hoodie that was 2 times bigger than him and a pair of black shorts shuffled through the streets of Konoha, his hood hiding his eyes and some of his hair, leaving his frown to be seen by all who were near and some flecks of blonde hair sticking out of the sides. There was a small bulge in his chest area where he hugged a jar to his chest, a small skittering creature scampering inside impatiently. The 5-year-old boy never liked walking in public view, but the great distrust he had apparently garnered for something that was out of his knowledge had the Hokage place his apartment at the very edge of the residential district, where he would have no other option but to walk a few paces in full view to anywhere he was going. The frown on his mouth deepened, a facial feature one of his age shouldn't have but one he wore mostly when others saw him. The boy wanted to hiss venom at the old crones that were whispering as he passed, not even having the decency to do so behind their hands or even out of sight. That boy, he's trouble. Tell me about it. Why does Hokage-sama still have him around? They say he even keeps dead bodies in his apartment. The sadistic little devil, Kami have mercy. The blonde child hugged the jar closer to him and walked faster away from the insistent gossiping and whispers that followed after him like a stubborn fly. He had been living on his own for as long as he could remember and as far as he knew he hadn't given any of the citizens of Konoha any trouble whatsoever. He had kept to his own and had provided for himself without any help. Naruto walked through a training ground, making sure to pass the very edge so that he wouldn't disturb the genin training there, and entered into the tree line. The boy softly padded through the forest, the dry leaves crunching under his worn but well-maintained black sandals before he stopped under a tree that had a trunk that was twice as thick as an average man but was at the same time only 3 heads taller than Naruto. The boy liked to humor himself by calling it a tree only because it had some sparse leaves on the trunk. It looked like a spike that had shot straight out of the ground that just happened to grow roots and also had some leaves sprouting out from the upper side of the trunk, where branches were supposed to be. Naruto grunted quietly and knelt down beside this tree. He brought out the jar he had been hugging to his chest without anyone knowing. He flipped his hoodie off, revealing the thick black goggles with pitch-black lenses that hid his eyes perfectly, lifted the jar to his eyes and peered into it with childlike curiosity. The lenses of the goggles seemed to spin and the edges glowed a faint blue, allowing Naruto to zoom in on the creature inside the jar. Like with a camera. The creature was a spider that spanned the same size as a full-grown man's hand. The tips of its 8 legs and the tips of its fangs were blood red, its bulbous abdomen was black and shivered in anticipation as Naruto looked at it, just as curious, and its trunk was also black. Naruto lightly tapped the jar with his pointer finger before he dropped the jar on the ground. Well, hello there, Spider-san, what species are you? He whispered this to himself as he reached into his baggy hoodie and withdrew a thick tome from the abyss of darkness there. There was a green seal at the sides that simply said species of spiders. He rolled open the tome and was looking up at the spider then down at the advanced scroll. He had caught the spider in his bed when he was doing spring cleaning and he felt so oddly intrigued by it he didn't kill it. Catching dangerous animals was Naruto's specialty, so it didn't take him more than an hour of chasing it before he bagged it. His inhuman regeneration also helped. It was when he was 3, the only time he ever got a present, when he found the thick scroll on his footsteps. No one ever bothered to check if anything he received was a trap or was even remotely harmful, and he didn't care. He treasured everything he found that was worth money. He had just barely managed to learn how to read by sneaking into the orphanage and attending the classes there among the throngs of fellow 3-year-old. When he had a reasonable grasp on how to read, he dived into the scroll. His first thoughts was wondering why he would find a scroll on spiders in front of his house. The next was if there were more scrolls like that one. Before Naruto had received his black goggles, he had problems with his sight, or his eyes. Any sharp change in lighting would render him blind for a full minute before they adjusted again. This blindness brought sharp pin-like pain to his pupils and a headache that started from the back of his head and spread to his whole brain. This was mostly because the day the Kyuubi had been sealed into him, Minato had made a small mistake by allowing the flow of demon chakra to reach Naruto's eyes. As the Shinigami prepared to take his soul, he had barely managed to correct his mistake by surrounding Naruto's eyes with level 10 chakra limiters and Jinchuriki restraint seals, which normally would have killed any normal person. The Yondaime had proven his strength in seals that day after he had finished, giving Naruto his sight back and also opening a window for medicated glasses to be given to his son, which sadly weren't given to him until his 4th birthday by the unknown person, probably the same person that gave him the scroll on spiders. Before then, Naruto had worn some shades he had picked from a dumpster that weren't too effective against abrupt change in lighting. The black goggles, according to the letter left next to the box that contained the goggles, was fortified by complex Fuinjutsu. It allowed him to zoom in, among other things, with a mental command and carefully regulated the light that entered his eyes, making sure that quick changes wouldn't be noticed that much, but at the same time his vision was still clear. Naruto was immensely grateful to his mysterious helper for his 2 gifts. He or she helped him discover his ambition. Reading the scroll on spiders and also the letter the person had sent with the goggles had made him realize something, that he didn't know up to half of what the person had said. His grammatical handicap had frustrated him to no end. This fact opened his eyes to things he wasn't aware of. Being lower than anyone based on what he knew enraged him greatly, and he never liked the feeling of being mentally inadequate to not knowing the answer to something. He wanted to know everything humanly possible. He had already started his quest for knowledge by visiting the library to expand his vocabulary, staying up well into the night reading because the library was open 24/7 and he exercised that privilege fully. The librarian didn't stop him. Quite frankly, the old Chunin didn't care what he did. All that mattered to him was that his books were placed back in prime condition. Naruto wasn't old enough to get a library card or borrow books. Even though Naruto was still very young, he knew that knowing everything was not possible, so he limited his search of knowledge on living things, organisms, and chakra. This also included how the human mind worked. First, he had to start reading basic science textbooks with a dictionary at the ready to search for a word he didn't know the meaning of and a scrapbook where he wrote things down in. Though despite little research, the first living thing he had ever caught, the spider, had interested him the most. There were over 47 documented spider species in Konohagakure alone. This didn't mean that there weren't any more species of spiders to be discovered. Naruto ran his finger over the scroll and instinctively searched for any species of spiders that were red, then ones with red-tipped legs, before he finally found the mysterious spider he caught in his apartment. He sat back a little in shock and tilted his head to the side, trying to make sense of what he had read. He chose to read it again. The sand duster, originally from Sunagakure no Sato. You, my friend, are a long way from home. How did you get here? The scroll says you can't stay 3 hours without the intense heat of the desert. He trailed off when his mind came to a conclusion, or rather 2. You were either dropped off by my mysterious helper or you were planted. The boy's mouth formed a straight line, a blank expression as he stared at the spider and clenched his teeth. The scroll had said that the spider's venom was merely its saliva stored up for a week. His regeneration fixed any problems the spider had given him, which meant that it was his helper that had planted the spider because the mysterious person somehow knew of his interest in spiders and his vision problems. Naruto ran his fingers through his thin, blonde hair. I'm not taking any chances. His limited memory recalled that there was an abandoned warehouse at the far edge of Konoha's forest, barely even touching the walls. People assumed the place was haunted, so most, even the shinobi, stayed clear. Naruto was a rational thinker, as young as he was, so he didn't believe in phantoms or anything that had been the result of irrational thoughts. Naruto's eyes trailed to the spider that was still in the jar, and he furrowed his eyebrows when he noticed it was running around in circles inside its glass prison. Before realization hit him, it seemed he would have to visit the warehouse sooner than he expected. He stashed his scroll back into his hoodie and ran headlong into the forest. The warehouse he had been thinking about wasn't too far from his normal hiding place, and his theory was proven correct when he stumbled into an open area where his destination lay. The warehouse was a dark, looming structure that towered high into the sky, from Naruto's point of view, with numerous windows that were broken. The morning sun didn't penetrate the section of forest he was in well, so the structure looked like an evil monster that was formed from the very pits of Yomi. Naruto disregarded the old warehouse's large front door and rushed to the side door. He used his shoulders to nudge open the normal-sized door, knowing that the front door was designed to be opened mechanically, and sneezed from all of the dust in the air. His eyes watered and he kept the door open so he could get a grasp of the room he was in. It looked like a sort of office, but it had been stripped down of all its contents. The boy gently dropped the jar and shrugged off his hoodie, showing that he was wearing a black undervest under this, and tightly wrapped it around the spider. The scroll had said that the duster behaved erratically when it was low on heat, so if he released the spider it would run off somewhere and probably die from exertion. The boy looked around and found that the windows were boarded up. They were much too high for him to pull off, and he knew that since the warehouse had been abandoned for so long, reportedly since the day the Sandaime became Hokage, then there would be nothing to use for a fire there. The boy used the next best thing in his arsenal. He scampered to the spider that had been slowing down and was now behaving sluggishly, and put his hands on the sides of the jar. He closed his eyes and tried to will some of his unnatural regenerative ability out, hopefully in the form of chakra. Kurama stared out of the boy's eyes sadly and shook his head. He would have helped, but his chakra would alert the other shinobi on where Naruto was, and the small child would lose the one place he would ever feel private in. The great beast closed his eyes and sighed when Naruto started crying a little, sobbing out encouragements for his chakra to come out but still wouldn't. "Please," Naruto said, the trails of tears flowing freely from his eyes, and he wheezed a little, "Please, please, please." This was probably the first living thing Naruto had spoken to. This fact was what bolstered Naruto on to coax the chakra out. The spider was now spread eagle on the ground, his glassy eyes looking at Naruto's futile attempt to summon beast chakra. It closed its eyes and never opened them again. No, 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 this can't be happening. For the next half hour Naruto tried to summon chakra to the dead spider, but it was all in vain. The boy lowered his head and rubbed the tears in his eyes out. He then took the jar and made sure the spider was buried respectfully, or as respectfully as a mourning 5-year-old orphan could do without any shovel or even a kunai. Naruto looked down on the fresh grave he dug with his hands and he clenched them, dirted and all. His inadequacy and limited mental abilities couldn't perform the simple task of summoning chakra out of his body. A small spurt of rage erupted out of Naruto and he threw the now empty jar into the dark forest. He heard a resulting smashing sound, telling him that his jar had been broken. Despite basically living in the library for a year and a half and spending more than half of his day reading, he was still not capable of anything to be proud of. The 5-year-old boy rubbed his face and shrugged on his hoodie, and re-entered the abandoned warehouse. As he shouldered through the door leading out to the apparent office of the building, he was met with a sight of every surface in the massive storage space blanketed with a thin layer of dust. He held his right sleeve to his nose and mouth, and the edges of his goggles shone blue, then yellow. This feature in the goggles allowed him to get a general look on his surroundings with only a little dust in the air. The items in the apparent warehouse proved what he had read in the library and the rumors going around in the red light district among the prostitutes. The warehouse he stood in was actually a massive laboratory. The former user had even created a wall to his right where he assumed living people were kept as test subjects. The history of the warehouse was that during the Second Shinobi War, a long while before Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage, a man that had no records in any country on the continent had arrived under the guise of a businessman who sold cheap, but high-quality, drugs, antidotes, and medicine to Konoha shinobi and civilians alike at the very same place Naruto stood. The Night Aim had been too busy fending off Konoha aggressors to deeply investigate who the man was or why he had come to Konoha with cheap, but quality, aid, but the wise Hokage had created a faction in the ANBU to watch the man for any suspicious behavior. The drugs the man was supplying weren't creating any adverse effects on anyone as far as he knew, but there was no such thing as free, or in this case cheap, help. Though the man wasn't aware that the very ANBU faction he had appointed to investigate the man had been paid off by this very man to look the other way on his proceedings. The man had been kidnapping Konoha citizens and performing sickening tests on them in his own perverse search for the ultimate drug that would provide for him immortality, super strength, and super intelligence. His evil dealings had been successful for 7 years until the Sandaime came was handed the mantle of Hokage. He made the mistake of kidnapping a female Inuzuka clan member. The man had been itching to get his hands on an Inuzuka's brain, to understand the true depths their connection was with their Ninken, and he was very close to but a joint invasion of his laboratory, under the guise of a medicine wholesale warehouse, by the Inuzuka, Nara, Aburame, Hatake, Hyuga, Uchiha clans and clanless shinobi had stopped him from digging his fingers further into the poor woman's head. If she had been pulled out of the forced coma, she would have been a vegetable for the rest of her life, so they had to perform a mercy killing on her. The man, despite not having any remote shinobi training, had put up a valiant fight by ingesting a drug that allowed him to expel numerous chakra strings from his pores without any complications and repel the invaders, saving his precious lab from the destruction that was to come. He rammed a needle into his chest to increase the flow of adrenaline, and another needle went to his neck to give him super strength. Even with all of his perks, if he had even genin-level shinobi coordination, he would have lasted longer than a day, but he didn't. The Konoha invaders proved strong enough to take him on. His office had been ransacked of every document he had on his vile experiments and burned. his lab though had been sealed off from the world. It was due to years of deterioration from the building did parts of the initial seal fall off. This was why Naruto had been allowed entry in the first place. Naruto shuffled around and looked closely at the powerful microscopes that had been covered with dust, and then the dirty test tubes and petri dishes that littered the ground haphazardly, probably after their contents had been poured out into sand-filled buckets. Naruto saw a primitive-looking screen that had been destroyed and correctly assumed that it was where the nameless man had made his video recordings. From the age of the screen the pictures it would produce would be grainy and lack any color besides black and white. Why bother using it in the first place? The boy ignored the screen and gently ran his fingers over an arm-length open jar that lay on its side. He saw a faint break in the dust on the ground with his now faint yellow-tinted goggles, like the person, or thing, in the jar had tried to escape but had died from overexposure to the elements. It might have happened during the day-long fight between the man and the Konoha shinobi. His theory was proven right when he saw a small pile of bones where the faint tracks led. He wouldn't have even caught the track if it weren't for his goggles. He knelt down beside the bones and screwed his lips to the side at how they were. They didn't even look remotely human. The bones looked like a cross between a rat and fish, but as big as a 3-year-old. Naruto picked up a bone and noticed something on the floorboard directly under the pile of bones, a small chink in the wood that was raised up fractionally like the creature had tried to pry it open with its teeth. He slowly removed the hooked teeth from the wooden floorboard and poked his finger through the hole. He felt a slightly cool draft there but not much of a temperature change from the entire building. Naruto ran through all his goggles could do, blue for zooming in, yellow for a general view on what something was supposed to look like, it usually delayed depending on how complex the thing was, green for chakra levels, red for chakra network and orange for night vision. His secret helper had said that if he grew old it could do much more for him and him alone, but again his age and current mental abilities was a frustrating handicap. Naruto assumed that if he mastered his goggles enough he would be able to unlock or even add X-ray vision to what it could do, but at the moment he would have to see through surfaces the manual way. Naruto grabbed the bone he guessed was the femur and hacked down on the floorboard. He grunted with each downward smash, and when he noticed that he was breaking through the old wooden floor he began bashing the floor harder, more insistent until it broke clean through. He exhaled the breath he was holding and pulled the bone out of the floor, dropping it near him, and he pulled his sleeves to his palms. Used them as sort of makeshift hand protectors. He used his makeshift hand protectors to grab the broken wooden floor and heaved. He heard a small crack and he puffed out another breath before he heaved back one final time. He threw away the wood and painstakingly pulled out 3 more boards so he could see clearer. When he was done he found a dust-coated white lab briefcase. He reached in and hefted it out, shocked by how heavy it was, and lugged it backwards, away from the hole in the ground in case it caved in. When he was in a safe distance he blew the dust off the case and saw the name Ashitori Orochimaru neatly placed on the top. Naruto's goggles turned green, showing that he was checking for any sort of chakra seal, and sighed when there wasn't any. He flipped the latch on the briefcase and carefully opened it. His eyebrows shot into his hairline at the things inside. There was a voice recorder tucked neatly to the side, thick notes with neat handwriting inside, something he assumed were memory cards for the voice recorder that were organized by topic and time in pockets at the left side of the case. There was an assortment of pens at the right side that were neatly tucked according to color, and finally there was a picture of a grinning man on the lid. The man had pitch black hair and was extremely pale. He had on clear, thick glasses under which he had black pupils. His mouth was stretched into a toothy grin, exposing his needle-like canines, and with his sharp chin, nose and posture would have made Naruto think he was a vampire. He was standing beside a door that was labeled X19 and was giving the camera a happy thumb up. From the small door-sized window on the door he saw a small shadow cross. He couldn't see it clearly, but the person looked much younger than him. He was fully donned in generic doctor's uniform with 3 pens neatly placed in his right breast pocket and a clipboard in his left hand. At the foot of the picture was again that curious name Ashitori Orochimaru, but this time under that name was the title Doc Rashi. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows at the picture. It was now obvious that the name of this vile and evil man that had performed vile and evil experiments on humans was Ashitori Orochimaru, and that was when something clicked in Naruto's mind. The ratfish hybrid was what Ashitori had been observing before the invasion, and it had dropped when the doctor had unleashed his chakra strings. As Ashitori ran out to face the shinobi fearlessly, the creature, probably tormented from the brain-numbing experiments, tried to expose where the evil doctor had kept his backup research material which, like a good doctor, he had in case he was ever to lose his life's work. The creature had died before it could muster up the strength to use its hook-like rat teeth to rip up the floor. Maybe from being in the open air for too long, it was trying to show the shinobi where the last of Ashitori's work was so it could also be destroyed. Rather than that happening, its dead body had been avoided like the plague, probably because it had already started to fester and give off a rancid stench. It was not meant for open air. The evil doctor's life's work had survived and apparently was now in Naruto's hands. Quite frankly, the fact he was able to piece that all together surprised even him. A twisted smirk slowly crawled on Naruto's face as he skimmed through the notes, ignoring the parts that were well past his mental ability. He couldn't help himself, a laugh of childish glee escaped his lips. His laughter echoed around the empty laboratory and into the darkness of the woods around. Oh. Time skip, 7 years later. Congratulations to all of our new genin, and I wish you all the best in your fields of specialization. The team selection list will be posted in a week, so be back by then. Know that I am proud of all of you. I see great things in your futures. Dismissed, Irika finished and the excited genin began chattering amongst themselves as they left the class. He smiled at them and sat down on his desk to organize some homework he had given another class. He looked up 5 minutes later when the noise had subsided and just barely caught Naruto before he slipped out of the class, his hideout tied to his left arm and his black hoodie throwing a shadow over his face and part of his nose ominously. Irika raised his hand to get the boy's attention. "Hey Naruto." Naruto stopped his quiet walk and tilted his head to the side. "Sensei," he answered shortly. "You did great in your weapons test. Who taught you how to use the Senbon?" "I must have picked it up somewhere." Naruto shrugged and fully turned to Irika. "Your taijutsu spar with Mizuki was also spectacular. I mean, where did you get that style from?" The spar had been stopped just before Naruto could jam his fingers into Mizuki's neck. "Made it myself. I couldn't find a style good for me, so I made my own." "Have you named it yet?" "Yes, I call it the four-legged spider style. It's still a work in progress. In actuality it was called the shadow-legged spider fighting style, but it had stages. With each increase in effort he would add a leg if he wanted, both figuratively and physically speaking. Though he was limited to only 4 legs, he was confident he would be able to figure out how to get 5 or even more legs without being deformed. "Speaking of work in progress, who taught you the shadow clone technique? Do you really want to know?" Naruto said with mild amusement lacing his words. The academy teacher perked up. "Yes. I won it in a poker game with some drug dealer's bodyguards." Naruto snorted out a laugh when Irika went pale. "They're just big softies, sensei. They took their loss like real men." Irika didn't ask him how old he was when he won the A-rank jutsu and he didn't feel like telling. "I'm just glad to hear you're not harmed." Naruto nodded and sent a lax 2-finger salute to his former teacher. "I have to go now, there are issues I must attend to." He walked out before Irika could respond and the light smile that was on his face was wiped off in favor of an amused smirk. There was a lot going for Naruto at the moment. He had managed to decipher the notes Ashitori had written and was now sure that his knowledge of the human body was only matched by a medical doctor in the hospital. It had taken him a few months of manual labor, but he had gotten the laboratory and the office clean for inhabitation. The tools he used to clean he had stolen from the cleaning supplies storage room in the hospital. It was kind of sad how low on importance the hospital was. The security there was appalling. The money he had been using for upkeep, which was supposed to come from the Sandame but still hadn't, was gotten from gambling in the red light district, posing as a millionaire that lusted for money as much as he liked winning. Naruto walked away from the academy with his hands in his red ninja pants pockets. His head was down and his eyes furrowed in thought, running through various things in his mind that primarily concerned expanding his knowledge on living creatures. He hadn't yet started actively testing on humans in his laboratory, but he reserved a section in the warehouse where he stored wild animals for experiments there. Though he had been slipping small doses of drugs he had crafted in his laboratory into other students' food, jotting down their reactions. This was after he had extensively tested the drug on himself. There was no drug newly that he didn't test on himself except a few select drugs that would be very detrimental to his mental capacities. One of his minor goals was to harness the animal's power and successfully place it in a human. He deduced he could do this with few ninjutsu, but with how busy he always was he couldn't find the time to rise past level 6. He was so lost in thought he didn't react in time for a neck grab. The culprit viciously pulled him back into an academy training ground he was passing through. The budding scientist used the momentum of this move to roll backwards twice, and when his eyes were forward again he leveled both of his arms at the person. Glinting silver Senbon launchers twinkled a little under his hoodie's sleeves. Sunlight hit the tip of the Senbon that was ready to be fired. Sasuke looked at him with a deep frown that deepened when Naruto snorted and stood upright, making sure to push his Senbon back into their inbuilt containers with his pointer finger. "Oh, it's just you," Naruto said with a downward twitch of his lips, but he covered this up perfectly and smirked at the Uchiha. "I want a rematch," Uzumaki Sasuke shortly said. "Excuse me. You heard me, I want a rematch, Sasuke snarled and got into a strong Uchiha taijutsu stance. No. I didn't give you a choice. The Uchiha darted at Naruto and Naruto leaned away from a punch. He stepped away rigidly when a kick was sent at him and bent under a savage right hook. Fight me, damn it. I'm pretty sure I said no. The blonde boy slipped away from a grasp for his head, stepped away from the rising knee and quickly got close to Sasuke. When he got back to the ground, he swept his feet from under the Uchiha and as the boy was going down he had a blow to his stomach follow after. Sasuke grunted as the punch hit him as his back hit the ground. That's enough, Sasuke-san. Fight me, Dobe, Sasuke growled. If this is your Uchiha pride speaking, I advise you to discard it. I'm not in the mood to be trifled with. Naruto stood up and dusted down his hoodie. When he noticed that Sasuke was gearing his muscles up to leap at him, he leveled his right fist at his face. A Sunban clicked into place on the launcher. I am warning you, Sasuke-san, I am not above killing anyone. The Uchiha snarled and his fingers twitched anxiously. You don't have the guts, Dobe. Do you want to test me? Go on, attack me, I dare you. When Sasuke hesitated, he stepped back. That's what I thought. He spun around on his heels and marched out of the training ground. Meet me when you're calmer, Sasuke-san, you'd pose a bigger challenge then, Naruto said over his shoulder. As he exited the training ground, he stopped and turned to the person he sensed had been following him from the academy, beside Sasuke. The person, Mizuki Tuji, hurried up to him and grinned friendlily. Hey there, kid. Mizuki-sensei, how may I help you? Both began walking to Naruto's apartment. I saw how you took down Sasuke. I was merely telling him to back off. Naruto stopped abruptly and so did his former teacher. Either way it was very impressive. Naruto just shrugged. I was just looking for the best student I ever taught. Naruto, who had continued walking, stopped again and looked at Mizuki suspiciously. Mind I ask why? He crossed his arms and looked at his sensei. There was some extra credit stuff only the best of the best can do, and you Naruto are the best of the best. Naruto scratched chin and raised an eyebrow. You're trying to stoke my ego, why? Mizuki scratched his cheek bashfully and winked at the younger boy. You got me, you're so smart. Naruto rolled his eyes and kept walking. He passed the invisible boundary into the red light district and immediately he did so he grabbed a ruffian by the scruff of his neck. The child was basically wearing gray rags and his dirty brown hair speckled dirt on Naruto's hand. The blonde boy mutely stared at the street rat before he slowly brought his hand forward and motioned for the boy to drop what he had taken. The boy smiled bashfully and dropped the brown wallet that was stuffed with crisp money notes. Naruto shook his head and motioned for more. The boy looked at him pleadingly, making sure to enlarge his pupils in a perfect rendition of the kicked puppy look, but Naruto raised an amused eyebrow and the boy huffed, crossing his arms for a few seconds before he emptied his pockets into Naruto's hand. The blonde boy dropped the street rat and sharply nodded for the boy to scram. He gave the stolen items to the dumbfounded shinobi next to him. How did he get my wallet? Mizuki quietly asked. You should be asking how he got your wristwatch, your kunai pouch and the Ika paradise that was in your back pocket, Naruto idly answered. You really should be more aware, sensei. Can I assume you know how to pickpocket too? I know a lot of things, the boy responded with a small shrug. Now, what crime were you trying to get me to commit? Mizuki playfully punched Naruto's shoulder and grinned, making Naruto glare death at the man, the silent warning already said. Mizuki scratched the back of his head. I like that about you, Naruto-kun, you're straightforward. You haven't yet answered my question. Can we go somewhere private first? I think we're being watched. Naruto began to wonder at this. They were now directly in front of his apartment, but he didn't trust Mizuki to let him in. The man wanted him to commit a crime for crying out loud. Naruto's goggles glowed a faint red and he looked around. The chakra signatures he found were only civilians staying inside their apartments, no one else. There's no one listening in. I'll take your word for it. I want you to steal something from me, the forbidden scroll where all the village's high-ranked jutsu are kept. I know of the value, but what's in it for me? Matter of fact, why can't you steal it yourself? What if I tell you that I will pay you 70% of the money I will get after I sell the scroll? How much is 70%? About 500,000,000 Ryo in cash. Okay, who's to say I won't rat you out to the Hokage? We both know you won't do that. Oh? Naruto asked. You're gathering money and resources for something I don't know. You've also been stalking me, sensei. It was a good thing Naruto was a censor type. He made sure to emphasize the also. The village's shinobi had been stalking him since he had started in the academy, but by that time he already had a blood-locking seal placed inside his apartment door. No one was breaking in unless they blew the whole building up somehow. Will you help me or not? Think about it, all that money will go a long way for you no matter what you use it for. Alright, when should I get the scroll? My buyer wants it tonight. You can even be there during the transaction. I assure you he's legit. Naruto slowly nodded and shook his former sensei's hand. See you this night then, let's say, the forest at the east side of the village. Perfect, Mizuki grinned gleefully and waved over his shoulder to the boy, midnight, don't be late. Naruto didn't bother to give him a response, he was busy creating assumptions on why Mizuki was so insistent it was him that got the forbidden scroll. Maybe it was because he thought Naruto would get caught and when Naruto would accuse him the older shinobi would have the superiority card. Maybe Mizuki thought that the traps would kill him, maybe Mizuki wanted to kill him so he could have all of the money himself, or maybe Mizuki just wanted to kill him in some sort of elaborate scheme. He didn't really care, stealing the forbidden scroll would be the ultimate test for his skills in stealth, and if things went south he could always fall back on his innocence mask. His innocence mask was a facade he created that had unfailingly gotten him out of suspicion during the days Academy children had been disappearing for 4 hours and reappearing with no knowledge of what had transpired within that time. Naruto though was never present when the disappearings were happening, so naturally people would initially become suspicious, but they were cleared of it after they had tracked Naruto to a library. Naruto knew that his innocent facade wouldn't be enough to set him free from any criminal charges he would get if he was caught, so he pondered on another way to go about it. He walked through the house in deep thought and instinctively went to his bathroom. He closed the door and set a locking seal in place, a solid creation that required his blood to unlock. He went to the bathroom mirror and placed his palm on the surface. He suspected the silent alarm seal at his destination was ringing and he counted to 5 before he channeled chakra, just as a shadow clone in his warehouse placed his own palm on the wall of his office. A complex seal spiraled into view on the surfaces and a burst of chakra smoke covered them. Naruto looked around and saw that he was in his modestly furnished office situated in the abandoned warehouse, while the clone was back in his apartment bathroom. The body switch seal was not as advanced as most thought. It was a level 5 seal with unknown origins that was an alternative for the basic body switch ninjutsu, but it was used for far distances. The boy pulled off his now well-fitted hoodie and hung it on a coat rack in favor of putting on a doctor's lab coat. He looked around his office, decorated with soothing blue paint on the walls and a solid oak desk with smooth edges. His chair was soft and comfortable but not too soft. There were stacks and stacks of books neatly placed on bookshelves in the wall on opposite sides of the room, and behind Naruto's desk were organized racks he kept spare lab instruments in case the one in the lab/warehouse break. They were held in a thick, see-through glass container that was protected by a padlock and a blood seal. The boy smoothly walked out of his office, his calf-length white lab coat swishing with him as he entered the containment room he kept his test animals. During Ashitori's time in using the lab, he had created a makeshift wall where he received buyers of his drugs while a single door led them to his laboratory. Naruto had torn down that division and expanded the lab even more. He curtly walked through a room where caged animals were kept, not even flinching when a giant tiger leaped at him but bounced off the reinforced steel bars that contained it. He exited the room and grabbed the clipboard hooked to the wall near the door. He idly twirled his pen and read through what the clipboard said. His eyes flicked up at the few clones scurrying around his lab and performing general maintenance before his eyes flicked to the far end of the lab where a ceiling-high glass container stood proudly. The boy smiled lightly and walked to it. Inside the large glass container was what could be considered a slice of the forest. There were a few shrubs, trees, and plants there. He whistled and a light skittering sound met his ears before a monstrous-sized spider pushed out of the ground from a hidden burrow. The spider had a blue with red harshly designed abdomen that had the white kanji for queen spider on top. Each letter was speckled with complex seals that combined to form the words, its legs the same height as Naruto and its trunk was black. Its 8 red eyes blinked at Naruto and a single black leg delicately touched the glass container. Naruto smiled at the spider and tapped the glass barrier with his pen. How are you feeling today, queen? The spider seemed to roll her leg and experimentally tested all of her legs. I feel great, Naruto-sama. It hissed. Naruto jotted down its reply. My clones say you haven't been resisting your shots, you will be rewarded. Naruto snapped his fingers and a clone walked forward and slipped a small scroll through a one-way opening. A quick burst of chakra to the scroll and 2 dead cows popped out. The spider wasted no time to tear its arm-length red fangs into the fat creatures and injected a corroding venom into them. Your bone growth and development charts are very impressive, queen. You can now hit a tree without injuring yourself. The spider kept quiet as it kept on sucking the dead cows like drinks, still raptly paying attention to what Naruto was saying. The nature chakra summoning seals haven't been affecting you because you are an animal. He flipped a page on the clipboard. It has fully integrated itself into your bones and your organs. Now you have an official chakra network. Congratulations. Thank you, Naruto-sama. The spider bowed subserviently. I wouldn't have it if it wasn't for you. Naruto waved the praise away. Your charts tell me that you have already laid eggs, a lot of eggs in your cave. Oh yes, the spider hissed. The sperm came from some spider donors your clones had gathered. I estimate they would hatch in 3 weeks. They are your first children and I'm sure they are still getting used to having nature chakra and my chakra in them. Naruto had taken his interest in spiders to a whole new level when he had read about Hatake Kakashi. The copy ninja had personally raised his summons and had used his limited experience in Fuin Jutsu to create a summoning realm for the dogs, which wasn't exactly a pocket dimension like most believed but more of an expanse of land Kakashi bought and sealed into a complex storage seal only he could activate. This was super simplified version of what Kakashi really did. Naruto, after relentless digging and smuggling, had found out that there wasn't a spider clan anywhere, so he added creating a spider clan to his many goals in life. The first thing he did was crossbreed a common house spider with a desert duster, then he had crossbred the offsprings with another species of spider. The survivors would crossbreed with more spiders Naruto smuggled in from all over the elemental nations until only 3 multiple breed spiders remained. The idea of crossbreeding a creature with so many of its kind would seem impossible if Naruto had not been well known to defy the impossible on a daily basis. Naruto picked the strongest multiple breed of spiders and harvested the sperm from the other. This was where his work got harder. He took a single drop of spider semen and was pushing small pulses of chakra into it for a full year until the semen turned a soft blue. He then took the eggs from the strongest, and still living, female, which in on itself was a difficult feat since that female was now twice his size and very carnivorous, and began to gently push Kyuubi chakra into a single drop. This was done through an airtight reinforced seal to prevent anyone detecting it. The first attempt was a horrible failure with the drop evaporating on contact with the vile chakra, but Naruto had proved his Uzumaki persistence by administering growth hormones to the strongest spider. He kept a close eye on the development and again harvested the eggs. This time there was a small delay before the egg samples exploded. The blonde boy administered custom-made blood builders that was specifically created for spiders, bone-thickening drugs and muscle growth hormones to the female spider. The result was that the spider got even bigger, more intimidating, and more uncontrollable, so much so that Naruto had to move her container outside the lab in case she ever broke out. The drugs he had given were a good idea, but on contact with the demon chakra it delayed half a day before it exploded. The boy then took some brain fluid from the feral female spider and injected it into a lone egg. The result was the egg taking the fluid completely and reinforcing its biological makeup. This time the Kyuubi chakra was willingly taken for half a year. Naruto then combined the eggs and the sperms and carefully recorded everything that was happening for yet another year. When the eggs hatched there were 36 baby spiders that peered up at him inquisitively, not showing the maniacal traits of their mother. From there it was a survival of the fittest for the spiders until only Queen remained the top of the food chain. The first spider he had gotten eggs from had entered a whole new stage of feral. Naruto had no option but to sedate her for an unknown period of time. His studies with nature chakra had told him that animals exposed to huge amount of the chakra would turn docile and calm, as seen even more when he had applied the seal on Queen Spider. The Queen had said that she was now able to think clearly. All the individual minds of the spider species inside her had now merged and were speaking in one voice, her voice. Naruto had applied a nature chakra summoning seal onto the massive sleeping first spider and the result, after about 3 months of continuous exposure, was its black hair and skin turning gray and its size reducing to about Naruto's height when he was 9. He had already pulled the spider out of her forced coma and, much to Naruto's surprise, the spider had taken up cloth making, soothing, calm, quality cloth making. The spider had also been attending the classes her daughter took to learn how to speak, extending it even further by learning how to write. He called the gray, elderly-looking spider Sagi. It was her clothes Naruto now used for clothes. Sagi could basically make anything he asked for as long as it was a form of clothing. Naruto turned to his right and waved to Sagi. The elderly spider was sitting in her own glass container, surrounded by a similar-looking forest habitat. Sagi beamed at him, her serrated teeth hidden behind her pincer fangs gleaming happily. She was in the middle of meditating while she balanced on one needle-like protrusion from the ground with all 6 of her legs while 2 legs touched each other at the tips. She had said that she had read about summoning elders and was now perfecting her control so she would fit the position of summoning elders. Sagi didn't have Naruto or Kyuubi's chakra in her, just pure nature chakra, and that chakra quickly incorporated into her system. This meant that she was the only one that would be able to perfectly perform Sage Mode among any spider that she gave birth to. Naruto supported her in her ambition by supplying her with history books on the elemental nations and on clan summons. Sagi waved back with one of her legs and went back to her mediation. Another thing the older spider was working on was creating spider clan-based jutsu. So far it was coming along well enough. The nature chakra summoning seal was a level 5s rank seal Naruto made use of carefully on the surviving spider. it was just a stroke of luck that the seal just so happened to not negatively affect animals. The eager-to-please physical manifestation of Naruto's determination, Queen Spider, had taken all the tests Naruto had given gladly and was now able to grow as large as the Hokage Tower if she found the strength to. As grueling and borderline cruel as Naruto's tests were, she didn't complain or hesitate. She had learned quickly that she was merely a tool to reach ambition, and she honestly didn't mind. Naruto hadn't willingly abused her, and she would literally not be alive if he wasn't there. The added power that flowed through her body peacefully felt great, and she knew that Naruto had the power to take it from her. She could never bring herself to harm Naruto, physically or emotionally. Naruto had encountered the Kyuubi when he had tested a painkiller on himself, a drug that turned out to be a weed killer. The boy blamed it on the fact that he was 6 years old and still very naive when it came to science. He was sick for a whole week, and the great beast had used the reduced mental protection to pull Naruto into the mindscape for a chat. Kyuubi had told Naruto that he didn't really care what Naruto did, all in the name of his life's ambition, as long as he didn't die. Naruto acknowledged that there was a lot he could learn from Kyuubi, and Kyuubi saw Naruto a little competent, for a child, so it was inevitable that they would enter a mutual benefit alliance. Naruto had access to Kyuubi's chakra and could ask for help whenever he needed it, while Kyuubi had extended his senses from Naruto, so it included hearing and even to an extent feeling. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was now instructing the massive Spider Queen to perform different motions and actions. He ordered Queen to balance on a single leg while the remaining 7 legs stretched and touched over her, then to spin a web as quickly as possible. He estimated that the strength of a single web was that of the solid steel support pillars holding up the corners of the Kage's tower, not yet up to the main support pillar but a close second, while at the same time it remained as flexible as a rubber band. Queen was able to fire these webs from her abdomen, 8 legs, or her mouth. Naruto had been researching on how he could harness this ability into himself. The most he could come up with was taking the chemicals that created the webs from Queen's abdomen and soaking ninja wire in them. This allowed the wire to recreate this ability, but to a much lesser extent. He kept the long roll of special ninja wire in a compartment in his Senbon launchers for when he would need them. Creating a summoning realm from scratch wasn't going to be easy, far from it actually. A standard animal summoning seal consisted of many complex seals. A notable one was called the Infinity Seal, which meant that the summoning realm wasn't in some sort of astral realm, rather it was in an overpowered storage dimension where the very air was raw with natural chakra and energy. It was inhabitable for human, but animals thrived in the natural atmosphere. All Infinity Seals were connected to each other, whether they were made since the dawn of shinobi history or even recently like Hatake Kakashi, so it was possible for one summons to visit the other in the summoning dimension, or as it is popularly called, summoning realm. Infinity Seals though required blood sacrifice, which was why scrolls were presented by the animal summons for the person to sign his name in blood. The signature itself was very useless, but the blood was the chief requirement. The dramatics of the signature was just a formality. Hand seals followed the summoning seal, especially when a blood sacrifice was given. Information about the animal summoning seal was not secret because the village found out that virtually no one was interested in studying far into Fuinjutsu, so the information was more for show rather than application. Hand seals had taken the place of the Fuinjutsu for animal summons. Naruto prided himself on being a very good researcher, or even an investigator, so how to create an animal summoning seal for a new animal summons almost from scratch was given to in his level 4 training scroll for Fuinjutsu, and also from catching a long glimpse of Kakashi's own summoning scroll after he had won a game of cards. The process was painstaking. First, the animals he wanted to summon had to be ready and willing to perform the necessary requirements. Then he would have to draw the extremely complex animal summoning seal on a very thick sheet of paper and have to constantly supply chakra into it to keep it fresh. Then he would have to find an expanse of land that he was absolutely sure would accommodate his summons. This stage was usually done by exploring elemental nations for a terrain that his summons would thrive in. After the terrain had been found, he had been recommended to purchase the land because the process of scanning, copying, and replicating the land into the Infinity Seal usually took 3 days despite constant supply of chakra. This was because the detail in the newly purchased land had to be perfect and flawless, if not the new summoning clan would break apart. He would know that the process was done when the seal abruptly stopped pulsing out chakra through the ground and through the air. Then he would have to carefully tore the animals into the scroll. Immediately after entering the expanse of land would register the life force of the creature, and that was that. If Naruto wanted, he could entrust the animal summoning scroll to a summons for safekeeping, or he could keep it himself, his choice. This process was also regarding the fact that the summoning clan he wanted to create didn't already exist. If not, the infinity seal and the summoning seal would suck him in as well and assimilate him with the rest of the realm, which was usually by turning him into the animal summons he wanted to create a clan for. Then a few hours later he would turn to stone. Naruto though was 100% sure that there was no such thing as the spider summoning clan. His plan was that a week before the eggs were to hatch he would have already found a place to scan. The blonde boy sighed deeply and ran his fingers through his hair. Raising a 400-pound spider queen was like raising a horse, a very smart, verbally articulate, 8-legged horse. He had educated her on how to read and had helped give her ideas on abilities she could perform with her new nature chakra network, though he left the bulk for her since it was all up to her on how to use the nature chakra. He reached in through the small window where he could feed Queen and pet her head. The female spider hissed in approval and lowered her head in subservience. He pulled his arm out and turned around, walking to a desk where a powerful microscope stood proudly, gleaming in the bright fluorescent lights in the lab. The clone there shifted out of his way and he looked into the eyepiece. There was a small, flat circular container under the microscope and inside were 2 blood samples that had been divided by a solid glass panel. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Have you started the tests?" The clone shook his head. "No, boss, I was just about to start." "Don't mind if I do then," Naruto said and turned a knob on the microscope so he could peer closer at the 2 blood samples. One was gotten from him and the other was from Queen. He handed his clipboard to the clone behind him and pointed at a new, state-of-the-art screen. "Keep watch, tell me if you notice something abnormal." On the screen was the same thing he was examining with his microscope. He carefully used his index finger to push the glass panel out of the way and the blood flowed together. The deep red and deep green blood mingled. He adjusted a knob and watched in fascination as his red blood cell merged with Queen's. "First test seems to be going well." The clone wrote down what his boss had said. "No complications so far, maybe because her blood contains some properties from mine." He furrowed his eyebrows and closed his left eye, still hidden behind his goggles, and gently turned another knob. "Boss, my white blood cells are killing hers. How is that even possible?" "Maybe because of the QB?" the clone suggested and scribbled something down. "Probably." The blood samples now looked like they were at war with each other. The red blood cells had merged, one to another, but the white blood cells were eating Queen's, though the platelets merely brushed past each other and their general color rippled to blue before both turned red with the blood. The blood war continued for 3 minutes until only a single one of his white blood cells remained. His cell was still dissolving and absorbing Queen's when the budding scientist was about to call the experiment a failure until lone defender cell divided into 2 identical-looking cells. The cells continued subdividing until they were more than enough. Some died and they were quickly replaced by another. Naruto bit his bottom lip to contain the happily laugh, but he did pump his fist in the air. "First test is successful." The clone wrote this down. "We leave it for a week, keeping up constant inspections, before we move to the second test." "Hi, boss." Naruto had been testing the prospect of injecting himself with advanced spider blood gotten straight from Queen. The test was an initial success, but it told him that if he was to eventually inject himself he had better be ready to be in a world of pain and fluctuating sickness. He only hoped his status as a Jinchuriki would prove itself even more. This was probably because Queen contained over 500 species of spider gathered from all over the elemental nations and brought to Naruto through shady dealings and smuggling. Naruto pumped his fist in the air again before he felt a small tingle on his shoulder from the silent alarm connected to the body switch seal. Half a second later he felt a clone tap his shoulder and presented a medium-sized scroll to him. "Someone slipped this into my pocket, boss." Naruto's eyebrows shot into his hairline. He wasn't scheduled to receive any secret message this month. Who could it be? He murmured. He unrolled the scroll and read. "Dearest Naruto-kun, how's my little scientist doing? I know I've not been the best godmother to you and from the bottom of my heart I am very sorry. I am currently not in Konoha right now. The only way I have been able to send my first 3 gifts to you was through a spy I had from Waterfall that left the gifts for you on your doorstep. Despite this I know you Naruto-kun, and even though I may be a little too late I love you with all my heart. My picture of you may be a little outdated. It's one of you when you just started in the academy. I think you were 8. Speaking of the academy, I know as a fact you inherited Minato-kun's genius. I knew your father. He was the best thing that happened to me, believe it or not. Though I am not his blood sister I might as well be. Minato liked spiders too, you know. He was absolutely fascinated with them, but he was always too busy learning seals with Jiraiya or hanging out with Kushina, your mother. He was a sweet guy, he never liked to disappoint, sort of like you. I have planted some suggestions in Mizuki Tuji's head about you. If I am correct, which I usually am, he wants you to steal the Forbidden Scroll so you two can sell it to a mysterious buyer." "Yeah, no, it's a trap. He wants to kill you." I pushed him in your direction because I have a gut feeling that you have reached a snag in your research. Consider him my fourth present to you. Don't hold back, he has a defective cursed seal of heaven on him. I'm sure you will trounce him either way. He will probably be fueled by anger and vengeance, so don't let anything he says get to you. I'm sure you are Minato's son, so nothing will get to you. You're a shinobi now, I hear, so that means you can handle money on your own. I have sealed 500 million ryu into this letter. Don't worry, I have many secret accounts in several hidden villages. I merely retrieved 10 million from each of them. The banks are usually used by rich people, so withdrawing that high amount of money won't raise any eyebrows. Money is no object to me, Naruto-kun, and for you I can shower all the riches in the world if it's to get you to your goal. When we meet we can talk more, I promise. Consider the money your fifth gift. I also want to tell you that whatever path you choose I will be behind you all the way. With love? Orochimaru of the Sannin, Snake Sage. P.S. Here's a jutsu that will help you break into the Hokage's tower. I learnt it in Iwagakure. It's called the chameleon skin tone jutsu. It shouldn't be too hard if you use shadow clones to learn it. It's C rank, so it shouldn't be too hard. Naruto scanned the letter for any sort of illusion or any chakra fingerprints before he furrowed his eyebrows and thought. He now apparently had a missing ninja Sannin as a godmother. He sniffed slightly and caught the hinted scent of blood, snakes and roses. The blood slightly overpowered the rest of the scents, but he still caught them clearly. It actually made sense that Orochimaru was his godmother. He resembled the yondaime so much, and since the fourth was a high official he would have to have someone high up there as well. He wondered who his godfather was though. The man wasn't even making an effort to contact him. At least he could sympathize with Orochimaru. She was a missing ninja and a highly ranked one at that. The snake woman wouldn't be able to visit him personally. He gently rolled up the scroll and tucked it into his pants pocket. He would cherish the letter till the end, even if he didn't show it. He looked around and noticed that his clones were staring at him. What? Get back to work, he barked and marched to the massive main door of the lab while his shadow clones went back to attending to his many experiments. He grabbed a mechanical crank on a door and pulled backwards. The doors lifted up like a garage door, allowing fresh air to rustle through the lab. About 50 paces before him and around the lab was the pitch-black forest where the sounds of nightlife came from. He took in a deep breath and walked out, not afraid that the air he was letting in could contaminate his work or even of how dark the forest around him was. It looked to be about an hour after sunset, so that gave him about 5 hours to prepare for his mission. As he walked he held up a single ram hand seal and a clone popped into life beside him. He gave his white coat to the clone, showing that he was wearing a plain black undervest. He tinkered with his Senbon launchers before he summoned another clone. Learn that jutsu and make more clones to practice it. I need to get it right this night. Then to his sparring partner clone he said, don't hold back. The copy of Naruto nodded curtly and both darted at each other. Oh! An orange glow flashed from a corner far from the Kage's tower before it disappeared, as if it hadn't happened in the first place. A slight protrusion rose from the shadow cast by a 2-story residential building and darted out. Under the soft glow of the moon it looked like a black blob. The person rubbed his black glove-covered hands and leaped onto the side of a building as his senses warned him of a Chunin running rounds through the street. The person was probably not a censor, if not he would have been forced to knock him out. As the oblivious shinobi passed by he skittered across the wall and flipped dexterously onto the roof. The small light that shone down on him showed that the person wore a long-sleeved black shirt and black calf-length shinobi pants. His fingers were covered in black gloves and his feet was also in black sandals, ones that barely made a sound when it touched the ground. Over his head was a full-head ski mask, hiding his blonde hair, with a Fox Anbu mask attached to the face, his black goggles still under the mask like it wasn't there in the first place. On his wrists close to his elbow were his silver Senbon launchers, though they were covered under smooth black metal, leaving only the launching points to poke out of the top. He also had a small black backpack on his back that held any equipment he needed in emergencies. Naruto adjusted his mask, briefly looked up and again seemed to melt into the shadow cast by the ledge of the building. Light footfalls padded as he ran at mid-Chunin speed, opting for stealth than speed. Before he reached the very edge of the Kage's tower, he flipped through a few hand seals, chameleon skin tone jutsu. His body rippled and he was out of sight, or more like he blended in with the surface of the tower. Even if the moonlight hit him it would still seem like he wasn't there in the first place. The boy whipped out 2 Senbon from his pants pockets and jammed them into the sides of the building. He used the Senbon to launch himself high into the air and gently placed his feet on the building, his chakra keeping him in place. He made a slightly violent yanking motion with his hands and the Senbon were pulled out and went back to Naruto's hands. He placed the back into his pockets, unafraid if they pricked him, and he skittered over the side of the building eerily like a spider. His hidden goggles adjusted perfectly in the darkness as he peered into the highest window in the tower, correctly assuming that that would be where the forbidden scroll was kept. He kept track of the guard rotation and noticed that there were silent alarm seals on the windows. He quietly pulled out a finger-sized scroll from his pocket, and just as the lone ANBU operative marched downstairs, he unrolled the scroll and placed it on the window. A barely perceptible blue flash occurred that Naruto hid under him, still in his chameleon jutsu, so no one noticed, not even the tiny chakra burst. 60 seconds, he mentally said, and he slipped a senbon out of his sleeve, soaked in an blue unknown substance, and created a clean circle on the glass window. He flipped through and hastily grabbed the falling circle of glass into his safe grip, hanging onto the wall through surface walking. He placed the circle back in place and the glass went back to how it originally was, unblemished. The seal he had used on the window was to freeze every other seal within the room and on the window for a minute, so no silent alarm was pulsed to the Hokage as he mutely touched down on the floor. He crouched down and studied the scroll's location, placed on a pedestal in the middle of the room. He leveled his right fist at the scroll and took careful aim before he fired a senbon, connected to a semi-invisible piece of ninja wire. The ninja needle jammed onto the top corner of the scroll and Naruto reeled it in, catching the scroll as it came at him. He exited the same way he came and with the same special senbon just as all the alarm seals came back online. He dropped from the building and shot a senbon connected to ninja wire to the roof to slow down his drop. He pulled back his weapons and ran quickly to where he was to drop off the scroll with Mizuki. He skidded to a stop when he saw a Ninken running as fast as it could in the general direction of the Sarutobi residence. He accurately fired barrage after barrage of knockout poison senbon from his launcher, but the swift canine dodged most of them, besides a 6 needles that stabbed its calves and hit side, and disappeared into the night. Naruto shook his head silently. The dog had been as strong as an ox to not be knocked out immediately. He too disappeared into the night, making sure not to use surface walking so the ninja wouldn't track him easily. The dog whimpered and swayed as it ran, fighting the chemicals that tried to coo it to sleep. It wasn't so strong, however, and it slumped on the ground. Half a second later a Chunin landed beside it and his eyes widened when he saw a oozing senbon sticking out of the dog's legs and side. Naruto, Irika whispered and felt for the dog's pulse. He sighed when he found one. He summoned a single shadow clone. Go get Sandame-sama and tell him there's something wrong going on. Take the dog with you. I can't just leave him out here. The clone nodded mutely and ran off to the Sandame's house with the dog hefted on his shoulder. What are you doing, Naruto? He pelted down the road the dog had taken and found a trail of senbon sticking out of the ground. Now he was sure it was Naruto. Naruto was the only genin in the graduating class that specialized in using senbon. With this accuracy, Naruto dropped out of the tree lean into a small clearing. He set the large scroll against a tree and took off his fox mask. He took in a few deep breaths. What a rush, he said quietly, under his breath. He placed his mask into his backpack and sat down by the scroll in a huff. I should do this more. His goggle-protected eyes glanced over to the scroll and he was about to reach for it until he heard a rustling in the bushes in front of him. He suppressed a small groan when it was Irika that came out. Irika-sensei. Naruto, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? Naruto cocked his head to the side innocently, a sight that sent shivers down the Chunin's spine because with the eerie moonlight shining down on Naruto he looked like a pale creature born straight from madness and darkness. I don't understand. Don't give me that. His eyes widened even more when he saw the forbidden scroll seated next to Naruto. Naruto saw his expression and he smoothly got to his feet, putting his hands in the silent motion for him to calm down. The forbidden scroll? I can explain. Why do you have it? Did you plan on selling it? You plan on selling Konoha's most treasured secrets? Irika-sensei, calm down, Naruto said and was carefully approaching the teacher. The man stubbornly stood his ground. I can't let you do. His distraction cost him. 7 spinning stars nailed his side and he fell to the ground. The blood pumping out of his body was incredible. He tried to stumble to his feet but was savagely kicked to a tree courtesy of Mizuki. The silver-haired teacher grinned at Naruto, an evil, toothy grin. He was getting noisy. Naruto watched in fascination as his sensei wheezed for air, correctly judging that his left lung had been punctured by 2 of the shuriken. Quite frankly, I'm not surprised you managed to get the scroll, Naruto. You sure do know how to do the impossible, huh? Naruto shrugged. Where is the buyer? Already knowing that there was no buyer. Mizuki, you traitor. Oh, shut up, Irika. There is no buyer, Naruto-kun, I lied. Shocker, the boy murmured and shook his head. I don't think you understand. I'm very sure that Irika-sensei has somehow notified the Hokage. They'll be here in 20 minutes tops. We don't have time. Acting had always been one of Naruto's strong suits. No, I don't think you understand what's going on. I lied to you, I tricked you, Naruto Uzumaki, and now I'm going to get my revenge for everything you've done. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I don't remember doing anything to you. An evil chuckle escaped Mizuki's lips. Do you know why people hate you so much? No, Mizuki. That's an S-rank secret. Irika managed to wheeze out as he struggled to his feet by supporting a tree. Don't listen to him, Naruto, he's lying. What secret? Naruto asked. That you're the QB. The Yondaime sealed that thing inside you and now you are the QB. The traitor removed a Fuma shuriken from his back, and now I'm going to finish what the Yondaime started. He hurled the spinning star at Naruto, who he thought was in a daze. Naruto was about to step aside until he felt a small spray of blood on his black shirt. His teacher had taken the weapon for him. Was that really necessary, sensei? He sarcastically asked, but the man had already lost too much blood to know the difference between a sarcastic question and a tearful, soul-wrenching question. You're not the QB, Naruto-kun. Yes, I figured as much a while ago. Irika seemed to have tactically ignored what he said. You're a proud shinobi, Naruto-kun, and I'm proud of you. He crumpled to the ground bonelessly. Thanks. A split second later he fired a senbon at his teacher's unconscious neck, the amnesia/memory gap drug already taking effect. He wanted his former class teacher to be able to testify in his defense after everything was done. He didn't want to defect from Konoha, yet. He's a fool, Mizuki spat madly. Don't worry, I'll make your death long and painful, it's what I owe you. The silver-haired traitor whipped out a kunai and ran at Naruto. His godmother had already warned him of this sort of thing happening, so he flipped backwards away from a brutal slash aimed for his throat, leading the fight into the denser parts of the forest, a place he thrived the most. As the teacher was looking around for him, swiveling his neck around frantically as he tried to peer into the darkness, Naruto's head slowly protruded out from behind a tree trunk. He licked his lips and accurately fired 5 senbon into the man's flak jacket-protected back. The senbon were fired in a straight line so they all nailed the same place. The man grunted and slashed around blindly. Naruto shot 5 more senbon that jammed into the man's thigh, paralyzing it immediately after the last on hit. He tried to limp out of the forest but Naruto stabbed a needle to Mizuki's neck. The man crumpled to the floor limply. He admired his clean work with a proud smile before he sealed the unconscious man into a storage scroll. A timer started in his mind on how long before Mizuki ran out of oxygen. The boy slipped out of the forest and knelt down beside Irika. The man was swirly-eyed from the drug and Naruto retrieved his senbon. He tapped the man's cheek to get his attention and when the inebriated man did he quickly muttered, Mizuki tricked me so I could steal the scroll, saying it was to recruit me into a secret faction of the ANBU if I managed to retrieve the forbidden scroll. He planned on killing me but I overpowered him with shadow clones. You were injured from protecting me. Mizuki was torn apart by my clones and his body parts are all scattered in the wind. Irika nodded drunkenly. You won't remember what happened that is contrary to what I have said. Naruto allowed a small burst of Kyuubi chakra to leave his boy and not even a minute later numerous ANBU operatives leaped down and surrounded him and Irika. The Hokage dropped down directly in front of him and ordered for Irika to be taken to the hospital. The kami of shinobi stared at Naruto and the boy put on his best innocent face. What happened here, Naruto? Naruto sighed and replied, it's a long story. Chapter 2. A person wearing all-black ninja uniform, sans the usual flak jacket, ran through Konoha's forest. This person was Naruto and he was wearing his spy uniform, even his white fox ANBU mask. The boy was running at low jounin speed past Konoha's borders. Stealing the forbidden scroll and revealing a traitor had worked positively for him. The Sandaime, even though he was still highly suspicious of Naruto, had acknowledged that he wasn't to blame for what happened. Naruto may have been classified as a genius but there was still a lot about Konoha he wasn't aware of, or so he thought. He had been paid for a full A-rank mission and Naruto had asked for the money to be paid to him in cash. Then Hiruzen had in-depthly quizzed the boy on how he was able to steal an S-rank scroll from the most protected building in the village. Naruto was in no mood to reveal the real way he had infiltrated the building so he created a tall tale. He said he had charged head first and bypassed the relaxed ANBU before he broke into the room. This revelation forced Naruto to be re-evaluated completely on his rank. He had found out that he had formerly been placed in Team 8 with Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame but then with his prodigious show of skills in infiltration Hiruzen insisted that he be re-evaluated. He had a formal re-evaluation scheduled in a week, almost to the corresponding the day before the new genin were getting their teams but his re-evaluation was set a day before that. He was to report to the Hokage bright and early, spend the whole day being tested in both the written and physical aspects of his knowledge. Naruto agreed to this because if he was in a higher rank he would have a little more freedom. The downside though was that he would have to report to the Sandaime if he wished to do anything outside the village. Now though he had asked Hiruzen for a week to get ready, allowing him free rein to go outside of Konoha, He even permitted the Sandaime to administer a tracking seal on him and for an ANBU squad to be checking in on him every once in a while. The boy's goggles shone a faint red, escaping the eye holes in his mask, and he could clearly see the small traces of nature chakra in the air. No one was around for miles, besides the small ANBU squad that had been tailing him miles back, that is but nothing he should be too worried about. Naruto's goggles were special in a unique way, disregarding the fact that he could do a number of things with it. He could also see through any genjutsu even if he didn't mentally command it to do so. The downside was that if he went under a henge his goggles would still be in place. The goggles would only disappear if Naruto lowered the genjutsu detection guards on his goggles, allowing the goggles to slip under his own illusion, though this left him open for manipulation through a genjutsu. The fox mask-wearing boy dashed out of the tree line and burst out of the borders of Konoha, making sure to stay at the very edge of Iwagakure. His planned destination was a country situated beside mountain country, where it was said that Uchiha Madara had destroyed as training before he fought, and lost, against the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The place had been a cursed wasteland ever since, with the soil barely producing any grass, the trees bending scarily and being a little on the malnourished side, though they refused to die, and the broken buildings had been overrun by animals. There were reported to be caves and an intricate cave system under that country and the right climate to house his spiders. His spiders didn't necessarily need vegetation to thrive. Queen had confided in him that she loved raw meat and blood. Animal summons didn't necessarily need food to survive in their own plane, but it had become an unspoken tradition that they would only eat to prove that they were still alive. Naruto had replicated human blood, he called it synthetic mammalian blood, and had been producing and packing them in a corner of his laboratory until the spider summoning realm was created. Queen Spider had said that it didn't have the same luster as real human blood, but when there was no other option it would have to do. Mountain country was not too far from Iwagakure but just within running distance of Konoha, so as Naruto spied the first mountain range as he left Iwagakure's borders he allowed himself to stop for a break in a tree. The boy lifted his mask and allowed it to rest at the top of his head while he rubbed his face, tired from all the running. He had been running since sunrise, which was about 5 hours ago, and he was seriously pushing the limits to his stamina. If he was to be ambushed he would have no other option than to reverse summon the Queen Spider to fight for him. He allowed himself an hour to regroup, using it to check over his animal summons creation seal while he idly chomped on an energy bar, drinking some orange juice as well. 30 minutes, and 5 energy bars later, and Naruto was rocketing to the cursed country. He kept running headlong, all the while looking far ahead with his goggles until he abruptly stopped over black soil. The place was just how imagined it, rocks jutting out of the ground, craters that partially smoked from meteors that sometimes hit there exclusively, numerous cave mouths opened around and a thin, gently flowing stream passed into a particularly large cave from the ocean, where he assumed the network of caverns and pathways were, all of this still withstanding the fact that the temperature was just right, the weather was fantastic and the sparse vegetation was good. There were dilapidated buildings all around, some fully crumbled, others barely even able to stay up. Just to be sure that the place was how he heard it was, he summoned dozens of shadow clones to look around while he personally set up a barrier powerful enough to cover the country, which was just small enough for him to cover. A clone popped, informing him that there were small, feral badgers and jackals that roamed far ahead, and another informed him that some lions had claimed a small cliff as their territory. He received memories from another clone that there was a small cave that inhabited blind birds. The budding scientist cancelled his clone jutsu, wincing from the backlash of memories he received. He raised an eyebrow when he saw a small beach made out of black sand. He next summoned more clones and ordered them to round up all of the animals into a single cave, knock them out and seal them into a scroll. Insects and bugs were exceptions. As his clones left, the original Naruto took his time to draw the intricate infinity seal in where he assumed was the very center of the cursed village, then he drew 10 more at the edges, just inside the barrier. The barrier was to keep out any more birds or animals from entering while at the same time keep the squad of ANBU back, blocking what he was doing from their vision. 3 hours of tiring work and a clone ran to the original, handing him a scroll and telling him that all the animals were rounded up. The reason he had rounded up the animals was so that after he had scanned the cursed village he would hand them to the spiders to do whatever they deemed fit. For the animals that had managed to escape his clones it was only a matter of time before they too would be eaten. Naruto smiled to himself at his work and finally made camp for the night near the infinity seal in the middle of the cursed village, making sure to set traps for any animal that wanted to attack him. Tomorrow would be when he would begin scanning and replicating the cursed village. Oh. 1 week later. Konohagakure no Sato. Yugao Yuzuki glared lightly at Naruto to intimidate him, who was almost even taller than her at just 12 years old, and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, my name is Yuzuki Yugao. Do you know why you are here?" They were in room 42 of the academy. Naruto was sitting down on a chair and desk with a pen in his hand. The boy looked like he hadn't slept in days with the dark rings under his goggle-protected eyes and how his skin was now almost a pallid white. He was still wearing his stealth ninja uniform, but his silver Senbon launchers were placed on the desk beside him. He was reclined in a relaxed position with his feet propped up on the desk and his fingers were laced together over his chest. When he didn't answer her question fast enough, she snapped, "Naruto." The boy snorted like he had just woken up and he yawned a little into his hand. "I'm here to be re-evaluated because I broke into the Hokage's tower and stole the forbidden scroll without anyone noticing." She motioned for him to go on. "I might be a better asset for the village if I am given a higher rank by taking higher missions and making higher risks." She smirked at him. "Did I miss anything?" "Yes, your skills so far have been a well-kept secret by yourself since." She read from a short file about Naruto, "Since you were about 8. Your academy scores are astounding, much more than any average student. We wish to know just how skilled you are." Then why wasn't Uchiha Itachi or Hatake Kakashi re-evaluated when they left the academy? Yugao skimmed through his academy results and replied, "We have been monitoring their own development since they were born, but you have had a habit of disappearing into your seal-protected apartment after the academy dismisses. Frequent attempts to break the seal have failed because you apparently put the locking seal inside your apartment, rather than outside, which is ingenious if you ask me. You haven't even been seen training or leaving your house to get food, hence this whole re-evaluation. You just admitted that the Hokage and possibly every single ninja in this village has been stalking me since I was 8, Naruto pointed out, a time he had already managed to gamble up enough money to hire a passable seal master to seal his house off, and learn how to make his own seal. Yugao shrugged. "As you may know, your status as Jinchuriki makes you very important, and quite frankly your seclusion makes you a flight risk. Your honesty is well appreciated," Naruto drawled. "Now about this test." The ANBU captain nodded idly and flipped through Naruto's file and turned around to the teacher's desk, picked up a very thick spiral binder book, dropped it on Naruto's desk with a smirk on her face. "There are 100 multiple-choice questions, and 10 theoretical questions, 110 in total that vary in complexity, length, and difficulty. You are to answer all. Multiple-choice questions are to be answered with a 2B pencil, the theory part is with a pen. You have 4 hours to do this, take your time, good luck, and your time starts now." She whipped out a stopwatch and clicked the top, just as 4 ANBU guards flipped into the class through the window and stationed themselves at the very corners of the class. "Oh, and no cheating, there are eyes everywhere, not just mine." Naruto sighed mournfully and dropped his pen, shook both of his hands to get them ready before he opened the first page and pursed his lips. All of the questions were incredibly technical, so technical that he had to actually read through it, once, before he answered them. Naruto wouldn't brag that he knew everything you had to know about being a ninja, but he would admit that with the years of observations Ashitori had recorded, personal observations he had made of ninja and the psychological experiments he had conducted on some civilian children and adults, most of this before he had learnt the shadow clone techniques at 6, he was fairly sure that he knew more than most jounin. The boy coughed into his fist quietly and licked his lips. He had answered 10 questions already, all 10 were simple calculations he could make without a calculator, so he didn't call for one. He sniffed and rubbed his nose, then his eyes before he answered the 50th question, something about the right dose of poison to give a 200-pound lion from mountain country to effectively sedate it for 3 hours. He rolled his neck and then rolled his right wrist to get feeling back thereafter he finished the 80th question, a supposed genin-level question about Madara Uchiha's brother. As he finished the multiple question section with a sigh of relief, he vaguely noticed that 2 hours had already been elapsed. He looked up at his supervisor, who was staring at him with her head propped up in her hands, and spared her a quick smile just as he dug into the theoretical section. Naruto wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained it to a tight deep breath. 5 of the questions had to do with animals and a little bit of Fuinjutsu, barely even scraping level 3 of mastery, while 4 were on general history, going a little bit deeper than what was taught in the academy. Naruto had no intention of holding back any of his knowledge, but he also didn't supply any more than necessary. No use in showboating, he thought to himself. He surmised that the written test was created just for him to give them an all-round knowledge of what he had acquired in 7 years, with or without his shadow clones. Naruto wasn't selfish with what he knew, quite the opposite actually, it was just that he was overly cautious with whom he shared it with, and the entire Konoha shinobi force as well as the civilian populace were in his list of those to never trust. He paused a little on the last question. It was fairly easy to answer and it was written in short, easy-to-understand words, but he hesitated before he finally answered the question. Who do you think your parents are? This little question had him stuck, not because he didn't know his parents, he did, but he was debating on the effects of revealing it in the long run. Iwagakure was still baying for Namake's blood and Kumogakure was still baying for Uzumaki's sperm. It was inevitable that his status would reach their ears if a spy got his answer sheets. To answer the 10th question he put a code within a riddle. The general rundown was, who lead in a flash and who soaks red with demon's blood? It wasn't his best riddle but it was what his tired brain could come up with without revealing everything. He dropped his pen and rubbed his eyes. I'm done. The ANBU captain smirked and checked her stopwatch, 3 hours, 10 minutes and 6 seconds. I'm impressed. Naruto shrugged and stifled a small yawn. You will be given a 30-minute bathroom break and after that you will go to Training Ground 3 for your physical evaluation by another instructor. Again, I wish you good luck. Thank you, Yuzuki-san. Please, call me Yugao. Naruto sent a thumb up and yawned again, this time a little louder and slinked out of the classroom straight to the bathroom to relieve himself. He splashed some water on his face and perched his goggles on his forehead, revealing his red fox-like eyes that blinked back at him. His pupils quivered and dilated as they struggled to adjust to the light in the well-lit bathroom. As the first signs of a migraine started he quickly placed his black goggles back on his eyes and rolled his shoulders. He took his time to walk to Training Ground, idly drinking a fruit juice from a can, pineapple and orange juice, something he kept in large stashes in storage seals on his wrist. He crumbled the can and threw it over his shoulder. He was 10 minutes early so he used the small opening for a quick nap. He flipped dexterously onto a branch and reclined. He was out faster than he thought and just as his senses blared 7 minutes later he whipped an oozing poison senbon from out of nowhere, and held it over Hatake Kakashi's nose. The silent standoff was tense before the jounin chuckled nervously and motioned for the boy to calm down. I didn't mean to frighten you, Naruto. He smiled and fell off the tree, masterfully getting his feet under him like it was nothing and walking off to the center of the training ground where Might Guy stood waiting for them. I wasn't frightened, Naruto grunted as he dropped off the branch and landed smoothly on his feet. Sure you weren't, Kakashi rolled his eye. Do you want to explain to him what's going to happen, Guy, or should I? As Guy was about to open his mouth to holler out something most likely concerning youth the copy ninja spoke up first. You know what? Don't worry about it, I'll tell him. Guy laughed loudly and again was about to say something else but Kakashi jumped in just in time. We are going to give you 3 tests, one on genjutsu, taijutsu and all at the same time, including ninjutsu. You ready? Sure, Naruto asked as his goggles glinted red. Genjutsu don't work on me. He slapped away the masked man's hand when he went to reach for his goggles. Don't touch. Naruto. You really are a youthful youth. Don't mind him. Now for your taijutsu test, Guy, if you don't mind. This must be my cue. Naruto's eyes widened and he hastily used his palms to push down on Might Guy's knee when the spandex-wearing man blazed to him. He grunted and ducked under a roundhouse kick, rolled back from the subsequent axe kick and had to use his silver senbon launchers to hold off a wicked kick sent to him by the green beast. He was harshly pushed back by the blow until his back almost met a tree at the very edge of the training ground. A wide, excited grin came to his lips as his wide eyes stayed on Guy. That was amazing, he muttered and Kyuubi rolled his eyes. This was the Uzumaki battle lust beginning to show itself, just like with Kushina. He just hoped that Naruto didn't break both of his arms and tear the muscles in both of his calves like when Kushina's battle lust first reared out its head. The Uzumaki battle lust was a trait in all Uzumaki clan members, whether they were less than a quarter Uzumaki. It could be well controlled or even restrained but the rush gotten in a good, hard fight could not really be replaced, unless Naruto just had be a small fraction of the Uzumaki populace that were also nymphomaniacs. The great beast shook his head on this though. He knew Naruto, and he wasn't even remotely attracted to the female body, yet anyway, even if he had studied the female anatomy in perfect detail. The 2 jounin quirked their eyebrows at Naruto's almost even maniacal expression and so they didn't expect Naruto to crouch on the ground in a wide, tiger-like stance. He lunged forward and skittered to Guy on his feet. The strong style user leaned away from a strike to his head and mentally nodded in respect to the perfectly hidden clawed strike to his stomach. Naruto spun on his feet and swung his leg at the taller man. Guy used his forearm to hold off the attack and went to strike. The blow connected but Naruto had already leaned back, so the blow only lightly pushed his chest. They held that position for half a second before Guy opened his palm for a palm strike. Naruto bent under the blow and threw his right fist at the man's unprotected stomach. Silence reigned as the blow connected. Naruto didn't remain still to revel in his victory though. He was forced to dodge a knee to his chin with his palms again. He did this numerous times while at the same time he kept on sliding back, each knee kept getting stronger until Naruto abruptly stopped and smoothly flowed around Guy. The taijutsu master expertly anticipated this and he sent a devastating donkey kick to Naruto's chin. The boy grit his teeth as the blow met and his neck snapped upwards, blood sprayed from his mouth. He fell backwards like a tree and remained still. Guy winced. I might have overdone it, Kakashi. He walked forward and put his pointer and middle fingers on Naruto's neck to check for a pulse. He began to panic when he didn't find one, so he put his ear over the boy's mouth to see if he could feel the boy's breath. Kakashi too furrowed his eyebrows in worry and began to approach until Naruto's eyes snapped open and he wrapped his legs around Guy's neck. The big Jounin reared back in shock and began to run in circles as Naruto began smashing his now chakra-enhanced elbow down on the man's head. Guy ran head first into a tree, but Naruto had scampered out of the way, so the older man face planted into the tree. The elbows never stopped raining and blood began pouring from the man's head. His steps began to get uncertain. He swayed from one side to the other all the while Naruto relentlessly continued his assault, even adding in a few axe blows. Guy wobbled on his knees and his face turned purple when Naruto wrapped his elbow around the man's neck in a sturdy sleeper hold. His legs then summarily locked around his midsection, ever ready to unlock and move out of the way if Guy tried to slam him into a tree. The boy knew, despite his hazy battle lust, that he couldn't dream of matching up to Guy in a straight-up taijutsu fight, even if the man was going easy on him. Quite frankly, it was suicidal to think that. His best bet was to play possum, adding to the effect by stopping his own heart for just a few seconds so that Guy would get even closer. He shook his arm, still around Guy's neck, and Guy responded by clawing at the boy's forearms desperately, fighting for each breath that just wasn't coming in anymore. Guy instinctively knew that he wouldn't be able to open any gates for two reasons. The first was that the Hokage had specifically told him to go at high Chunin strength, and then even if he was to try entering the gates he wouldn't be able to. Naruto had somehow found out that if his mind was not focused on one thing he wouldn't be able to open even one gate. The strikes to his head had made him a scatterbrain and the choke hold wasn't helping either. The man drunkenly wobbled around again. He fell on a knee and Naruto violently shook his neck with his blood-painted teeth grit in what could be described as ruthlessness. The shake pushed out more air out of Guy's lungs and his vision began to dim. There was a terrible burning sensation in his chest. He suddenly became incredibly thirsty and a full minute of struggling for breath he fell on his other knee, using his weak arms to prop himself up, and with another constrictor-like shake of his arm the man fell face first into the ground. Naruto kept the hold on for about 20 more seconds before he cautiously released his grip from the unconscious man's neck. Their trail of blood leaving his mouth, probably because of the Jounin strength donkey kick he had received. That blow would have done him through if he had not followed the motion and exponentially reduced the force of the blow. It was all about the right timing. Naruto panted a little as he straightened up, idly dusting his stealth ninja uniform and spitting out some blood in a random direction. His eyes trailed to a very impressed Kakashi, who had been watching the taijutsu spar with interest. "Nice trick," the copy ninja said. "Not everyone can stop their heart. Get a jump on Guy and knock him out." Naruto shook his right elbow, the same one he wrapped around Guy's neck, and muffled a sigh of relief when blood returned to its original flow there. "It's an acquired talent. So you say. I never said you couldn't use weapons or even jutsu. You said the tests in an order and started with genjutsu. Guy-san was the one that came at me, a taijutsu master, instead of you, an all-round master. Hence, taijutsu test." Both of them were now circling each other, gauging one another with critical eyes. Kakashi now knew that he couldn't take Naruto lightly. He really didn't want it getting out that he had succumbed to a sleeper hold. Asuma would never let him hear the end of it. Known to both shinobi, there were shinobi filling up around the training ground to watch what they hoped was an old-school beating. A few Chunin had even pulled Guy away and were trying to revive him. That's very perceptive. Now's the last test, no restrictions, but don't worry kid, I'll go easy on you. I smiled jovially before he blurred at Naruto. That would be your mistake, Kakashi-san. Naruto rolled aside from a downward punch that almost even shattered the ground and jumped over a swing from a kunai that had slid into the copy ninja hand. The airborne boy snapped his right leg forward and Kakashi leaned away. The sandaled foot wafted in front of his face and even clipped a few silver hairs away from his forehead. The boy landed on one foot with his hands planted on the ground and flipped his body over. Kakashi crossed his arm to hold off the awkward-looking stomp, throwing his arms out and pushing Naruto away. The boy flipped back to both of his feet and held up a fistful of senbon. With a sharp gesture they were thrown at his older opponent. He powered through a few hand seals, multiple shadow senbon technique. The Jounin was forced to dive away from the barrage and run away from the dozens more that tried to pepper him with holes. He caught Naruto going through more hand seals, shadow senbon rain technique. He threw his hands to the sky, 10 Sanban flying high into the sky afterwards. Kakashi felt a foreboding feeling begin to churn in his gut, and he was proven correct when a fluffy blue cloud started spitting out poison needle after poison needle. The man yanked out 2 kunai and spun them in their rings to deflect each Sanban expertly. He grunted in discomfort when he felt something stab clean through his side and out the other side, just before he exploded into smoke. Shadow clone, Naruto thought, and his senses blared madly in his mind. He cancelled his former jutsu and jumped up just in time to prevent Kakashi from grabbing his feet. The copy ninja looked on as Naruto fired a Sanban out of Sanban launchers. The man crumbled to clumps of earth when they met. Naruto lightly landed on his feet. Kakashi was hiding again. He carefully looked around, making sure to spread out his senses. He then lifted his right leg when a dog tried to bite into his calf. He didn't even need to look before he fired a Sanban to knock out the dog. His senses were telling him that Kakashi was sitting on a tree branch, and he was proven right after he threw a barrage of shuriken there. The copy ninja dropped from the tree and rolled to Naruto, his own kunai held in a reverse grip. Both of them clashed, kunai on Sanban. When they met in the middle, the older, stronger man pushed Naruto back and threw his weapon at the boy. The boy deflected the knife with his long needle but grunted when a fist was planted into his chest. The blow pushed him back, but the copy ninja continued his onslaught. The drilling blows got faster and faster until Naruto's back met a tree. Kakashi pulled his hand back and let a devastating punch smash into Naruto's unprotected cheek. Blood exploded out of the boy's mouth and his head lolled to the side. Kakashi stepped back to admire what he had done, fully expecting Naruto to at least fall on his knees, but he was sorely disappointed. The boy was swaying on his feet, his hair shadowing his face ominously and his chest heaving in deep breaths. The audience waited with bated breaths for Naruto to pass out, but the boy chuckled lowly, blood and spit leaking from the sides of his mouth. "I've felt worse, from my clones, dog-san." He spit defiantly at Kakashi, and a well-timed snap kick met his other cheek. He exploded into chakra smoke on contact. "He switched when I kicked him, why didn't he switch when I was punching him?" His eye looked around lazily until his pointer and middle finger snapped up and caught a blow dart just before it met his nose. Blow darts. "Really?" He snorted, and just then the dart exploded into purple smoke. The masked ninja inhaled everything. The effect was immediate. The man's body locked up, making him stand and fall straight like a tree, and blood exploded out of his nose, his tightly clenched teeth and his ears. Naruto limped out of the forest, supporting his right ribs and rubbing his bruised cheek. He glared at Kakashi venomously, relishing in the blood that kept spurting out of his nose. He knelt down beside the wide-eyed man and whispered, "Venom gotten from a devil's spinster spider is basically useless. You can use it to bath and nothing would happen to you," making most think that what is there isn't venom at all. What most don't know is that when you mix this venom with something as ordinary as water before it is ingested, it would create a cascade of problems to a person or even an animal. He poked the masked man's forehead. The man winced but couldn't unclamp his teeth to get any word out. "Full body paralysis, your kidneys are shutting down and your lungs are collapsing. You are feeling an intense pain in your gut, and in about 60 seconds you're going to drown in your own blood." Naruto nodded solemnly. "The pain you are in now, just flicking your ear would be like hitting your toes with a mallet." A sly, twisted smirk spread on Naruto's face after he said this, but he shook his head at the frantic please Kakashi was saying through his eye. "I thought all shinobi weren't meant to fear death." Though he still jammed a needle filled with blue liquid into Kakashi's chest, the antidote spread through the man's body and he sighed in relief. "I'm not sure Hokage-sama would like it if I killed one of his most prized jounin." He leaned in close and whispered even more quietly, "Yet." Kakashi sat up and began vomiting the blood from his lungs when he finally got feeling into his arms and legs. He was gulping in air desperately. Naruto watched all of this with an amused smile on his face. "I take it I passed this test?" "Kami, damn it, kid," Kakashi said after he spat out some blood. "What was that all about?" "You said I shouldn't hold back." "I didn't." Naruto got up once he felt his ribs were stable enough, already making plans to fix himself up in his lab. "Report to Hokage-sama's office at noon tomorrow for your results?" "Oh." Naruto carefully sat down in front of the village leader inside the Kage's office. He pulled down his hoodie and reclined in his chair. Under his red hoodie he was wearing his pure black stealth ninja uniform. Hiruzen Sarutobi scowled lightly and rubbed his face with his palm. "Before I tell you your results, I want to tell you the process we used to mark it, to show that we didn't change any scores or tamper with your results. The entire village may not like Konoha." Sarutobi wasn't above including himself, but the fact still remained that Naruto was treated as close to any other person in the village, Jinchuriki status or not. This meant that his academy results were not changed. he wasn't chased out of the class for any outlandish reason and he was given the same treatment as any other student. Naruto nodded and got a little more comfortable in his seat. Your test was marked by 10 top grading ANBU operatives, then by Yuzuki Yugao and finally by me. Your physical test was graded by Guy, Kakashi, Yugao, Shikaku Nara and also me. Okay, so how did I do? Naruto said as he again relaxed in his offered seat. Here Sarutobi had to light a pipe and smoke it for a minute, to calm him down. He then reached to the lone file on his desk and flipped it open to the first page. In your multiple choice questions you got 98 correct and that was only because you changed your mind twice. Hi, ninja must always be decisive, there are no second chances in the field. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Right. Your theory part was, it was amazing. An average jounin wouldn't know who the progenitor of ninjutsu, not ninshu, is, not to talk of even explaining how the human chakra network works. I read a lot of things. No matter, you got top marks there too. Can you tell me just where you get your information from? The library. You are a ninja of Konoha - and I shouldn't withhold information from my superior in rank. I have just told you where I got the information in your test, the library. Pretty much everything the test asked could be found in the library if you dug deep enough. Fine, your physical aspect was astounding, Naruto. Hiruzen flipped to the last page and spread a few pictures on his desk of Naruto playing dead, putting Guy into a sleeper hold, poisoning Kakashi, giving Kakashi the antidote, whispering a few things to Kakashi, among many more things that happened that day. Despite the fact that you are less experienced in taijutsu than both jounin, you were able to keep a level head, plan ahead and add in a little deception. I honestly didn't know gases could enter a blow dart. Naruto didn't answer. He chose to stare outside the window at the noon sun. 4 of your examiners have said that you were jounin material. Naruto blinked and furrowed his eyebrows. Really? Yes, really. You seem surprised. I am. I would have at least thought they'd recommend me to be a Chunin. You were able to outsmart 2 of my best jounin, even though they were holding a lot back and the written test you took was the standard jounin exam. We just added 50 more questions. I have also thought of awarding you jounin as well. Really? Naruto asked in bewilderment. From genin to jounin, that's a big jump. People will start asking questions. That is why I have come up with an idea. Another few tests? Naruto stifled a groan and closed his eyes. More tests. Hiruzen glared at the boy. Allow me to finish. I personally think you're ready for the promotion, but others may think otherwise, so I will give a rank I call Trail Jounin until your next tests are completed. Trail Jounin. Yes, a jounin but under the rank of Tokubetsu Jounin, but higher than Chunin Commander. So that meant, technically speaking, that Naruto was already a jounin, Trail Jounin, until he was done with the tests. I'm not completely sure what you're saying. I can't handle a team and leadership is a core trait in a jounin, right? No, it isn't. Making critical, wise decisions under pressure is a core trait in a jounin. Okay, now why am I not given Tokubetsu Jounin? Because you are going to perform 3 highly ranked missions to prove your worth. If you pass those I will award you with Tokubetsu Jounin. After that if you impress me enough and build up your mission quota then I'll consider promoting you to full jounin. You would not believe the headache your flash promotion is giving me. The Hokage had the option of not promoting Naruto at all, but the fact still remained that he would unbalance any team he would be placed in. If he was still on Koreani's team he would beat her easily because Genjutsu didn't affect him with his goggles on. He had shown the ability of outsmarting Kakashi and Guy. What says he wouldn't do it again? Making him a Chunin would also be problematic. Every Chunin was placed in a team and all had shown that they could work with each other. It could not get any more obvious that Naruto was a lone wolf when it would have to come to missions. The boy had shown maturity far higher than one his age was supposed to have. This was a good thing but a bad thing because it would make him impatient and short-tempered if his teammates, Genin or Chunin, didn't reach his level. Add in the fact that Naruto showed virtually nothing based on his skills he couldn't have guessed on his own. Each mission is a solo mission. Naruto sighed in relief and rubbed under his eyes. But since you're a trail jounin you will be supervised by a squad of my best ANBU, they will not interfere unless your life is in danger. Fine by me. The Sandaime then pulled a drawer open and pulled out an unmarked file from inside. He slid the file on his desk to Naruto and the boy sat up, caught the file and flicked it open. Your first mission is to travel to the edge of Fire Country and rescue the Fire Daimyo's 6-year-old daughter from her kidnappers. Yesterday a band of bandits led by a single B-rank ninja ambushed the girl's traveling carriage on her way to Sunagakure to visit her pen pal, the Sand Daimyo's 6-year-old daughter. Naruto hummed in thought. Weren't there fire guardians with her? No. Do you know why? Hiruzen shrugged. This exciting mission aside, are you sure the daimyo would approve you sending a 12-year-old trail jounin to rescue his only child? What he doesn't know won't kill him. Besides, I'm sending an ANBU squad with you as backup. We already have a contingency plan if anything goes bad. Has a ransom been sent? Not yet. Quite frankly, I'm not sure the daimyo himself knows his daughter has been kidnapped. Naruto masterfully pieced together what the Hokage was saying. His daughter was under our protection when she was kidnapped. Hiruzen hesitated before he nodded. Low-ranked Chunin to guard the Fire Lord's own child? That's gonna get you in some hot shit. When the Sandaime was about to retort, but Naruto quickly raised his hands for the older man to calm down. Hey, that's just my opinion. I accept this mission. Good, you leave right now? Naruto shrugged off his hoodie and slipped it into a backpack he wore under his hoodie. As he walked out of the front door of the Kage's tower, he took off to the gate. The bandits that had kidnapped the young member of the royal family had taken residence in a rundown pillow factory at the very edge of Fire Country. Naruto crouched inside a thick shrub, his goggles sticking out a little from the bush. He motioned his ANBU supervisors to get down. 2 guards on the roof holding crossbows. 50 paces forward is the building but no cover, he muttered to himself. Need some help, kid? A tiger mask wearing whispered. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows as he looked around, then back to the 2 guards. No, I've got an idea. Tenzo stepped back and watched as Naruto pulled out a senbon from his pocket and wrapped a one-way switch seal on it. The boy took a deep breath and quick as a flash he threw the senbon accurately at a guard while at the same time he fired a senbon from its launcher. Both needles nailed the guards on their foreheads. He crossed his forearms and muttered, "Switch," a small plume of smoke later. And Naruto touched down on the roof. In his former location was the dead bandit. Impressive, it wasn't my idea but effective enough, Tenzo said, and Cat signed for them to follow after him. With Naruto, the boy allowed 2 long senbon to stick out of their launchers, reaching about 6 inches out of their silver launchers. He wasn't wearing his mask, so he touched his goggles and it shone a faint orange, just as he dove head first into the roof door. He made sure to run at his stealth limit, high Chunin. His senses as well as his eyes told him that the apparent leader was in the foreman's office while there were 3 guards situated in front of the door. The other bandits were guarding the back of the building in slow rotations. The thing about bandits was that they were either failed ninja or ninja wannabe civilians. They weren't disorganized. The B-rank ninja that led them must have been a good leader. The problem for the leader laid in the fact that he didn't have that many bandits to lead in the first place. Naruto looked around the corner carefully and latched onto the ceiling. He quietly skittered behind the bandits, and when they were about to look up he threw a kunai in a random direction. The weapon clanked on the wooden ground and the guard swarmed at it. Naruto though carefully leveled his launchers but refrained from using them. He opted to throwing 3 oozing needles, and when they hit their necks began to corrode. The rundown pillow factory had been abandoned about 10 years ago for reasons he didn't wish to find out, and it was located in a thick forest. This meant that light didn't really go in. He carefully pushed open the door to the office and skittered inside, barely even making a sound. He spied the 6-year-old quivering royalty staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes while the apparent leader was relieving himself in the bathroom. He slowly put his fingers on his lips, telling her to keep quiet, and he sighed lightly in relief when she frantically nodded while putting her hands over her mouth. He also told her to close her eyes by putting both of his hands over eyes. A moment of indecision reached her when she remembered that her hands were over her mouth, but it was solved when she strongly pursed her lips and covered her eyes with her hands. Naruto steeled his eyes and hung over the bathroom door. Idle whistling escaped as the man left the bathroom. The man paused at the door when he saw the 6-year-old, still shaking in fear, with her hands over her eyes and her mouth pursed tightly. "What are you doing, kid?" he said in a gruff voice, but the girl frantically shook her head. "I can sense you too, whoever you are." "No use hiding then." Naruto dropped from the ceiling on the man, but he was abruptly grabbed by his throat. On contact he burst into smoke. In his place was a single explosive seal tag that latched strongly on the man's arm. It exploded half a second later, but instead of fire what came out was green, lethal smoke. The man inhaled it all. Naruto, wearing a gas mask under his goggle-protected eyes, gently fixed another smaller gas mask onto the girl's face. The girl was looking up at him with bright stars sparkling in her eyes, masterfully ignoring the violent hacking coughs her captor was making. Naruto beamed at her. "Are you okay?" The girl hesitated for a moment. "Are you my knight in shining armor?" Her voice had an adorably childish squeakiness to it. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow, turning his head so he could watch as the B-rank ninja stumbled around the office, blood spurting out of his nose, ears, mouth, and eyes. In a way. Yay! The celebration was muffled by her gas mask. She immediately hugged Naruto's midsection. He hurriedly refrained from violently reacting to the contact. He never liked being touched without his permission. The blonde boy patted her head. "Get on my back and hold on tight." He could just feel the amusement his ANBU supervisors were looking at him with. The girl buried her head into his neck, again not looking at the bloody sight of her captor. The man he had poisoned was now slumping off a wall, his breathing was shallow and irregular. As Naruto left the room he looked back for one brief moment. His poison had worked like a charm. It was not spider poison he used, rather it was a cross between herbicide and centipede poison, making the combination immediately explode into gas once combined. Naruto had sucked the gas into a storage scroll once that happened. It was similar to what he had done to Kakashi in the sense that the dart he threw had a thin wire that separated the mixtures inside until it finally burnt through when Kakashi jolted it as he caught it. Though in this case the mixtures were unsealed simultaneously in their liquid forms and due to this they combined, the larger either of the liquids were the more toxic. Oh. Your next mission is to capture Orochimaru, a rogue Konoha ninja who had been sending information to Grass Country. I don't know to who or even why. How was he caught? Naruto asked as he skimmed the file. We managed to decipher a coded message that was sent to him by an unknown person from Grass. We found it on his desk. To clarify, he's an average Chunin that used to work as your secretary. Correct. How long do you suspect he has been a spy? Not too long. He hasn't left the village in years, but the one time he left for a mission he begins acting suspiciously. This was 2 days ago, when I was taking my tests? Yes, I don't think he has sent anything of value yet, but we have to get him to confirm. He should be alive, not unwounded, am I correct? He should at least be able to speak coherently. I don't care if you cut his arms off, just leave his mind intact. Naruto snapped the file closed. I accept. Good, my trackers say he's running through the desert to Sunagakure. If you run fast enough you'll catch up? Orochimaru didn't seem too happy it was a 12-year-old Konoha had sent to retrieve him. Naruto didn't need to be stealthy, so he ran at his fastest, mid to high jounin speed, to catch up with the Chunin missing ninja that had wanted to seek sanctuary in Sunagakure. That wasn't the smartest of ideas because with Suna allied to Konoha, missing ninja from either village couldn't seek sanctuary in the other, and if so they were obligated to hand these nuke nin to their villages. Naruto had a camo red scarf wrapped around his mouth and nose to prevent harsh sand from entering his lungs. Orochimaru looked incredibly tired. He was running blindly through a sandstorm with the crook of his elbow covering his nose for protection. To pass by the man, Naruto applied a burst of chakra to his legs. The sandstorm subsided a little, allowing the Chunin to open his eyes and look at Naruto. A visible twitch came to his eyebrows. Pardon me, but this is a formality, Orochimaru. By order of the Hokage you are to return to Konoha and face punishment for your crimes. Come peacefully or I will have no option but to use force. Naruto droned like he was reading from a book. They sent a kid. And it's the Kyuubi brat too. Are you coming peacefully or not? The answer was obvious, but he wanted Orochimaru to say it himself. Hell no, I'd rather cut you up into little pieces and feed you to the desert snakes. Naruto hummed and secured his scarf a little tighter around his nose. 2 forearm-long sanbon slid out of his launchers and locked in place. The boy positioned one arm pointing down. The long sanbon was touching the sand and the other was arched over his head like a pincer. At least give me a challenge. The Chunin snorted as he ran at Naruto and sent over a brutal uppercut. Naruto leaned away from the blow, his legs firmly locked in place, and the long sanbon that was pointing to the sand slashed upwards at the man's flak jacket-protected stomach, creating a thin, bubbling path through it. The Chunin missing ninja pushed away from the brutal blow, but this allowed Naruto to bring down the overhead pincer on his opponent, carving a bubbling line through his Chunin flak jacket diagonally, and passing through his first stomach slash. Orochimaru hissed in pain and swung his leg in a roundhouse kick, but Naruto used both of his long sanbon to block the blow, grabbing the offending leg and twisting it harshly. The result was the leg snapping with a spine-tingling crack. He refused to let go of the leg, bringing the older man down face first into the ground and poking his long sanbon into his opponent's neck. Orochimaru struggled on the ground for a minute before he abruptly fell asleep. That was much easier than I thought, Naruto murmured and hefted the unconscious ninja onto his shoulder, beginning his return run back to Konoha. He underestimated you, Naruto, Yugao said as his ANBU supervisors joined him, possibly out of nowhere. It was his mistake, Manta said from Naruto's right. It's every ninja's mistake to underestimate his opponent. Hi, but you did a great job. You didn't even move your feet, Tiger said. What did you call that style again? Four-legged spider style, Naruto puffed out. Why only 4 legs? Spiders have 8, Yugao asked. It's a work in progress? The shadow-legged spider style was an invention of Naruto he had gotten when he had observed a swamp rat spider hunt a rat he had led into his enclosure-like container. His style made use of obvious attacks and defenses but well-hidden counterattacks. It made primary use of extra-long senbon coming from his launchers, but when he had to face off against Mizuki he used his pointer and middle finger to replace them. So far though his most powerful form was the four-legged shadow spider, standing with his feet shoulder-length apart and bending down at the ready, his right arm hooking over his head and pointing to his opponent like a pincer while his left pointed down to the ground, serving as his defense counter-strike arm or leg. The style emphasizes staying on the ground unless it couldn't be helped and raw, deceptive power with a vast knowledge of poisons. Plans on how to manifest more legs for his taijutsu style were already underway, he just needed a few more confirmation tests. Whoa. How did I do? Stellar performance. Cat reported that you didn't waste any movement or do any flashy jutsu, Hiruzen admitted as he organized his desk, ready to call it a night. Naruto had made a new record for himself by completing 2 A-rank missions in 2 days. The boy had stopped by his office just after he dropped Eritajijo with the TNI department. No jutsu was needed in the mission. That fact notwithstanding, you should be proud of what you have done. Your supervisors speak highly of you, Shikaku even wants you to enter the ANBU. Naruto shook his head. I would prefer it if I was a regular jounin, I still have a lot to learn. The Hokage pursed his lips but nodded. Here is pay for both missions. He handed Naruto a sealed scroll filled with his payment. Before I forget, my advisors have seen promise in you, one of them wishes to personally train you. I believe I reached where I am without much help, with all due respect I'll be fine on my own. My student, Jiraiya, also wants to train you. He wants you to be his apprentice. He will give you the Toad signing contract as well as teach you how to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Is this the same student that writes porn and peeps on women in his free time? A large sweat drop formed on Hiruzen's forehead. I see your point. So that's a no, even to the Toad summoning contract? Naruto nodded. Since you're declining, I might as well tell you that he is your godfather. So the legendary Toad Sage is my godfather. I have to say he's doing a horrible job at it. He gave you those goggles, didn't he? No, my godmother did. Hiruzen paled and he gaped. Orochimaru? Hi, she's actually really good with seals. Have you spoken with her before? No. Good, you have to stay away from her, she's nothing but trouble. I'm now legally an adult, Hokage-sama, with all due respect I can make my own decisions. The old Hokage clenched his fists on his desk and glared at the young boy. I'm ordering you as your Hokage. You're ordering me not to associate with my own godmother, but you want me to associate with my godfather, whom you both trained. Can I ask why? Orochimaru is nothing but trouble. The heinous experiments she committed have soiled her name in this village. She loved my father like her own brother. Minato was a man with the largest heart in the world. He saw the good in everything and everyone. She manipulated him for most of his life, but Jiraiya saved him from further manipulation. Naruto nodded slowly and refrained from rolling his eyes. He didn't believe one word the Sandaime was saying. The fact remains, I'm not training under your advisor or Jiraiya. If I was still a genin I wouldn't have an option, but since I'm not. Fine, how are you going to train with the Kyuubi's chakra? I have my ways, Naruto replied shortly. Now about my last mission. Your last mission will be the one of the most importance. We have found out that there is an underground slave trade empire in Fire Country. He handed Naruto a slightly heavy file, stocked filled with pictures of slaves an unidentified informant had discreetly taken. Naruto read through it carefully. Do you know the identity of this informant? Of course I do, he is a Rouge Inuzuka named Ringo. So his status as a missing ninja is a cover to get into this empire. Yes, he has reported that he is now a driver in this slave trade empire. For how long? A year now, but I was only made aware of this last week. The empire has been operating in the shadows and we only found out because we found a tag the back of a girl's hand. It's in your mission specs. Naruto looked at the tag that was apparently given to every slave in the slave ring. It was a square with a needle and a chain passing through it. Naruto suspected that a tracking seal was administered under the seal. The file he read told him that submission of the slaves was done the old-fashioned way, by whipping, torturing and defiling them. It might have not been savory for most to look at, but Naruto was not considered most people. He didn't support unnecessary confrontation or violence, but he did support doing things for an end, and what the salve masters were doing was mostly for profit. The file included a detailed diagram of the complex the slaves were housed as well as the underground network they were transported through, the location of every black market that bought these slaves, either their body parts or their whole bodies, with an added list of their main buyers. Two prominent names stuck out. Gato from Gato Shipping Company, the owner and controller of the Elemental Nation's third top transport company and #1 water transport company. Naruto didn't need to be told that the short, fat man didn't only transport food and clothing from one place to another. A man of his stature must have started off with peddling drugs. Naruto was 100% sure that one of his many smuggling contacts currently outside of Konoha made use of the Gato Shipping Company, or any of the other shipping companies, to bring an exotic animal close to Konoha's borders, where it was picked up by a contact inside Konoha that posed as a food or even textile merchant. The animals were heavily sedated so they wouldn't move around the cart to draw ANBU attention. The merchants he used were well-known and well-respected members of the public. It was funny to think that even the Hokage wasn't aware of the depth corruption that was buried in Konoha. The second name that stuck out was Kitsugami Gumo from Kitsugami Drug Company. A drug company that had only surfaced 2 years ago but was already paving the path towards becoming an empire. Barely anything was known about Kitsugami himself except that he always wore a wide-brimmed hat and pinstriped suit. A vague picture was taken of him shaking hands with a popular crime lord named Toriyunabumi. It was in a dimly lit restaurant where it was most likely past midnight. The file said that Kitsugami surfaced the same day his business did, but so far a clear picture of him was never taken and his movements were never truly confirmed. Naruto smirked to himself when he saw another picture of Kitsugami Gumo. The man was sitting in the top stands of an underground wrestling ring, whispering something into the ear of a fat man that sat beside him. The man was in the middle of laughing wholeheartedly at what Kitsugami had said. The next picture was of all the rich delegations watching the wrestling, laughing at the joke Kitsugami had said. The information on Kitsugami was so thin, they were in the dark on how rich he was, how he got his drugs, who was under his employ and so many other things. Quite frankly, the fact that his name was even on the list was subject to question. The last confirmed picture was when Kitsugami was entering a butcher's shop. This was the vaguest of all the pictures, seeing as it was very grainy and brown-scaled. The picture had the man looking at the cameraman from the corner of his eyes. His coal-black pupils only glinted slightly, knowingly. Naruto would have to be sure he was more careful next time. So you want me to tear it down? Can I ask why I'm not given a team? You have admitted with your own mouth that you cannot lead, so you are going to have to make do with your clones if you want. But my supervisors will still be coming with me? Naruto said with a faint mocking undertone in his voice. Yes, merely to look over it all. I've got a good grasp of this mission, but I have to ask, what is my specific objective in this mission? I want the leader of this slavery ring contained and every other underling there dead if it can't be helped. The victims' safety should be your top priority. So I somehow have to gain entrance into this place, bring it down and escape with the leader and about? He skimmed his file with his lips pursed. 463 slaves and 4 heavily pregnant teenagers. A structure protected by many highly ranked missing shinobi. Am I missing anything? No, that's pretty much it, Sarutobi said with a sharp smirk. So basically you're sending me on a suicide mission, Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair with his right leg crossed on his left knee. He was still idly reading the mission folder, without any backup and with conditions that might very well kill me under the effort. Pretty much, yes. Do you accept? Naruto hesitated, ways he could break into the slavery ring running through his mind, and those ones came easily, but how to break out with all those lives he was apparently responsible for? It wouldn't be easy, not by a long shot, but nothing ever stopped him. Nothing. I accept. The boy knew what the Hokage was getting at. So far he hadn't shown all that much skill-wise, so this almost impossible mission would force more of his secrets out into the light, and when it got too much for him his supervisors would tactfully step in and take over the mission. You sneaky old fart. He matched the old Hokage's smirk with his own and stood up. Is there a time limit? Oh no, take your time, Sarutobi waved. Just get the job done, lives are on the line. You are gambling the lives of people, just so you can know what I know, so you can know what I can do, Naruto stated with a twisted smirk. He began walking out of the office. I hate secrets, especially when it comes to you, child. Naruto paused and said over his shoulder, you might not like what I know, old man, and I will succeed in this mission, just wait and see. He marched out of the office. Oh, we'll see, the Sandaime muttered. Oh. The budding child scientist sped out of the gates at high speed, his supervisors unfailingly falling behind him, now made up of 3 platoons of ANBU operatives, watching his every move. Naruto looked over his shoulder and sent a 2-fingered salute to his superiors. He then leaped into a tree and began tree-hopping to where his mission specs had said the slave ring was located. The slave ring had taken the underground fact quite literally. There was a single opening in a mountain guarded by half a dozen burly waterfall missing ninja, probably B rank. He covered his goggles so the guards wouldn't see them tint orange then back to black. He couldn't suppress the small glow for now. His night vision allowed him to see how the front gate was set up. It was humbly built out of solid stone and wood, with decorative iron support pillars at sides. There were two main gates, one that allowed people in and one that allowed people, and by people he meant the slavers that carted new slaves that were fully restrained and contained in large vehicles that, after zooming in on one, were powered by a few unhealthy-looking male slaves turning a pedal-like rotor so the apparent driver could give the vehicle a direction. His vision only allowed him to see different shades of green, so he couldn't note the colors, but what he was able to see was enough for him. Sadly though, since there was no other light on in the twin gates, all the guards were wearing night vision goggles too. He pursed his lips tightly and counted the guards manning the two main gates, 14 guards, 7 in each, and most were probably sensors. This was proved when one of the shinobi manning the gate placed his hand on a vehicle and waved for it to continue inside. It was a good thing that touch sensors or even full sensors were relatively rare in the elemental nations, and that those that were patient enough to train to get this ability were even rarer. So far there were 4 touch sensors, 3 in the gate and 1 in the other, and none of them had touched the ground, probably not for long though. The map in his mission specs said that past the gates was an opening in a mountain where the vehicle would travel downwards to an underground network where the slaves can be distributed to black markets. The security inside was top quality, but there was no jutsu he should have to worry about. As another large vehicle rumbled towards the gate, he got an idea on how he would be able to get in. "Naruto-san," he heard a soft whisper behind him, but he didn't turn to acknowledge the person. He just turned his head a little to the side and hummed. Yes, his plan wasn't dependent on the time, but he would rather get the mission over with. He could basically feel the pity the platoons of ANBU had for him as they hid in the shadows, ready for any action. It was Yugao, the cat mask-wearing captain, that had whispered for his attention, making Naruto realize that he had been observing the gate for 30 minutes. The ANBU captain slipped to his side stealthily and looked at him through her mask coolly. "Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was my sensei, my senpai, and my captain." Naruto still hadn't turned to look at her. There was a slight downward twitch in the side of his lips. "What are you trying to tell me, Yugao-san?" "I'm saying that I'm rooting for you." "Much appreciated." Naruto didn't need luck, he needed everything in his repertoire. He was merely humoring the purple-haired woman. He also didn't need the pity the ANBU were giving him, but he shrugged them off. Most expected him to create an army of clones and bum-rush the base, but he surprised them by creating only one. He handed the clone a thick roll of paper and said, "You know the plan?" "Hi, boss," the clone whispered and ran head first towards the gates. The alarm sirens blared as the guards caught sight of the clone. There was a major security flaw that the Konoha missing ninja had unknowingly written in the mission specs. The leader of the slave ring believed that all the security he ever needed was meant for the only gates to the base, so if there was ever to be an attempt to break in, more than 97% of the shinobi were to focus on containing the breach, leaving the leader to be guarded by his top guard, a female 16-year-old samurai simply called Aoki-chan. A bit of overkill, but it was Naruto's gap, and he took this gap like a pro. The gates and the entrance to the slave ring was sealed shut with steel gates as thick as Naruto's arms. Naruto's clone made sure to change the direction he was running at to the forest to his far right, where he guessed a waterfall was located. The shinobi and Kanuchi under this mysterious leader poured after him relentlessly, armed with every possible weapon imaginable. It was like watching a man trying to outrun a tsunami, except this man was using his flexibility to dodge any attempt to grab him until he and his chasers were far into the forest. This was what happened if you leave security in the hands of a cocky, overconfident, and proud civilian. The clone quickly stopped when he reached a small cliff and jumped over the edge. The shinobi followed after him. He stopped his run to the waterfall when he saw shinobi standing there. He looked back and more shinobi behind him. The ninja began to surround him and slowly move in, the weapons at the ready to either subdue him or cut him to pieces. They readied their weapons though when the clone unsealed 2 small pills, one green the other one brown. He tossed both into his mouth and bit down strongly. Toxic green chakra strings exploded out of his pores and any attempt at cutting them failed since they were sticky to the touch. The strings wrapped around the ninja and drew them to the clone, who brought out the roll of paper he had initially unsealed the pills from. As the ninja were about 2 feet from him, he channeled chakra into the roll. A giant plume of green smoke covered all. Visible, thick veins began etching on the now free shinobi, seeing as the clone had unsummoned itself, and white foam dribbled out of their mouth. They held their throats and hacked, then a switch went off in their heads, like an almighty switch that only Kami had the authority to touch, and they snapped upright as one and blood burst from their ears and noses like geysers. They died not more than a second later. The ANBU shinobi that watched over this happening couldn't help but be a little impressed at what Naruto's clone had done without question or hesitation. The plan was to take the shinobi force in the slave ring as far away as possible from their base and kill them all at once with a poison mixture that had been locked into an explosive tag seal matrix, which was now referred to as explosive poison. It didn't leave any survivors since he had used more than a dozen rolls of the explosive poison. The original Naruto took this massive gap to blur to the gate. He wasted no time to whip out a purple liquid oozing Senbon and cut it through the metal grates blocking the entrance to the slave ring. Even though it required him used 5 Senbon, he succeeded in hacking through. Behind the grated metal wall was a wide tunnel where the vehicles lugged people to and from the very center. This was the time he created dozens of clones to his side. Find the people and guide them here, I'll handle the leader. Hi, boss, the clones said as one, even throwing in sharp salutes before they disappeared to the central location of the slave ring. Long Senbon sharply came out of Naruto's launchers and clicked in place. The boy ran with high jounin speed through the darkness, and when he sensed light he deactivated his night vision, choosing to switch to seeing chakra networks. The main slavery ring was a place where hundreds of cages were stored, filled with people that huddled together for warmth. Naruto spied his clones coaxing them out of their cages and following after a few other clones that were marching to the exit. The original Naruto ran above the cages on a thick electrical wire that supplied electricity to the leader's office, the passageway the large vehicles used to transport slaves, and the gates. Naruto stopped on the floor the leader's office was. The door opened and out stepped a woman in a red and white schoolgirl-style miniskirt that had a penguin tail that reached the back of her knees, showing off sleek legs that were tucked into white knee-high socks and equally white trainers. She also had on a white schoolgirl's button-up shirt that was tied at her midriff, exposing her chiseled and well-tanned abdomen. The woman had short shoulder-length black hair and a lollipop in her mouth. In her right hand she held a black sheath with a peculiar-looking katana inside. The handle was red and white with wind designs over it. Aoki-chan used her free hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and eyed Naruto. Her amusement was almost palpable. "You lost, little boy?" she cooed and puckered her ruby-red lips which still happily sucked on her lollipop. Naruto didn't answer her. He got into his four-legged spider position and lowered his center of gravity a little. "What's wrong, cat? Got your tongue?" "Don't worry, this same reaction happens with the help. This can go in either way. You allow me to get your leader and take him back to my village, or I go through you and do it anyway." The teen gave a short laugh. "Bigger men, and women, have tried, none have succeeded." "You haven't fought me before," Naruto replied. "You're too cute, makes me wanna pinch your cute little cheeks." She cooed again to get a rise out of the boy, but the boy merely blinked. "Just standing here I have come up with 7 ways to defeat you. I like your confidence, kid, but it won't help you." She flicked her black sheath off her sword to reveal the glinting silver blade. "If you knew me, Aoki-san, you'd know that I don't like failing, so I don't fail." It was Naruto that charged first. He ran at the girl with his pincer senbon clattering on the ground before he used his right hand to stab at her. She clanged her blade against his super long needle effortlessly and brought up her knee to jam into Naruto's stomach. The boy allowed the blow to connect and used the contact to attempt to slice her leg with his other pincer. It failed. She pulled her leg away and sent a spinning kick at the boy. Naruto raised both of his forearms to block and sent a kick of his own, though he quickly pulled his leg away and sent his other, perfectly feinted by his first leg. She raised her shin to block his leg and pushed the boy away using her katana, running back at him. The fight was filled with bright sparks. It unknowingly led them both far away from the office and off the edge. They fell onto a cage and continued their kenjutsu fight. Naruto was barely even able to defend her precise and sometimes even lax attacks, so he chose not to fight her in her comfort zone anymore. He jumped back twice on the massive cage, and when he landed he flipped through a few hand seals. Water release, twisted serpents. He spat out a long, deep blue column of water at the woman. The jutsu spun within itself to form multiple snakes with drill-like mouths. The snakes dropped from Naruto's mouth and slithered to her. The teenage girl slashed a section off the iron cage and hurled it at Naruto. The boy shot 2 senbon at the large projectile, and the ninja wire with spider chemical properties stuck to it solidly. The boy spun around and hurled it back at her. The woman slashed the returned iron projectile apart and leaped over the snakes, dashing to Naruto. The boy ran at her and made a crucial decision as he did so. Aoki's katana cut clean through his stomach and exited his back. Blood dribbled out of his nose slowly, and he began to slowly slump against her. She ruffled his hair, still effortlessly holding him up in the air, and said, "You won't get a next time to get better, kid." The teenage girl might have been young for her age, but she was already a respected samurai in her own right. This respect though was wiped off by her fellow samurai in Iron Country when she had gone rogue, after killing the Iron Country leader's brother in a duel to the death. Naruto was high Chunin at best when he used his pincers to fight. "Don't need one," Naruto said lowly, in a hushed voice. A twisted smile slowly spread on his face, still lowered and blocked by his hair. "Whatcha say?" the 16-year-old girl said and leaned in a little. "I said." Naruto began, his smile now a full-blown grin. There was a low rumble in his chest, poisonous smog. His head snapped up and he breathed out a plume of smoke over her and him. The girl pulled away abruptly, unsheathing her katana from inside Naruto, and unconsciously took in a gulp of toxic air into her system. "You little." She began as her lungs began shutting down and her heartbeat began to slow down. Her katana clattered on the ground. "You tricked me." The plume of gas was still shrouding them. "I've been known to do that, yes," Naruto said as he swallowed a pill that reduced the pain her legendary sword had put him in, "and I also told you I don't fail." The teen was now trying, and failing, to muster up the energy to move forward, but her whole body remained unresponsive. She then fell forward. "I specially made this poison mix when I want to take home a prisoner back home alive." She was flat on her face and fading fast until Naruto pricked her cheek with his foot, a small sanbon. Stuck out of the toe briefly before it slid back in. "You should be happy you have gotten my interest. Quite frankly, no one else has done that. You will make a great bodyguard." "I will never," she said in a weak voice. Now the pain she was in was like she was being strangled. No air was getting into her lungs, but air was leaving with each desperate pant. "Your honor demands it." "My honor died the day I killed Nifune. Then we can settle on you dying on the floor like a common street thug while I walk past you and capture your leader." A smaller puff of smoke within the thick plume of smoke came and another Naruto ran to the leader's office. "Scratch that, my clone can retrieve him while I watch you die here like a dog." The thick smoke was settling and Naruto took his time to sit on the ground with his legs crossed, watching her with rapt interest, even removing a notepad from his backpack and writing down whatever he saw her trying to do. He poked her head with his pen and she stirred up a little, her eyes hooded and tired. She whined quietly and whispered, "I don't want to die." "Then you agree to come and work for me?" He could sense the more inquisitive Black Ops members moving towards the smoke that had obscured their vision. "I'll even pay you if that's what you want. Your skills with your blade are very impressive." "Money later, I want to live," she said breathily. He smirked at her reply. "You have your priorities straight, good." He pricked her neck again, but this time with a syringe filled with a multicolored liquid. She sighed in relief as her lungs allowed passage of air through, but the thick smoke around them prevented her from being fully healed, or even allowing her to move her body. He sealed her and her sword into a storage seal before he unsealed a few white bones and scattered them on the ground. "Take cover." He dropped a low-powered explosive tag and leaped out of the smoke. The explosion wasn't large, but it shook the foundations of the ground. The blonde scientist didn't acknowledge the other ANBU operatives that were staring at him in shock. He merely dusted off his stealth uniform and marched off to where his clones were keeping the freed slaves contained. His mission was complete. Now he had other things to worry about. A month later. Ubari Myoto shakily slid the keys to his door into the lock and with a sloppy turn of his wrist he unlocked the door. He shouldered it open and the first smell that hit him was the gentle aroma of freshly baked cinnamon buns. His stomach rumbled hungrily, which wasn't a surprise since he had only been drinking through the night. In his drunken days he didn't even remember that it was unusual for a person to bake well past midnight, or that his family was not meant to be back from their holiday in tea country. He followed his nose and licked his lips, pushing aside the single curtain that served as the door to the dining area. The place was bathed in darkness besides the head of the table where he saw a pair of hands idly tap the table, a ruby-red ring on the person's left pinky and a sky-blue ring on his right middle finger. The lamp on the dining table illuminated the person's hands, his chin, his purple pinstripe suit and showed that he had a wide-brimmed black hat on his head that cast a long shadow down to his mouth. Myoto sniffed a little and squinted to get a better look at this person until the door to the kitchen was pushed open and a black-haired woman entered with a pan filled with cinnamon buns in her hand. Aoki-chan was now clad in a more modest long-sleeved flowing white kimono that was cut at her calves to show long red stockings, a crimson-red sash around her waist and tight black shorts. Her katana was leaning on the table besides the suit-wearing man. The 16-year-old rank female samurai smiled gently at the man and placed the baked rolls in front of him. "Thank you, Aoki-chan." "My pleasure, Kitsugami-sama." The woman bowed and retrieved her katana, holding it in her iron grasp as she stood at attention behind the man that was apparently named Kitsugami, holding the handle of the lethally sharp blade in her right and ready to draw at a moment's notice. Myoto swayed on his feet drunkenly and leaned on the wall. "Who you?" he slurred. The mysterious man reached forward and took a roll, making sure to deeply inhale its luscious scent before taking a small bite of it with his white serrated teeth. "Take a seat, Myoto-san." he offered, and when the man remained defiant he made a small gesture over his shoulder to Aoki-chan. The girl marched over to the man and shoved the man into a chair. Give him some of you wonderful rolls too, Aoki-chan. His voice had a deep maturity to it that was very intimidating, mostly to those that weren't aware of who he was. Yes sir, thank you sir, the girl said, bowing deeply in appreciation and rushing off to the kitchen to give the man some of her baked rolls. She gently dropped a plate in front of him. You're too kind, I'm starved, the man said as he basically inhaled the scorching hot rolls without even having the decency to blow on them. Aoki-chan though remained by his side with her hand gripping the handle of her katana. Kitagami grunted and tapped his fingers on the table to shake some sugar particles off. He had already eaten too and he was ready to begin. Do you remember who I am, Mayoto-san? The man grumbled as he jammed a roll into his mouth. I don't know, the mailman? He joked. Kitagami apparently didn't find the humor in what he said. I'm the guy you owe 500,000 ryu to, Kitagami said sharply as he slammed his hands on the table. This seemed to snap the man out of his semi-drunken daze. The color drained from his face and he attempted to leap out of his seat, but Aoki-chan grabbed his shoulder with her right hand and pushed back into his seat firmly, displaying strength that clearly didn't show on her body. I swear, Kitsugami-sama, I'll have your money in a week dash. That's what you told me last week, and the week before that, and the week before that. I swear I can get the money this time. The man blubbered, I just need more time. Do you think I'm a fool, Mayoto-san? The man said as he bit into a cinnamon roll. He snapped his fingers and the girl rushed back into the kitchen and brought a cup of pineapple juice back with her. Thank you. He took a small sip and dropped the cup back on the table. Aoki-chan bowed again and returned to Mayoto's side. Can you tell me, Mayoto-san, the secret behind a successful business? The man shook under Aoki-chan's harsh glare and shook his head. I run a multi-million ryu drug company, inching towards being a multi-billion ryu drug empire, and I have customers all over the elemental nations, from rock country to frigid country, from lightning country to tea country, from shady dealers to legal buyers. And this was after I began widespread supplying 2 years ago. Do you want to know how I got so high up there so quick? The formerly drunken man lowered his head and nodded. My products are all top quality. I have friends and connections in Konoha's criminal underworld. I give incentive to regular customers that buy from me, and lastly, he brought his clenched fist down on the table again, I always close my deals. He motioned to himself and at Mayoto, made a deal but you continually refuse to close it. He motioned for Aoki-chan and she stuck her katana sheath into her red sash. She then unsealed a thick book from her wrist. You purchased 600 pounds of Indian hemp from boss and agreed that you would pay it all, a month ago, she said in a soft, hypnotic voice. She snapped the book closed and sealed it back into her wrist, glaring daggers at Mayoto when he didn't answer, rather closing his eyes and staring at his cold cinnamon rolls. Well? Why haven't I gotten my money? Kitsugami demanded. You are the only person that owes me money this month and I hate that. Here Aoki-chan bared her teeth in a feral grin. The man winced and tried to inch away from her but she shoved him back into his seat. I just ran into a rough patch recently dash. Do you love your family, Mayoto-san? Kitsugami asked as he impatiently tapped the table. Mayoto's head snapped up and he looked horrified, more than anything. I hear Tea Country's mountain lodges are good this year. The millionaire man trailed off ominously. It was obvious this rich man knew where Mayoto's family was having their vacation. You leave my family alone, the man snarled and stood up abruptly, but he was again shoved down by Aoki-chan. The girl snorted and shook her head. Are you presuming? Kitsugami said as he stood up smoothly, walking to the man on the opposite side of the table. You can make any demands. He put both of his hands on Mayoto's shoulders. To me. The man lowered his head again. I'm sorry. Ha, you're not sorry, not yet. He stabbed a needle into Mayoto's shoulder and injected a thick, green liquid into the man's system. Kitsugami used both of his hands to clamp Mayoto's mouth shut when it opened to scream in pain. There was no visible sign that he was in turmoil, but inside him his organs were cooking in the heat. Before it subsided 2 minutes after it started, I cooked this up myself. Venom from a desert duster mixed carefully with venom from a devil spinster and left in the cool, night air for a whole night. I call it my chill pill. He chuckled at his own small joke. Mayoto was sweating buckets after the poison had briefly subsided. The needle was still jammed into his shoulder and when he attempted to take it out he was viciously slapped across the face by Aoki-chan. He whimpered and small drops of tears fell from his eyes. I really want to kill you, Mayoto-san, but I also really want my money. He pushed a little of the venom into the man and watched in twisted satisfaction as a muffled scream blasted out of Mayoto's lungs. I need a date, Mayoto-san, give me a date. PL please dash. The suit-wearing man squeezed some more venom in. That's not what I want to hear. The hair on the Mayoto's head began to fall off in small clumps. THTH 3 days. Mayoto said with a shaky, weak voice, "Ple please gimme 3 days. And if you don't give me my money then? Kill me, but please, leave my family out of this. I've got a better idea, if you fail me I'll just use your family as my new test subjects. It's a win-win for me, don't you think, Aoki-chan?" The girl grinned and bowed her head. "Hi, Kitsugami-sama." 3 days, Kitsugami said with finality and left through the front door with Aoki-chan protectively flanking him from behind. As he and his bodyguard stepped into a shadowy alleyway he took off his wide-brimmed hat and ran his fingers through his blonde hair. His hinged black eyes glowed at Aoki-chan. "Wasn't that fun, Aoki-chan?" The girl genuinely nodded. "Hi, it was, Naruto-sama." There were a lot of things that could happen in 8 years if the first 2 years were ignored by authorities. Starting up operations that Ashitori Orochimaru had stopped was very easy, painfully easy, and this time the quality of his products also increased. With the increase in customers there was an increase in contacts, and with that came an increase in profit that was fully given back to Naruto in crisp notes sealed into small squares of paper stashed into briefcases he was storing in a room in his warehouse. The boy had gone from passing samples of his products under the table to the drug lords he was gambling with to using the drug samples to gamble. Then when the drug lords had gotten a taste of his illegal products there had been a massive demand for it. At that point Naruto began producing legal, hospital-grade drugs for hospitals and clinics if they too demanded for it. He now had small pockets of storehouses all over Fire Country, Mountain Country, Tea Country and Snow Country that sold his products in big shipments to buyers. Access to these warehouses was restricted to only those that knew the password of the week. The buildings were shrouded in 6B rank illusions and only permitted a person that had the password only after the first try. This only limited legal buys to going through Naruto's drug lord contacts that sent underlings to buy the products and sell it to the hospitals or clinics. It was all a well-connected network based on secrecy. He had hundreds of people that worked under him in these warehouses. These warehouses supplied his drugs to smaller pockets of customers who also sold these to even smaller pockets of people. Naruto was sure that just an hour ago he had made another 1,000 ryu in sales. His business was constantly expanding and evolving, always one step ahead of government officials because, quite frankly, he had loyal customers in the government of each country. His shipments always began with 12.5 massive storage scrolls filled to the very brim with a variety of drugs, legal and illegal, organized perfectly based on who gets what and what goes where, and that large scroll was sealed into a smaller scroll he sealed into his left palm. This was made even easier with his shadow clones keeping up production. He had a single body switch seal placed in the back of a clothes shop, Achichi's deluxe fashion line, where he was already in his Kitsugami disguise. He would then walk to a brothel where at the very back popular people in the underworld were usually found making and breaking deals. It was a place where violence was punished by banishment and killing was punished with death. The brothel was the focal point of Konoha's criminal underworld, and without this focal point great underworld dealers were like sheep away from their flock. The legal authorities would swarm on them faster than they could say oof. Gaining the trust of the dealers was not a problem. Naruto always had a way with words and an even greater flair for acting. Most weren't aware that the criminal underworld could be so methodical, organized, or even professional in their dealing. Naruto had a first-hand view of just how thorough they could be when they wanted to. This was just like his picture, and his real name, Uzumaki Naruto, was the main contact point for any messages that wanted to get to Kitsugami. Whether it was his money or secret messages that must reach Kitsugami, the Hokage didn't know his connection to Kitsugami, but even still he would have to be even more careful. It was a reason he didn't have a bank account to store his stacks and stacks of Ryu notes. He was never sure when he would be caught and would be forced to run, but he would be prepared for that day. Uzumaki Naruto, in the criminal underworld, was regarded as Kitsugami Gumo's chief advisor, head of day-to-day activities in Kitsugami Drug Company and surrogate brother to the drug magnate. Though this fact was only made aware to 2 people, the head matron of the brothel the meetings were held, and to an employee that he gave regular supplies to so that they would be shared among his warehouses, and who he in turn collected hefty amounts of money from the warehouse branches. If either died the secret would be passed on to another trusted member of the criminal underworld. From there his growing drug empire expanded, making the boy the richest drug producer in the entire elemental nations. It was a shame that the slave ring he had busted a month ago was destroyed. They were good customers for his products, not the only ones but good enough. Their destruction didn't slow down his production or even delayed the salary for his loyal workers, not even in the least. The Konoha criminal underworld was built on centuries of tradition, blood, and sacrifice. Every criminal act from pickpocketing and genocide had head monitors that regulated them, so as not to bring attention to the underworld. Admission in and out this society was very easy, but gaining enough trust and reliability to be given the red ring of a Konoha baron was not easy. Naruto, as kitagami, had to spread his weight around and show the other barons that his products were much higher than legitimate. Trust came when he had used his limited connections to bail out the crime lord from the Uchiha police detainment after he had been accused of murdering a civilian family in cold blood. The crime lord was framed. The meeting place, or headquarters, for these Konoha barons, which Naruto was a member, was in the brothel located in a seedy section of the red light district. There was no leader among the barons, but everyone was equal and with the same power as the other. Being a baron was the highest post given to those that the underworld could rely on without question, and did things for the other barons that would get his or her name into circulation. In the brothel, arguments were only verbal, if any, but the moment it became physical the person would be indefinitely suspended from the brothel, like a wolf cast from his pack. Most of the normal members of the underworld didn't know that the prostitutes that served there were also highly trained assassins that were commanded by the head matron until it was too late. Their job was to keep all the members of the organization in check. They also acted as hit men, or better yet hit women, to those that requested their services. Konoha's criminal underworld didn't have a specific location, but it had been acknowledged that each section of criminal activity had a meeting place and a head of the section. Head of these sections were called monitors. These heads usually met up with other heads to discuss matters. Konoha's underworld was deeply rooted in the elemental nations, so much so that it was connected to every other underworld in the elemental nations, even the ones in Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Meetings with barons from these different places happened every 3 months, usually in an underwater cave near Waterfall Village. Naruto merely sent a highly powered shadow clone to attend for him. These meetings were what helped him in setting up more shops all over and increased his clientele. For any experimental drug he received, he was given free rein to test them out on test human subjects these barons produced. He was careful to not bring any human test subject to his laboratory unless it couldn't be helped. There were 5 barons in Konoha, 8 in IWA, 3 in Kumo, none since the war in IWA, and 4 from Suna. 20 in total. Naruto and his loyal bodyguard slipped into the backroom of the clothes shop and he switched first, then Aoki-chan followed after quickly. They then switched into his laboratory to begin work on a new project he was working on. Chapter 3. 1 year later. Somewhere in the forests at the edge of Lightning Country. Bushes rustled and burst apart as a panting waterfall jounin ran through. The man wore a short-sleeved white shirt under his blue jounin flak jacket and black pants. There was also a distinct slash across the waterfall symbol on his highlight. The hysterical man looked around suspiciously but didn't slow down. He had been on the run for 2 whole weeks now from a Konoha ninja team that had been after his bounty. He licked his dry lips and pushed aside some shrubs, cursing himself for attempting to even steal from Hidden Leaf. Kumogakure may provide the sanctuary he direly needed. He blindly threw the last of his shuriken at the people that were chasing him, but as he looked back he caught 2 extra thin, silver-glinting ninja wire spooled through 2 senbon jammed into trees at his right and left. He quickly passed the trees, but 2 feet smashed into the back of his head before he could go too far. The attacker had used the elastic wire as a catapult, and as the waterfall shinobi sailed through the air he shot 2 more senbon with wires at him to wrap around him and pull him back. Just before the missing ninja could touch the ground his attacker leaped on his airborne body and speed wrapped him in elastic but iron-strong ninja wire, eerily like a spider. When the man hit the ground heavily, with the added weight, the person, wearing a pair of black goggles that the edges shone a faint red, breathed green smoke into his face. He was out faster than he thought. Another person leaped down beside the first attacker. This person was as pale as the moon with purple hair and wearing standard jounin uniform. There was also a lethally sharp katana sheathed on her back. The first attacker stood up and looked down at the man he had captured, his blood-red eyes blank behind his goggles from any sort of care. Confirm target. Target already confirmed, Yugao-senpai, Naruto said as he ripped the man's left sleeves, showing off 3 fang tattoos. Zen Yuruko, member of the Three Fangs cult. Naruto's uniform and features were not that different from how he began, except he now wore a jounin flak jacket and his black gloves were now ruby red. His skin had gotten paler, as pale as Yugao, and he had 4 dots over his eyebrows, 2 over each, that were hidden by his overhanging blonde bangs, and 2 dots on the bridge of his nose under his eyes. His blonde hair was styled so that it covered his forehead but didn't hinder his sight. Yugao smiled gently at the 13-year-old special jounin and refrained from patting his shoulder, knowing that the boy still hated being touched without his permission. Good job, Naruto-kun. The boy effortlessly hefted the bigger man on his shoulder. Let's head back to Konoha. The Chunin exam starts in a week and I don't want to miss anything. If we run fast enough we can make it. Yugao nodded and they ran full tilt back to Konoha. The ANBU captain had temporarily dropped her post as ANBU operative so she could be a regular jounin again. The post was always open for her, but she had said she wouldn't return until Naruto was a full jounin. Naruto had been given his Tokubetsu jounin rank when he had returned to Konoha. The Sandaime wasn't happy about him succeeding without any help, but he had pulled back and handed the boy his jounin flak jacket, with the knowledge that Naruto would still have a supervisor he would have to answer to and would have to take at least one mission every month with. Yugao Uzuki was his supervisor, just like Korean Ayuhi was Mitarashi Anko's supervisor. The Sandaime though had read reports of Naruto using poison bombs and being able to breathe out toxic poisons. This led the man to investigate Naruto further on how he was able to do this. Naruto had to allow some ninja into his home to see a makeshift lab set where he mixed chemicals for his poison bombs. This temporarily assuaged the old Kage's curiosity and allowed Naruto to perform his missions without any hindrance. Sadly though, he also had to make the Hokage and his supervisor aware of his Spider Clan summoning when they found it suspicious he had taken a month-long mission but returned 3 months later, also saying that he used the time to train with Kyuubi's chakra. During that time he had hidden in his laboratory and injected himself with Queen Spider's blood. He was proven right when he said it would hurt. Painkillers didn't work, but a full day of pain later was replaced by otherworldly clarity, strength, speed and flexibility. He was also now able to control any species of spiders with a mental command. He could stick to surfaces without chakra, he could run faster than most jounin, and these were the only things he wanted to reveal. Naruto was now acclaimed among his jounin peers as a master of infiltration, espionage, poison, trapping, capture and retrieval. So far there was no mission that centered on these aspects that Naruto couldn't complete. His only known rival in a few of these aspects was the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. The man had declared an unofficial war against the 13-year-old boy on who was the best spy, but since Jiraiya had an earlier start than Naruto he was winning. The boy didn't care though. When they got back to Konoha and dropped off the missing ninja in TNI, they parted ways. There were more foreign ninja in the village now, and the young Tokubetsu jounin walked around, making sure to wear his hoodie but with it fully unzipped so all could see his jounin flak jacket, and waved to the shinobi and civilians he passed. Months of seeing Naruto dressed like that had made them more accustomed to him. His reputation looked good so far. The hair on his neck stood on end and his head turned to an alleyway where he sensed the problem. He walked over and sighed tiredly when he saw what was happening. "Please, just leave him alone." Sakura yelled to Kankuro, who had the Sandaime's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, off his feet and was about to punch his face. "The little shit should apologize first," Kankuro growled. "You're gonna get us in trouble, Kankuro, just leave the kid alone," Temari said with an idle flick of her blonde hair. "I already said I was sorry." Konohamaru yelled, but Kankuro shook the boy violently. "Say it like you mean it," Kankuro growled, his fist now twitching to give the boy a blow. "I think that's enough, Suna Shinobi," Naruto called from the entrance of the alley. He walked forward slowly with his hands in his pockets. "Drop the kid and keep moving." "And Naruto-san?" Sakura said quietly and sent a shaky smile when Naruto smiled at her. The taller boy ruffled her pink hair silently and kept walking to the two Suna ninjas. "And who do you think you are?" Kankuro said. Naruto stopped in front of the boy and replied, "A foreign shinobi attacking a civilian, especially a child, in his own village is considered a crime, punishable by indefinite expulsion from the shinobi system in your hidden village, and this is considering the fact that Suna is allied to Konoha. Are you aware of this?" Kankuro blubbered, "I thought so." The sand puppet master hastily dropped Konohamaru and the boy hid behind the tall blonde boy. He stuck out his tongue at Kankuro while his two friends rushed and also took their places behind Naruto. "I'll just be on my way now," Naruto said with a smile as he turned around, ushering the 3 academy students out of the alley until he felt a small burst of chakra in the air and a sand shunshin spin behind him. He still kept his back to the sand siblings. "Go home, kids," he said to the 3, and they thanked him as they ran away. "And get down from there, Sasuke," he said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. The Uchiha leaped down from the branch he was standing on with a distasteful scowl on his face. "You, the one with the goggles," a red-haired boy said after the sand shunshin had settled. "My name is Naruto," the blonde said over his shoulder. "My name is Sabaku no Gara and I want to know if you will be in the Chunin exams." "Nope, I'm a Tokubetsu jounin," Naruto said as he turned to the sand siblings, pointing at his flak jacket hidden under his hoodie, "but good luck anyway." "It's a pity, I would have wanted to crush you with my sand," Gara said blankly. Naruto just barely suppressed the feral grin that wanted to spread on his face. Sure." He turned around and began walking away. "I advise you 3 to stay out of trouble. That was the Sandaime's grandson you were about to punch, puppet master." "How did he know I use puppets?" Kankuro muttered. Temari furrowed her eyebrows at the blonde boy that was walking away before she looked at her younger red-haired brother, who was glaring harsh death at Naruto. She was too late to say anything before Gaara sent a wave of sand at Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura leaped aside and stuck to the walls. "Naruto-san!" Sakura yelled. The hairs on Naruto's neck stood up again and he ran up the wall to his right, flipped off, and as he was in the air he removed 4 white marbles from his shuriken pouch and threw it at the wave of sand. The tremendous wave of sand ate the marbles and soon after spider webs of ice cracked on its surface and overwhelmed it, freezing the sand over with thick ice. Naruto landed on the surface and ran at high jounin speed at Gaara, who was frantically trying to regain control of his sand until Naruto sent a jaw-shattering elbow strike to his face. The sand on the boy's jaw held strong until Naruto whipped out a purple goo-oozing sunban and slashed it across Gaara's stomach, much too quickly for the other boy to anticipate before a brutal knee met the same place. Air blasted out of the red-haired boy's mouth after this and he crumbled to his knees. Naruto used this chance to bring down his heel in an axe kick to the back of Gaara's head. The downed boy made an attempt to move but Naruto had already speed-wrapped him in tough ninja wire. This happened in a whirlwind of activity much too fast for the genin to keep track of. Naruto tooted and shook his head, ignoring Temari, who was ready with her battle fan. "To think I actually thought you were cool." He grabbed the back of the ninja wire binding Gaara and hefted the dazed boy to his feet. "You're lucky I'm in a good mood today or else I would have reported you to the Hokage." He pulled a single wire from the millions that wrapped Gaara and it immediately came undone and was sucked into Naruto's Sanban launchers. "And stand down, girl," he ordered, and Temari hesitantly dropped her guard. "Good, now listen here, Sabaku no Gaara," he said, and he glared at the red-haired boy, who flinched slightly and avoided looking back. "I am leaving now. If you attack me again, Kazekage's son or not, I will end you." He turned around and smashed his fist on the ice holding Gaara's sand in place, and it shattered on contact. The sand fell down limply on the ground and slithered back into Gaara's gourd. "Same goes for both of you." With that he turned around. Sakura leaped down beside him and ducked her head when he looked at her. "Thank you for helping, Naruto-san." The boy gave her a friendly smile. "It was nothing. Where's the other member of your team?" he asked, walking with Sakura and Sasuke slinking behind them cautiously. "You mean Sai?" "I don't know what he does in his free time," Sakura shrugged. "Either way, good luck in the exams, you too, Sasuke-san." The Uchiha grunted. "Whatever." The Jounin was about to say something else but Sakura spoke up first. "Naruto-san, you're a Jounin, right?" Naruto quirked up an eyebrow at her question and said, "A Tokubetsu Jounin but a Jounin nonetheless. Why do you ask? Do you think we're ready for the Chunin exams?" "You should ask yourself that question. Do you think you're ready for the exams?" The pink-haired girl shrugged tiredly. "I don't know." Naruto motioned for her to go on. They were now slowly walking past small shops in the merchants' district. "Kakashi-sensei says we're ready, but I don't think so. We almost got our hands handed to us if sensei wasn't there in our first A-rank mission. That's the reason he was there in the first place, to show you the ropes so you'll be more prepared when you start going on missions on your own." It was a humbling experience to Team 7 after their first A-rank. They had been exposed to a small dose of fear in the form of the Demon of the Mist, Momochi Zabuza, and the member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist had schooled them on what it meant to be shinobi. Sakura would admit without shame that she was the least prepared among her teammates since she had spent most of her time prepping her makeup instead of running inventory on her weapons, and after the mission the first thing she had requested was extra training from Kakashi. The man had helped her find her passion in medical ninjutsu from there, saying that her small chakra capacity allowed her to have a great amount of control over it. Sasuke too focused on not being surprised again, using his Sharingan whenever he was training. Sakura rubbed her arms with her hands and her eyes drooped. "You know how I was in the academy. I was a good student but I'm a horrible ninja." Naruto was silent for a moment. "What are you good at?" I know a little on medical ninjutsu and I can use genjutsu, mostly C rank." "Then that's good. What I know about the Chunin exams is that they evaluate the genin on planning, cunning and skills. You don't need to win to be promoted." "You don't think we can win?" Sasuke interrupted. Naruto shook his head. "I didn't say that. I mean that you put in a good showing for the crowd and for the Hokage. That's what matters." The argument died on Sasuke's tongue and he stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Yeah, okay. Win or lose, you guys and the other teams will do great, I'm sure of it." Sakura gave Naruto a small, shaky smile and Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Thank you, Naruto-san." He waved it away and gave them thumbs up. "I need to go now. There's a Jounin meeting in the Hokage's office in 5 minutes. I'll see you guys later." He waved over his shoulder but thin arms wrapped around his stomach and a head settled between his shoulder blades. his hands clenched unconsciously and his lips twitched downwards, but he quickly covered it with a smile. Only Sasuke caught his hands and the Uchiha raised a curious eyebrow, watching as Naruto painfully unclenched his fists, but they were now more like claws. I mean it, Naruto, thank you. Naruto turned around in the girl's arms and patted her back before he gently pushed her off, making sure not to seem rude. No problem, now I really need to get to the Hokage's office. He turned around and put his hands into his pockets. His hood was already up so a shadow was cast to his nose. The two genin watched the Tokubetsu Jounin walk off through the crowd of merchants to the Kage's tower until Sasuke stood beside Sakura and asked, "What was that about?" A small smile played on the pink-haired girl's lips as she answered, "Nothing you should worry about, see you tomorrow." She waved and sped off towards her house, making Sasuke wonder what had gotten into her. She hadn't asked him for a date. At the Hokage's office, Naruto politely knocked on the door and poked his head inside, seeing that all the other active Konoha Jounin and special Jounin were already there. "Glad to see you could join us, Naruto," Hiruzen said as he blew out some smoke from the corner of his lips. "I was held up somewhere," the boy said as he shuffled in. The other Jounin weren't that much taller than him, but he was still the youngest in the room. Yugao, not in her ANBU mask, called him over to her side of the room, the window, and he sat down on the edge. "All right, I just want to tell you all what you'll be doing in the exams," the Sandaime said, and he handed small files to the Jounin, making sure to call their names. "I've already organized the Chunin on what they will be doing. Kakashi, Guy, Kurianai and Asuma, you four will be sealed into the earth and heaven scrolls, until you are properly unsealed. Don't worry about air, food or water. Jiraiya personally designed these seals, he had all those things accounted for." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the four Jounin said. "When you are unsealed you will stay with your teams in the competitors' stand, make sure to cheer them on," the old man said with a twinkle in his eyes. The four Jounin nodded. "Enko and Naruto, you two will be in charge of the security in the Forest of Death. Any external interruption should be contained and reported, understood?" "Hi, Hokage-sama," the two said. Naruto was idly twirling a 6-inch-long sanban with his fingers and Enko was leaning on the wall beside him, sucking on a dango stick. The snake summoner even sent a 2-fingered salute as she used her other hand to hold the mission specs file open. "Yugao, Heiate and Genma, you two will be in charge of security before and after the second test, mostly at night. Naruto, since you are best at combat in the dark you will be joining them." The three Jounin read through what they were supposed to focus on. Any suspicious behavior from the foreign ninja or any unregistered person should be contained and reported. The ANBU will provide support if things go south. Use deadly force if it can't be helped. He blew out more smoke from his mouth. Dismissed. The Jounin filed out of the office quietly. Naruto waved to his supervisor and her boyfriend, Gunma, as they made their way home, as he walked to his own. His goggle-protected eyes, that were in turn hidden under his hood, kept a careful watch on those that passed him, not want to be robbed of anything. On instinct his left hand reached out and gave a hidden low five to a spectacle-wearing, silver-haired man, and a small paper square that had been passed to him slipped into his sleeve. Just before the silver-haired man could fully pass he stopped, leaned in and whispered, "Mistress sends her love." The blonde boy nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Tell her I send mine too." A smile etched onto the man's face. "She will be very happy to hear that." Naruto smiled back slightly. "How is she?" "She is well." "Good to hear." The low grumbling in the red light district muffled their voices. Both parted ways. It had been a long while since Naruto had heard from Orochimaru of the Sannin, the last time being when the woman had sent him money when he had just graduated from the academy. When Naruto pushed open his front door and used his foot to close it, he unsealed the letter in the small paper square. It was a short one. "I'll be in the Forest of Death running an errand. Meet me there if you can. Orochimaru of the Sannin. P.S. If you can't make it I'll see you at your place." Naruto screwed his lips to the side and put the letter into his pocket. He was sure that he loved his godmother, like family. She was the first one to look out for his well-being and she had set him on where he should go in life. He owed a lot to her and it would make his day to finally meet her in person. The problem lay on how he would be able to excuse himself from his post in the CCTV room while avoiding the cameras in the forest. His answer came the next day when he was in the security camera room with Enko, whiling away the time by commanding a tiny spider summons to run over his hand. His eyes watched the tiny spider skitter on his hand in frenzy until the door burst open and a Chunin ran in, panting like a racehorse. Enko sat up, formerly reading a magazine, and glared at the Chunin. "What is it?" "We have a problem, Sector 7. "What problem?" Naruto said, his eyes still fixed on the spider he was controlling. "I can't explain, you need to come." "Let's go," Naruto said as he stood up. The Chunin nodded and hurried out of the room. Enko followed after the young blonde. The scene they walked in was horrifying to anyone that wasn't used to seeing even more horrific things. There was a corpse strewn across the ground and it looked like a female with her face ripped off. All the blood in her body had been drained and she didn't have any finger bones. Naruto knelt on one knee and used his pointer and middle finger to turn her head from left to right. It looked fresh, there weren't any worms in her and the bugs looked like they had made their nest recently. He furrowed his eyebrow and turned to Anko, but she was staring at the dead woman with wide eyes. Know who did this, Anko? I can give a guess. You three, she pointed to the 3 Chunin that had found the woman. Go tell the Hokage, we'll go into the forest and handle the person that did this. Their subordinate saluted and ran off to do what she had ordered. It was Orochimaru. Are you certain? She got off her knees and began to run to the forest of death. Yes, Naruto caught up with her and they both disappeared in the forest. The boy could feel a small tingle spread in his stomach as he followed his nose to where the scent of snakes and blood was strongest. He walked in on the scene of an ink tiger being punched back into ink and Orochimaru holding up an unconscious Sakura by her neck. Pathetic, the Sannin hissed and threw the girl across the clearing to a tree, but Naruto shot a net from his left launcher and a sunban above her that caught her and hung her on a tree. You're disturbing my hunt, the pale Sannin hissed and turned around, barely keeping her eyes from widening on who she saw. Ah, Anko-chan and Naruto-kun, what a surprise. I'm finally going to kill you sensei, Anko snarled. Oh, you think so, huh? Then come at me. She made a come hither motion with her right hand and just as Anko sped over the Sannin activated her cursed seal, sending the crazy snake lady into mind-numbing pain before she finally passed out. You were always too brash, Anko-chan, and too slow, Orochimaru said as she shook her head, her small, black lipstick-covered lips screwed to the side in irritation. The Sannin though had to lean back when Naruto seemingly appeared out of nowhere and sent a punch to her face. When she dodged the blow she was again surprised that Naruto merely used the punch to hide a savage left heel kick that effectively met her face with a horrifying crack. The woman then melted into a mud puddle. Naruto looked around carefully. He raised his right leg and used the sole of his foot to deflect a thrown kunai, kicking the weapon up and sending it back with a spinning kick. Orochimaru ran out of the place the weapon had disappeared to with a sickening grin on her face and a faint purple bruise on her cheek where Naruto had kicked her. The taijutsu fight between them could be considered legendary. They both sent snap kicks that met and synchronized drilling blows that countered the other. Naruto slipped behind the woman and savagely hacked at her neck, but she twisted away from him. Hidden shadow snakes, the woman hissed, and out of her long sleeves multiple white snakes shot out at Naruto. The boy opened his palm and returned fire by saying, hidden shadow spiders. Pitch black spiders that were about as large as his fingers erupted out of his sleeves and countered the Sannin's attack perfectly. Orochimaru abruptly cancelled her jutsu and spat out the kusanagi at Naruto, easily cutting through the throngs of lethal spiders. The boy's eyes widened a little and he just barely leaned away from the legendary sword, feeling the breeze just waft past his nose. This allowed an opening for Orochimaru to erupt out of the ground and bring down her fist on his head. But the blow never connected. The tall woman, probably as tall as Naruto, stood frozen with her fist hovering over his blonde head. She stared at him and he stared back. The 2 members of Team 7 that were conscious watched in fascination as the woman slowly dropped her hand and her shoulders sagged. She looked away and murmured, I can't hit you, I just can't. She said it so quietly that only Naruto could hear her. You look like him so much. He could see the defeat in her eyes as she said this, the way her heart broke when she spared him a fleeting smile. Naruto stayed in his brace for impact stance, but his guard slowly dropped. There are cameras everywhere, he whispered. Then do what you have to do, Naruto-kun. She shrugged. I promise I won't mind. I still want to talk to you. I want to know you, Orochimaru-chan, Naruto said, unconsciously calling her grandma. The pale white woman chuckled under her breath, sounding like a low menacing hiss. You did not just call me grandma. I am sorry, Naruto said and his eyes lowered. It's just that, you're the first to care about me. It'd be great if I got to know you and you got to know me, you know. He was glad that the cameras didn't have audio, but he was worried if the 2 gen in hiding would hear him. A large, sincere smile stretched on the snake Sannin's face. Your place tonight then, and, I'm sorry about this. About the air rushed out of his mouth as the rogue Sannin impaled him with a kunai. I'm so sorry Naruto-kun, she muttered as she slowly lowered the boy to the ground. I made sure none of your major organs were hit. A little blood gurgled out of his mouth, but he still smiled at her. I'll be fine, go. She nodded and was about to blur into the forest, but she stopped for a moment, indecision on her face before she finally made her decision and kissed Naruto on his forehead. For once the boy didn't flinch at the contact, he just closed his eyes and savored the short, loving contact. I'll see you later, okay? He slowly nodded with his eyes still shut and he felt her presence leave the area. He put his right hand over the knife wound, making sure to gently pull out the knife before he did. He staggered to his feet and blinked when he saw the two male genin staring at him. Then he remembered that the snake Sannin had on black makeup, which included black lipstick. He frantically rubbed the lipstick stain on his forehead and sat down heavily beside a tree. "You guys don't need to hide anymore, she's gone," he grunted as he carefully used his left hand to reach into his kunai pouch and pulled out a small sachet. He shakily tore it open with his teeth and sprinkled a red powder over the wound. He sighed when the pain subsided the skin and began to knit back together. "You almost had her, why did you stop?" Sai said as he stood in front of Naruto with his arms crossed. "She's a Sannin, I don't think it's possible to almost have her," Naruto snapped as he put his right hand over the knife wound, feeling the pain reduce to a dull throb. "Set up camp for the night, I'll be out of your hair in 30 minutes. He grunted to his feet and hefted Enko up bridal style, gently laying her under the tree he formerly sat under. He whipped out a moist white handkerchief and placed it on the cursed seal. The heat that was emanating off the seal slowly reduced, and 10 minutes later the snake summoner's eyes flickered open. Her pupilless eyes saw Naruto sitting next to her reading a book on the human respiratory system. He didn't look at her before he spoke up. "Can you walk?" The woman whined under her breath and struggled to sit up, but it was to no avail. "No, everything hurts." "What happened?" "We got our asses handed to us is what happened," Naruto replied sharply, barely keeping his hands from squeezing the book her was reading. "Fucking fantastic," Enko said under her breath. Sasuke and Sai observed the two special jounin over the fire. Sakura was still out cold lying under some blankets near the fire. It was past sunset and they were preparing some meat on the fire. Naruto had already fully healed and was humoring himself by reading a book while he waited for his fellow jounin to wake up. The woman realized with a start that the boy had covered her up with a red blanket, probably to conserve some moral decency he thought Enko had. She snorted and weakly tried to sit up, but again she failed. The only sounds in the small clearing were the faint crackling of the fire and the soft chirps the crickets were making. The spider summoner licked his pointer finger and turned a page in his book. The silence was solemn until all of their eyes flickered to Sakura when she groaned, sitting up slowly as she finally woke up. Naruto went back to reading his book, but this time he idly threw a pill into Enko's mouth that when she bit into it some of her energy returned to her. He tossed 3 more to the genin team and they gratefully bit into it. "Chakra replenishing pills I cooked up in my lab," he mumbled, and the woman nodded her head. Knowledge of Naruto's lab was not secret anymore. "Can you walk now?" She got to her feet, but her legs shook violently, forcing her to slump against a tree and slid to a sitting position. "Fuck it all," she groaned in frustration. "We need to go and report what happened to the Sandame," Naruto said to her as he snapped the book closed. He was all business as he stood up and looked down on the woman. "I'll carry you, dash." "Like hell you will," she snarled. "Right now I don't care what you think, it's either I carry you out of here or I leave you in the hands of these genin, helpless and barely able to stand." The woman glared up at him, a vain effort to intimidate him, until she sighed and nodded. "Fine, but if you do anything stupid." She left the threat hanging in the air and the boy shrugged as he summoned a clone to carry her bridal style. The real Naruto gave the 3 genin a 2-fingered salute and said, "Stay out of trouble." He was about to run out until he added as an afterthought, "There is a genin team that's been watching us for 10 minutes now, maybe waiting for me and Enko to leave." "Why are you telling us, isn't it cheating?" Sasuke asked. "It is, just like giving you those pills is cheating," Naruto answered frankly. "You sensed them before, right, Sai?" he said after thinking up the boy's name. "I'm not a censor, but I knew they were there. Regardless, you guys are in for a fight." As he stepped into the forest, Team Dosu struck. Oh! Naruto had already dropped Enko off in the hospital wing and was now sitting in front of the Hokage, a video playing on his fight with Orochimaru on loop. Hiruzen was sitting on his desk in the office in the Chunin exam stadium, watching Naruto's expression for anything akin to guilt. There was no audio for them to hear the conversation and Naruto had made sure to muffle his lips so that they wouldn't be read. The Hokage clicked the pause button when Orochimaru had stabbed him in his stomach, using deadly speed to even get that close to him. Naruto's eyes bugged out and his cheeks puffed up with air as the Sannin winced at what she had done. Hiruzen silently dropped the remote on his desk and propped his elbows on the desk, his chin on his thumbs and his fingers just under his eyes that stared at Naruto fixedly. "Are you ready to give me an explanation?" The blonde boy raised an eyebrow and replied, "About what? Why you held back?" "She held back too." Hiruzen sighed tiredly and rubbed his eyes. "You had every chance to finish her off but you didn't take it. I know as a fact you have a high control over your spider summons, and you can easily regenerate from that stab wound. Why did you let her go?" Naruto stayed silent and the old man sighed again. I've told you, Naruto, Orochimaru is nothing but trouble, she will use you and dump you like scum. She was the first person to give two shits about me, Hokage-sama, she cared when no one did even though she couldn't visit me personally. Is this what this is about? She gave you some goggles and a scroll on Spider's Dash. She gave them to me when I was in desperate need of them. I was so young but I already thought that my life would not go anywhere. Orochimaru proved me wrong. I'm not sorry for feeling some form of familial love for her. Naruto stood up abruptly. I'll be leaving now, I have a night shift to prepare for. He left the office, ignoring when Yugao tried to call for him after hearing what he had said. Behind his back the Sandaime Hokage nodded for a small ANBU squad to tail him. Losing the ANBU was child's play for Naruto. As he walked into the red light district he walked into a clothing shop, the one he uses to switch to his apartment, and switched to his apartment. As his feet touched down on the ground he was immediately assaulted with kisses to his face and a tight hug from the snake Sannin herself. His face reddened in embarrassment but he didn't push her away, his arms slowly, shakily reached around her waist and hugged her back. She pulled her head back and looked at his face carefully, a happy grin played on her lips. I've waited so long for this day. She bit her bottom lip and hugged him tightly again before she led him to the living room where he found Aoki-chan standing at attention with her right hand on her katana handle for a quick draw, staring at the silver-haired man that had slipped him the note. The black-haired samurai looked at him quickly with her eyes then back to the medic, who was sitting on a chair with an amused expression on his face. Stand down, Aoki-chan, he's with her. The girl bowed and removed her hand from the handle. Orochimaru looked at her then back to Naruto. She was here when I came in, you told her I was your godmother. She stated this. She's a very good friend of mine, she had to know, Naruto replied as he ushered the paper pale snake summoner to sit down on a chair. Aoki shuffled to Naruto quietly and Naruto leaned in and whispered, anything to eat? Hi, there's some pork and chicken flavored rice in the fridge, I could warm it up if you want. Please, if you don't mind. Oh, and make some green tea for us, thank you, he said gratefully and she went to do what he had asked. She's very polite, Orochimaru said as she crossed her legs. She patted the seat beside her for Naruto to sit down on and the boy did so. Now let's catch up, I want to hear what you've been up to all these years. Same goes for you, Naruto said and he felt a small bubbling feeling in his gut that felt like when he was about to make a major breakthrough in his experiments. The woman smiled gently and put her right hand on his own that were clenched on his knees. I know, I owe you that and much, much more. Naruto's eyes flickered to Kabuto and the woman waved for him to give them some privacy. This was probably the first time a living, breathing human being ever made him excited to talk to. He spoke with Orochimaru about everything that had happened in his life and all he had discovered, even on his drug empire and his disguise as Kitagami Gumo. This shocked Orochimaru because she had been buying some drugs from the Kitagami drug company for a long while, even going as far as showing Naruto a box of painkiller tablets with his logo at the top, a skeletal spider head with 9 legs around it. He had confided in her that the Hokage had launched a top-secret investigation on his corporation when the drugs in the hospital had started purchasing from him had mistakenly come up during an inventory check. They didn't have anything solid on Kitsugami yet but he suspected that they would soon infiltrate the criminal underworld. Naruto spoke with her on the genetically altered spider blood his system that had given him a higher control over the Kyuubi chakra. There was some nature chakra in his chakra network that equalized the Kyuubi's chakra and balanced out his own chakra. This nature chakra didn't negatively react to him because he was now technically part spider. They shared a cup of tea and some pork and chicken flavored rice as Orochimaru began regaling tales of her travels all over the elemental nations and of all the experiments she had conducted, telling him that she had created an entire hidden village called Hidden Sound, Oto Agakure, where she stored her experiments. She told him that she had laboratories all over the continent that served as her hideout when she wanted. Orochimaru had even told him of when she was in the Akatsuki, partnered with Kisame, making sure to warn him that it was probably Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi that would come after him. The older woman had even confided in the young boy that she was Ashitori Orochimaru's experiment X-19. The evil scientist had created her out of his own cells and combined it with that of a reptile. It was inevitable that she would have a strong connection with snakes. He treated her, in some twisted way, like his own child, making sure she went to bed on time, got up early and ate her vegetables. He had told her that she was his most successful experiment. But the tests he kept putting her through. When the man's lab had been raided, she was 6 years old then, the ninja had thought that she was an orphan Ashitori had kidnapped and was experimenting on. They had placed her in the orphanage where she was treated like a freak, even by her caretakers. Her time in the academy was lonely and filled with hate for her fellow students as well as her time as a genin. When the Sandaime had picked her, Jiraiya and Tsunade to be his students it looked like her life would get better but it didn't. Jiraiya kept on making brash outbursts that hurt more than created any sense of camaraderie, and Tsunade was a spoilt brat. That time she had already set up a secret laboratory in the Forest of Death where she studied and experimented on people she kidnapped. It was when she was a Chunin at 14 did something happen that changed her whole perception on humanity. Or better yet, someone. She had found Minato violently shivering in the heavily pouring ice-cold rain as he moved from house to house, asking the occupants for shelter. She had been late coming back to Konoha from a mission with her teammates, and she wasn't aware that she had also been standing in the rain, watching the street urchin get the door slammed on his face by everyone he asked help from. She didn't know what compelled her that day to approach the boy and invite him to her house. Maybe she thought that she would end up killing him and studying his dead body, but despite giving Minato his own room to sleep in and food to eat, she couldn't, for the first time in her life, muster up the bloodlust in her to kill the 4-year-old boy. The torrential shower had done more harm than good for the young blonde boy, and Orochimaru still couldn't get her cold ruthlessness back into her when she looked into his wide, blue eyes silently pleading for her to keep him for longer. The genius girl managed to get the boy's health back up and was expecting him to be on his way, but he stayed. Minato never demanded much, he never raised his voice or disagreed with anything Orochimaru said to him, he just looked up at her with reflective blue orbs and did what she asked, which mostly consisted of things that were for his own good. Before she knew it, Minato was 8 and she had personally registered him for the academy under her name as his next of kin. She found out that he was the first person she could confide in, as stupid as that sounded, the only person that was able to ever sneak up on her and the first person to hug her when memories of her time with Ashitori returned in full force. The girl wasn't even aware of the fact that she had stopped experimenting on human beings after she had let him in. They had rubbed off of each other in more ways than one. Minato took interest in spiders and Fuinjutsu, and Orochimaru now had a craving for ramen every once in a while. The snake Sannin was heartbroken when Minato had told her that her male teammate had noticed his skills in Fuinjutsu, skills Orochimaru had already laid a foundation for, and was offering him an apprenticeship. He was already a shinobi by then, and a very promising one at that, so she couldn't bar him from doing what he wanted. The Namikes always made sure to be back before sunset and had assured her that he wouldn't be moving out anytime soon. This was the only promise he broke. Then Minato had told her of his second crush, the first one being on Orochimaru. Boom, shocker. Can you sense my sarcasm? On a former classmate. He began spending more time with the Uzumaki princess, and before the snake Sannin knew it, they were hitched and expecting their first child. The pale woman relapsed back into her cruel studies the first day Minato arrived at midnight after a date with Kushina, telling her that he had to move out. She grew detached from him and the rest of the world, feigned the fact that she didn't care anymore, but he never lost faith in her. Minato never stopped caring. So the day one of Orochimaru's labs was discovered and all of her vile experiments were brought to light, he blamed himself. Most would say that the Sandaime was the one that last saw Orochimaru leave, but it wasn't true. Minato had stubbornly chased after his surrogate sister, and they had, for the first time, had a fight that was outside a friendly spar. The Sannin had beat him within an inch of his life without an ounce of remorse on her face, and when it was time to impale his heart with a kunai, she couldn't. A single tear slipped out of her eyes as the rain poured down from the sky, eerily similar to the downpour she had first met and saved him from, and she apologized before she left him there on the ground. It was the last time he saw her. Years of desperately searching for his long-lost sister were all in vain. Despite the numerous times Jiraiya and Hiruzen told him that he was wasting his time, Orochimaru was a lost cause and that it was best for both him and Kushina if she stayed away, but the stubborn blonde man never listened. He had finally made a breakthrough in his search for the snake Sannin, but it clashed with the day his wife was giving birth to their first son. He pushed his mission back a few hours after Kushina had given birth to Naruto, he kept telling himself, but it never came. Kyuubi broke free and he died, sealing the great monster into his son. He took the guilt of never finding his sister to the grave. The rogue snake Sannin had been a secret witness to his burial. Knowledge of how close the Yondaime Hokage was with the rogue snake summoner was wiped out of Konoha's history books not even a week after the Kyuubi attack, and no one knew of the extents Minato Namikaze would take just so he could find Orochimaru. No one, that is, besides Kushina Uzumaki, Jiraiya of the Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hatake Kakashi, Yugao Yuzuki, and Orochimaru of the Sannin. Naruto and Orochimaru spoke to each other for so long and so freely that they weren't aware when they were facing each other with their knees touching and his right hand laced with her left. She was using her free hand to animatedly regale a tale of her epic escape from Snow Country after she had replicated a plan for their famed chakra armor. When it was midnight, Naruto used his own free hand to summon a clone and sent him off to cover his night shift in the CCTV room in the Forest of Death. The godmother and godson connected so well. they had similar likes, dislikes, hobbies, and even ambitions. It wouldn't come as a shock to anyone who watched that they had created a new form of secret communication by just gestures. Naruto listened with wide eyes as she told him of one of the times she had experimented on nature chakra on a human being, creating a Goliath man called Yugo. He had said that he had wanted to try the experiment on a human captive he had in his lab, Mizuki Tuji, but hadn't found the time to do so. Nature chakra only works best with animals and animal summoners, Naruto piped in, and the woman nodded to what he said. I haven't tested it out on someone besides myself, but every book I read on it tells me the same thing. You should know not to blindly trust what a book says, the Sannin tutade. I know, he said, so what else did you plan to do in Konoha? The woman looked around conspiratorially, making Naruto quirk up the sides of his lips in amusement. I want to kill Sarutobi-sensei. Can I ask why? Here she threw her free hand in the air and sighed dramatically. Nearly everything wrong is his fault. He took Minato away, he brainwashed him, he kicked me out of Konoha, he tried to brainwash you too. Plus, I have a thorn to pick with him, personal stuff. Naruto nodded in understanding. Will you be coming with me after? He patted her hand. When things settle down, I need some time to get my affairs in order here. You're shutting down Kitagami Drug Company? Not exactly. Aoki-chan has been tailing a former contact of mine for a while here in Konoha. She says she suspects the man is feeding the Hokage info on Kitsugami Gumo. That'll explain why last week 2 warehouses in Fire Country went off the radar and my workers there are in the TNI now. Do you think the man knows who you are? Only 2 people know who I am and they are trusted members of the criminal underworld. This was the same with his workers, each and every one of them had been sworn to a never ask, never tell sort of secrecy, especially when it concerned their boss's identity. That way if they were caught they had the deniability card to pull without any problems. As rewards he would break them out of the TNI when he could. His former contact had broken this oath by becoming too inquisitive. He fired him and cut him off from the Kitsugami Drug Company before he could do any damage. Orochimaru listened to him lay his problems out patiently, and that was when he really looked at her. She had black circles under her eyes and her shoulders sagged even more than normal. She had a tired air about her. Even though she had on a lot of clothes on, he still noticed that she was thinner than how the bingo books depicted her. Her lips were thinner. The black lines going down the corner of her eyes were now prominent and well past her nose, and she had his custom-made painkillers with her. She noticed him slow down in what he was saying and his eyes drooped behind his goggles just before he stopped. She observed him and when he couldn't meet her eyes it dawned on her. So you know, huh? How long do you have? He asked. 3 years, she said quietly and sighed. It would have been longer but my fight with Itachi took a bigger toll on me than I thought. She gently squeezed his hand when they began to shake. What is it? He knew that trying to convince her not to go ahead with her planned assassination attempt wouldn't work. If there was one thing in the bingo book that every other countries could relate with concerning her, it was that she was deathly determined when she set her mind on something. It's a rare one. I haven't found a name for it yet, but it's like a cancer of the heart. I found out 10 years ago, but I've had it since I was born. He still wasn't looking at her. There's no cure. There has to be something. Maybe I can dash. No. But dash? No, she shook her head. I have to do something, he yelled. He lifted his goggles up and used his forearm to rub the tears building up there. He placed them back on quickly. I have to do something. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, it's too late. He didn't say anything, rather he kept looking out of the window to the slowly rising sun. Killing the Sandaime is on my bucket list, but meeting you was the first thing on it. She gently raised her right hand and slowly placed his goggles on his forehead, revealing his wet crimson-red vulpine eyes. She shuffled closer, if that's even possible, and looked at him with her yellow snake-like eyes. Teaching you everything I know is the last thing. She placed a small kiss on his forehead and hugged him. Another thing he had gained from the spider summon's DNA in his body was that he had gotten 4 more additional eyes, the 4 dots on his forehead, that were able to see the world in incredible detail even though his hair blocked them. Those eyes equalized the light that entered his real eyes by already giving him an image of how something was supposed to be, bright or dim lighting. The 2 dots on his nose served as his second noses. They only served to amplify his sense of smell and perception of his environment if he was, by some crazy chance, blinded by an overload to his sight. Who else knows? Naruto muttered into her chest. He clenched the clothes at her side in his fist and buried his head in even more. I think Kabuto-kun suspects something, but you're the first and only person I'll tell. I'll get my affairs in order and join you as fast as I can, he muffled out. Take your time, she said and kissed the top of his head. I need to go now, things to do, people to see. He nodded in her chest and pulled away from her. Wait, how are you going to get close enough to the Hokage to kill him? I'm posing as the Kazekage, and I have my sound 4 create a barrier so no one disturbs. she said as she stood up, when that day comes, if any of my shinobi or sand shinobi come after your life, kill them if you want, I don't really mind what happens to them. He nodded and she put her hand on the front door handle. How did you get in anyway? Even Jiraiya hasn't been able to do that. She smirked a little and replied, when I stabbed you, I stashed some of your blood away. The boy chuckled and rolled his eyes. Of course you did. He waved and she opened the front door, not even letting the light fall on her completely before she melted into a pile of mud. He suspected her silver-haired apprentice, Kabuto, was already outside. He felt Aoki's presence behind him and ever so gently she took his right hand in both of hers. Her katana was leaning on the wall leading to the kitchen, and squeezed it in some sort of way to comfort him. He took in a slow, deep breath and let it out just as slow. Oh. Aoki-chan's story. The day after Orochimaru's visit. The black-haired A-rank swordswoman was standing in front of a see-through container that had a rare snow leopard caged in it. Her trusty katana was sheathed and held firmly in her red obi while she tapped the glass twice, once to wake up the animal and another to get it angry. As expected, it lunged at her, but it was pushed back when its claws hit the reinforced glass wall. It always surprised her how her current master was well connected. He had proven to her that if he wanted something he would most certainly get it through any means necessary. She didn't flinch when she felt her master step beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. That was another thing about him. Ever since he had infused his queen spider's DNA into himself, he had become even more stealthy, whether that was his initial intention or not. A year of working for him loyally had told her that he only harmed those he deemed too dangerous to associate with. The money he gave her on a monthly basis was mouth-watering and the freedom he allowed her was very well appreciated, but it was the fact that if she ever attempted to assassinate him and failed. She closed her eyes and sighed. She didn't want to think about it. Even though every other assassination she had personally done was a success, she had a niggling feeling that the Uzumaki spider summoner had somehow found a way to cheat death. Naruto put his hands into his hoodie's pockets and spoke, "Beautiful, isn't she?" Aoki nodded in agreement. Her blonde master had always shown her that there could be beauty in everything. All it took was seeking it out. "Hi, she is. I bought her off a Fang country merchant that wanted to use her as meat for his dogs. That was last time we went for the Baron's meeting. I don't remember seeing you buy her." "Oh, it was already pre-arranged. All I had to do was give him the money and he'll give me the leopard." Her mouth opened in a small O and it dropped with the next things he said to her. "And, happy birthday. You remembered." She turned to him sharply with shock visible in her eyes. Naruto only looked at her with the corner of his eyes before they returned to the animal. She knew this because his goggles were perched on his forehead. "I rarely ever forget." He pulled out his right hand from his pocket and presented a small box wrapped up neatly in white and yellow wrapping paper with a tag that read her name. "I got this for you." When she hesitated, he turned to her and gently placed the package in her hands with a small smile on his face. "You have the day off," he patted her shoulder. He was much taller than her, and went off into the lab, probably to exit through the front door so he could train. Her hands shook as she looked at the hand-sized box in her hands, then she put her ear to it and shook it gently. It didn't rattle. She gingerly opened the box and found a small sealing scroll inside. She unsealed what was inside and her eyes widened in wonder as a magnificently crafted white wood and silver bow that had delicately drawn snow leopards on the silver edges, doubling up as cutting edges, dropped into her hands that had a letter attached to it. The letter was in Naruto's handwriting and it said, "The last ones you owned broke when you fought Nifune. I promise these are just as good. They were crafted by a Kirigakure blacksmith and carpenter at my request. The wood is gotten from a sunbeam tree at high noon, when it is its strongest, and the silver is chakra metal I got from Snow Country. I have personally placed the durability and regeneration seals on it so it wouldn't break easily, and if it does it would snap back together. I hope you like it, Naruto." She stashed the note into her short pants pocket and excitedly tested the bow, pulling it as far as it could go and marveled on how tense but at the same time flexible it was. She bit her bottom lip to contain a giggle and she hurried outside to thank her new master. She found Naruto balanced on a long spike from the earth, holding two long sanban in both of his hands, two behind his knees and going through what she recognized as the kata for his six-legged shadow spider taijutsu stance in his stealth uniform besides the jounin flak jacket and his launchers. The young boy noticed her and hopped off the spike. Aoki composed herself and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." "It was no problem," he replied with a fleeting smile, before he pointed out, "You still have the day off though, you deserve it. I have something to tell you." "Yes." He retrieved the sanban at the back of his knees and slipped them into their pouch, and then he began to idly tinker with his nifty silver launchers. "No one knows why I challenged Nifune to an honorable fight to the death. I want to tell you the reason." She easily slid the bow across her body and was squeezing the comfortable grip in her hands. "You don't need to if you don't want to," he said. "No, I want to tell you, I want to trust you, Naruto-sama," she quietly said, and Naruto looked at her for a minute before he silently ushered her into the lab and then to the animal containment area. "But, only if you trust me, Naruto-sama." Naruto laughed silently. "The fact I allow you to hold a weapon, the elemental blade for that matter, whenever you stand behind me is proof I trust you. Plus, I got you another weapon." He stood with his back leaning on the railing in front of a chimpanzee enclosure. She nodded slowly and began her story from the very beginning. Aoki's first memory was of seeing a black-haired woman wearing a Kitagami forehead protector hastily dropping her in front of the Iron Country orphanage. This was probably when she was 2 or 3 years old. The old matron had found her on the steps, crying to the sky with all her worth, with a wrapped package clenched strongly in her fists. The package specified that what it contained should not be directly touched or death would come swiftly. The woman, obligated to take in every orphan brought to her, took Aoki in and found a single note in. The little girl only wore a simple pair of white shorts and pink shirt. Inside her pants pocket was a single note that read Aoki, which she assumed was her name. The orphans in the Iron Country orphanage were all to be raised in the way of the samurai, irrespective of gender, and when a weekly inspection was conducted by the Iron Country leader, Baifun, he walked in on a spar between Aoki and another orphan, both making use of bokken to fight. The 6-year-old child mercilessly hacked and slashed against her opponent's wooden training sword, not giving the slightly older girl any time to create any coherent plan, and with a short jab and a poke from behind her the girl was disarmed and lying on the ground, helpless. Aoki went through the motions of sheathing her wooden sword and bowed to her downed opponent, then to her class instructor, then to her matron, and finally, after recovering from her shock, to the Iron Country leader. That single match raised the man's interest in her. So far the orphans in Iron Country were not very motivated. The small child walked briskly to the edge of the sparring mat where the rest of her classmates were kneeling down, and she too joined in. Her head was tilted down and her right hand was clenched on her wooden sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice, but still keeping an eye on the new sparring opponents on the mat. She was fully clad in beginner's samurai uniform, a pure white kimono that reached close to the ground and was tied at the waist by a white sash. Her short black hair was tied together into a short ponytail, but it still allowed 2 fang-like bangs to go down to her chin. After the usual training session she prepared to leave, but she had been expressly told by her class instructor to stay back. She remained on her knees and her eyes stayed on the mat until she heard the specific sound of a bow being drawn. Her head snapped up and her bokken slashed upwards, catching an arrow and deflecting it to the ceiling. She spun on her feet and crossed the weapon across her chest as another arrow was sent at her. The arrow clanked against the wooden weapon. She gripped her wooden weapon tightly with both hands and lowered herself into the beginning stance of the samurai fighting style her class was being instructed in. Her coal-black eyes looked around the empty room frantically. The dojo was quiet until she heard slow clapping coming from the door. "At ease, child," Baifun called to her, and she again went through the motions of smoothly sheathing her bokken when she saw him. Rarely anyone is able to deflect arrows, even though they were not fully drawn. She quietly shrugged. "You, my child, are special. I wish to be your teacher." "It would be an honor, Lord Baifun," she said and bowed deeply. He clapped his hand on her shoulder, his face ever stoic, and said, "Go and get your things, you will be staying in my residence." She quickly blinked away the tears that filled her eyes and bowed again before she rushed to get the few clothes she had, and collected her package from the head matron. Training under the Iron Country leader alongside his older sons, who were already in their mid-20s, was very hard. The expectations Baifun piled on her to be able to do things most wouldn't be able to do at her age weighed down on her small shoulders, but she didn't complain, not even once. She took her training like a loyal Iron Country samurai. Soon enough she was formally adopted into the royal family and witnessed the first time Baifun, the usually stoic man, gave her a small, almost invisible smile. Mifune, the second child to the leader, welcomed his adopted sister with open arms and treated the girl with due respect, but Nifune, the oldest child, remained adamant that she was not welcomed. When the old Iron Country leader was on his deathbed from lung infection, Aoki was 15. Then the old leader had acclaimed her as the strongest of his children as well as the next leader of Iron Country, a title most expected the old man to pass on to Nifune, the oldest child. Aoki took the shock in stride and accepted the mantle, in front of the elders, but the ceremony would not be official until the next day. That night though, Nifune snuck into her room, using an outlawed ninjutsu to do so. It's a ninja technique, of course it's outlawed, and attempted to rape the 15-year-old girl as revenge for stealing what he believed was his birthright, and was very well close to sealing the deal. He had placed his hand over her mouth and used his free hand to tear off her light sleeping clothes, but she had managed to bite his hand and run for dear life. When she had gotten her hand on her weapon, the all-elemental katana, from her closet and turned around, he was nowhere to be found. The only evidence of his presence was the smell of his thick cologne. Aoki didn't even wait until sunrise before she raised hell through the royal family residence. Baifun had already passed on, so it was Mifune, the second-born and more compassionate brother, that managed to calm the girl down. Aoki was too ashamed to tell her brother what had happened to her. Her pride and honor as a samurai had been soiled, and she was out for blood. Mifune's blood in particular. Despite the known fact that Aoki trusted Mifune, she didn't tell him what had happened to her, why she was running through the residence in her training clothes and her katana crackling with energy. She used her position as next in line to be leader to declare a death match between her and Mifune to be held immediately. It was after this declaration did Mifune finally rear out his head from his hiding place. At the crack of dawn, citizens of Iron Country that lived close to the capital assembled at the Grand Iron Arena to witness the fight, which was basically just a wide, open field. The rules were simple: the only survivor won, but at the same time the winner would be branded with the title of Rogue Samurai. He or she was given a full day to flee from Iron Country before he or she was placed into the bingo book with all of her money in the jeweler's bank accounts frozen. Among Baifun's children, Mifune, the oldest, was the weakest when it came to skill and strength. Even his loyalty to Iron Country was on shaky ground. Mifune was the second strongest in the way of the samurai, and Aoki was the strongest in every aspect. Aoki had been dubbed by the people of Iron Country as the Dark Angel of the Five Elements because of her black hair and eyes, as well as because of her katana blade. The Omnijin, or the Elemental Blade, rumored to have been forged deep in the mountains of Demon Country by a lava release user using the heart of a demon wolf as the blade and its hide as its sheath. The katana had been stored in Demon Country, protected by the elders, until the person it deemed worthy claimed it, but it had been stolen by a cunning woman that wrapped it up in thick leather and vanished off the face of the earth as soon as the alarms rang throughout the Demon Mountain. How it had come into the possession of Aoki was a mystery, but apparently it had already formed a bond with the girl. Any other person that touched it would be sucked dry of his chakra, and his very essence would leave his body and enter the sword, forever spiraling in the deep, dark silvery abyss that was in the sword, while Aoki would be able to draw strength from the unfortunate soul trapped in her sword. It was remarkable that she had been able to master the katana under the tutelage of Baifun. Aoki walked into the middle of the arena, decked out in full traditional samurai armor, white torso, thigh and helmet and yellow shoulder guards, shin guards and sandals. Her undercloth was black. Sheathed to her side was her Omnijin, and across her back was a plain wooden bow with a full quiver of arrows. Mifune too walked in from the other side of the arena in full traditional samurai armor that was gold in color. The people watching at the sidelines waited with bated breath as both fighters stared down at each other, until the appointed future leader of the country rocketed forward and whipped her sword at her opponent, not wanting to give the older man any chance to speak. Mifune, although the weakest of the three siblings, was also reputed for being the wielder of the gold katana blade Baifun's father had passed on to Baifun, but the late leader had found the weapon hard to use, so he gave it to his son, favoring the use of another mystical katana blade. Mifune was a tall man with bald hair and a brown goatee, usually choosing to wear gold and walk around pompously. He had mastered the use of the gold katana easily. He often called himself the Golden Sibling. The man used his weapon to block the lethal strike as well as the subsequent hacks from the enraged girl. He slipped past a strike and shoulder-checked the smaller girl to the ground, following this with a stomp from sandal-clad foot. The girl rolled away and fired a barrage of arrows after she quickly sheathed her blade. The man easily sliced them out of the air and darted at her. Aoki slid away from his downward slice and ducked the head slash, then she used her bow to deflect a sword stroke successfully, using her foot to Spartan kick the big man away. The man quickly recovered and brought his leg up to block a smash from her bow, breaking the wooden weapon and forcing the girl to throw it away so she should dodge a slash from him. She raised her sheathed katana to block his gold katana, and the action pushed her back, breaking the ground apart. When she stopped, she half unsheathed her blade and snapped it back in fully, earth pulse. The ground reverberated under her and a small tidal wave made up completely of earth washed towards the older man. Mifune smirked to himself and created a hole in the earth wave as it came at him, leaping through. Aoki met him before his feet hit the ground with an upward slash of her Omnijin, forcing him to support his katana with both of his hands to block the attack, one behind the blade, another on the handle. She feinted a slice to his side, and he followed her motion, but when he saw her correct her motion and go for his shoulder, it was too late. White smoke flowed off her katana, channeling wind chakra, and she cut through his armor like butter, lopping off his arm. He slithered away, but she stubbornly followed him, wisps of wind coming off her blade ominously as she jabbed it at his stomach. He clanged his sword against hers twice desperately, losing a lot of blood fast. The third jab she went for, she commanded the wind wisps to elongate her weapon, and this effectively allowed her to slice through his gold armor and into his heart. She harshly pulled out her weapon, making the older man drop his own in shock that she had managed to get to him, and she spun around so she could cut off his head smoothly. His head flew off and rolled on the ground, an eternally horrified expression on his face, while Aoki smoothly sheathed her own katana, her expression grim. She didn't look up at Mifune when he stepped in front of her. He brought out his own katana, the adamantium chakra blade, and smoothly cut a clean line through the Iron Country symbol on her helmet, then to the two symbols on her shoulder guards. Then he finally sheathed his sword and turned around. Every other member of the country that was present, from the most professional samurai to the lowliest of civilians, stood up and turned their backs to her. All were silent. Aoki swallowed thickly and left the arena so she could pack up her things and leave Iron Country. Most speculated that it was the pressure of expectation that had broken her, others thought that the power had gone to her head. All the same, no one found out what really pushed Aoki to do what she did. Life as a missing ninja was hard, and she had to kill her conscience so she would be able to get the money for the next meal. She had been contacted by a slavery ring, and a heavy price for her services was presented to her, a price she couldn't refuse. The job had forced her to wear clothes she didn't want to wear and even speak in a way she herself detested, but she desperately needed the money. Though she drew the line on selling her body, any advances from the ninja that worked for her former slave ring owner boss was met with violent repercussions. This went on for a year until Naruto came. Naruto listened to her story without interruption, and when she stopped, her black hair shadowing her face and sitting on the ground with her knees to her chest, he walked up to her and looked down. "How do you feel now that all that's off your chest?" She looked up, surprised at what he said, and replied, "I feel fine. Even though I have been alone for most parts of my early life, I have confided my pain into a medium, my journal, and I feel better afterwards. If you feel burdened by anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Aoki stood up and straightened her white long-sleeved kimono, making sure to adjust her katana and her new bow as well. "Thank you for listening, Naruto-sama." He just patted her shoulder and walked past her. "You can also confide in me too, if you want." Naruto paused mid-step and tilted his head to the side slightly. "Who says I don't already do that?" And he walked out of the animal containment room. Aoki was left in the room, surrounded by caged animals, and her mind was already made up. She wasn't going to be staying with Naruto Uzumaki just for the money, but also because he treated her like a person, not a weapon of mass destruction or even as a toy to ogle, but as a real, living, breathing person. With that in mind, she marched to his office so she could switch into his apartment and take the day off he had insisted she had. Maybe she could spend some of her money buying some weapons, which was what most wouldn't have expected from a girl like her, but buying clothes was pretty much a waste of money. Sagi, the Spider Clan elder, was able to craft any article of clothing with any known possible fabric in any design imaginable and was still at the best quality. The very clothes she was wearing was from the White Spider, so when it came down to clothes there wasn't a dire need for them. She made sure to securely place a brown wig on her head and brown contact lenses on her eyes to safeguard her identity before she left the apartment, her katana and her bow sealed into her wrist. Bio, not a bingo book entry. Name, Aoki. Monikers, Aoki-chan, Dark Angel of the Five Elements, Broken Child. Hair color, black. Eye color, black. Occupation, Rogue Samurai. Affiliation, Iron Country, formerly, Fire Country Slavery Ring, formerly, Kitagami Drug Company, Naruto Uzumaki. Parent, S/Guardian, S/Relation, S. Bifune of Iron Country, Adopted Father/Deceased, Nifune of Iron Country, Adopted Brother/Deceased, Mifune of Iron Country, Adopted Brother/Alive, and Uzumaki Naruto, Adopted Brother/Boss/Alive. Date of birth, February 23 and 16 years old, the day she was dropped off at the orphanage. Weapons, Omnujin, Silver Snow Leopard Bow, Tonto, Crossbow, pretty much anything that has a sharp point and or a blade. Skills, Master Swordswoman, Master Hand-to-Hand Fighter, she is able to use any sharp object as a weapon. Rank, A. Kekai Genkai, none. Accomplishments, mastering the Omnujin, impressing the hard-to-impress Bifune enough for him to take her under his tutelage, killing Nifune, and a rank samurai in his own right, having been in only one close-to-death situations, when Naruto poisoned her. She's a Rouge Samurai, which means most traditions she was brought up to believe in don't apply anymore. That includes her perspective of ninja and ninja art. Chapter 4. Konohagakure. In an alley beside the hospital. 2 hours past midnight. Naruto landed on the edge of a two-story building as silent as a spider would and crouched down, staring into the darkness cast by the same building he was on with his goggles glowing a faint orange. He heard a pained grunt and as his eyes cut through the darkness he found Yugao's ANBU, but at the same time not on ANBU duty rather on regular Jounin duty, boyfriend Gunma clutching his injured ribs with his left hand while he used his right hand to parry away a kunai strike that would have taken off his head. He grit his teeth against the pain and rolled backwards when the person swung his leg at him. The attacker, a bandage-wrapped man with a Suna forehead protector, spun his kunai by the ring and just before Gunma could right himself he threw the kunai with deadly accuracy. Naruto cocked his head to the side and leveled his launchers with the thrown projectile, mentally calculating the speed, weight, wind change, height from the ground and various other variables before he shot a 2-inch-long sunban to the flying weapon, going through the air in dramatic slow motion and he shot out another sunban a little bit under the first. The first sunban clanged against the kunai's pointed tip and forced it downward, sticking it into the ground diagonally, while the second needle jammed through the ring on its handle and nailed itself into the ground. Baki cursed at his luck and looked up at where the thrower of the sunban was located. He spied Naruto, now just sitting on the edge of the building, and ran up the wall to engage him. Time ran to a crawl as Naruto made use of the eyes on his forehead to mentally calculate various variables concerning the Suna Jounin before he fired a single sunban that whistled lightly through the air and jammed into the San Jounin's shoulder with much more force than it was supposed to. This fact threw off the man's concentration and his legs slipped off the wall, making him fall off. Naruto though had fired 2 more combat medical needles and a net spread out under Baki that caught him, sticking him to place. Naruto leaped off the building and dropped lightly on the net. His steps were light and fast as he sharply walked to the Suna ninja on the same net that prevented the captured man from moving. He raised an amused eyebrow when Baki struggled against the net, then he whipped out a sunban that oozed with a mysterious blue liquid and threw it before Baki could make use of a seal-less jutsu. The needle flew through the air and sliced right past Baki, passing through the holes on the net and nailing Gunma's chest. When the man began his struggle to his feet, he was pushed off his feet and summarily knocked out. A slow smirk spread on Naruto's face as he bent down on his knees to look at Baki. He shook his head in exasperation and jammed a syringe filled with a golden substance into Baki's neck, freezing his whole body. I'm going to ask this only once, Suna Shinobi, why did you attack my colleague? At his stubborn hesitation Naruto jammed another syringe, next to the syringe that was still on Baki's neck, this time filled with a thin, white substance. It's no use fighting that one, I made it myself, the same drug Konoha used to fight the fear of heights, but my version. He poked the woozy man's forehead and he was out like a light, before he tapped the man's cheek and his eyes opened again, glazed white over his black pupils. More or less hypnotizes you. Now, answer my question. I was meeting an informant from Sound, he walked in on us, he was a threat to our plans? Baki said slowly. Oh, the invasion, Naruto stated quietly and Baki slowly nodded, his eyes wide with shock. I have a friend in Sound that keeps me informed, don't worry, I'm with you guys. He pulled out both syringes from his neck and after a sharp slap across the older man's face he was snapped out of his hypnotized daze. He stood up and pulled a single thread on the net he was on and it was immediately sucked back into his sliver launchers. You're with us? Baki said skeptically. If I wasn't I would have taken you to the Hokage by now, the boy responded as he dropped down beside his knocked-out comrade. If you're one of us, kill him? I don't have to prove anything to you, Suna Shinobi. If you think you can attack me, go ahead, I'll kill you and you know I can do that, he said as he pulled out the sunban lodged into Gunma's chest and began attending to his broken ribs. Now leave before he wakes up. This isn't over, Baki growled quietly and frowned when Naruto snorted, still not looking at him. Sure it isn't. He used his teeth to pull off a cover over a syringe and gently slid it into the knocked-out man's neck, injecting the contents of the needle into the man. Baki clenched his fist but disappeared in a sand shunshin, just as Gunma's eyes fluttered open. What happened? He asked as his eyes locked on Naruto's goggle-protected own. You slipped off that building, he pointed to the one he was formerly crouched on. You should be more careful. He pulled out his needle and helped the older man up. That doesn't sound right? Oh. Whoa. 1 month later, Konohagakure, Hokage's office. Sarutobi looked at the gathered Jounin and special Jounin that now filled his office with grim eyes as he sat on his desk. There is troubling news. Jiraiya's spy network have reported that there is about to be a full-scale invasion on our village by Sound and Sand. The few Jounin present furrowed their eyebrows questionably. We don't know when but we can only assume it's going to happen during or after today's tournament. Kakashi looked up from his porn novel, leaning on the wall to the far left and next to Might Guy. Did he say how the invasion would start? Sadly no, but that should make us more careful. He began handing out mission specs to each jounin in the room, but we have noticed small encampments of sound and sand shinobi just outside of Konoha's borders. Our primary focus now is keeping them away and neutralizing those already inside our village. We don't want them to know we're onto them. Yugao nodded and said, you want them to think they still have the element of surprise. Exactly. Now, the One-Tails Jinchuriki will probably be their trump card, so a seal master should be placed to contain him if he begins his rampage. He waved his hand to the large window Naruto and Yugao were sitting on, and Jiraiya leaped in with his arms crossed. His face showed that he was all business. Jiraiya can do that, and when he is done he will join those defending the wall, led by Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Chuza, Yuzuki Yugao and Uzumaki Naruto. Here the old man glared lightly at Naruto. Use your summons if they're too many. Naruto sent a silent two-fingered salute as his eyes skimmed his mission specs. Anko chuckled a little under her breath and the boy shook his head in exasperation. There will, of course, be casualties, so I have taken the liberty of bringing in someone we can depend on to handle that. He waved to the door and all turned as the door opened. In walked Tsunade Senju. Shizun Kato opted to stay outside with the female secretary. The woman looked around the room silently, with her own arms crossed, until her eyes fell on Naruto. The boy wasn't even looking at her, he was still busy sifting through his bulky mission specs while idly twirling a senbon. The Senju looked back at her sensei and the man continued, amid the shocked murmur some of his jounin were making. She will be in charge of the medic ninja unit as well as provide support for those within the walls. The blonde woman nodded. All leave from duty has been cancelled and those that were on long-term missions have been called back. Konoha's protection is most important. I have a question, a voice said from the window. The gathered jounin, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade, looked at the source and Naruto continued after the Sandame's prompting nod. Are we to kill the current Kazekage's children? His shoulder was leaned to the side and his thick mission specs was propped on his chest. If they decide to attack, of course. Even though that is not part of your mission parameter, no, you do not kill them, make sure they stay alive. The jounin nodded. ANBU will provide support for those fighting inside and the Inuzuka, Aburame and Hyuga clan members will provide border support. Like I said, Shikaku, Chuza, Yugao and Naruto are in charge. Hi, Hokage-sama, they said. The ominous fact that Tsunade had been called back from her traveling retirement loomed over everyone present. Your priority is to protect the civilians, so if you have to kill each and every invader to do so then go ahead. The man slowly looked over his gathered jounin. Do we know who the leader of sound is? Naruto asked again, but this time it was Jiraiya that answered. No, the man shook his head. Leadership in that village is still a mystery. Freaking perfect, the blonde boy said as he chuckled shortly. Most looked at him questionably and he said, we need to cut the leader down if we want to subdue them. We can assume that the Kazekage will be leading in the sound leader's stead. Jiraiya sharply replied, unless this leader from Hidden Sound would show up during the invasion. Besides that, Sarutobi continued as he propped his elbows on his desk, if on the occasion I am killed I have already discussed with Tsunade that she will be the Godame. The woman begrudgingly agreed to what he said. I want our response to be a statement to anyone else that would want to invade Konoha in the future. Our village will forever be strong. He stood up and most of the jounin snapped to attention. Dismissed. What was written in every mission specs was that the jounin were to stay in the arena with some Chunin and some Chunin shadow clones posing as the Chunin posted to the walls. This was to protect the competitors and the civilian populace. The ninja began to leave the office and as per norm Naruto and Yugao waited for the flood of top-class shinobi to reduce before they stood up and began walking to the door. Tsunade, who stood aside for the jounin to walk past, closed the door after them to talk with her sensei and her spy master teammate. The Toad Sage stepped off the window and stood in front of his Hokage as well. The woman spoke up first. Something's up with that kid. The old man agreed. Naruto has always been knowledgeable of a number of things, far more than he makes us aware of. Then why was he in this meeting? She asked. Because he is still a valuable asset to this village. He threw Naruto's file to his female student. It had all they knew about Naruto. He was a spider summoner, a scientist, a genius, a detective, an exceptional spy and an adaptive fighter. All the missions he had gone on, 57A rank, 10B rank and 1C rank were completed with distinction. The clients even gave positive reviews on his performance. The high-ranked missions overshadowed the lower-ranked ones because he mostly performed missing ninja capture, special artifact recovery, total ninja encampment wipeout, highly dangerous thefts as well as covering his tracks, murder and framing someone else and other missions. The B ranks were mostly just important messages to other villages and escorting the fire daimyo and his daughter, along with the guardians, to wherever they were going. The C rank was when he helped out in the hospital by finding a rare herb that grew primarily in Hidden Chill. Yugao had added in her own opinions to the file that Naruto never wasted any movement and never delayed in making a crucial decision, shooting Senbon with killer precision and making use of his outstanding taijutsu form to take down people much larger than him. It listed all the jutsu they knew the boy was able to use, and they consisted of mostly A and B rank, some that revolved around his summons and others that could be found in the A rank section of the library. Nothing they didn't know, but things they didn't expect a 13-and-a-half-year-old boy to be able to perform. The file speculated that he was able to use a high amount of his Kyuubi chakra, but so far they hadn't seen him do it. It also speculated that his sensory ability was much higher than an average sensor's own, as seen when he was able to tell who from who without looking during a mission to Swamp Country. Tsunade whistled, impressed. He sure has some moves. She turned to the last page and it showed some of the pictures taken by a Hyuga hunter ninja that accompanied Naruto on a mission. Naruto had smashed his foot, the sole protected by a thick material, against a man's face in a perfect display of a flying kick. The bigger man's arms and legs were tied together by glistening ninja wire, and the next picture showed the spray of blood from his mouth as he fell. Another showed the blonde spider summoner dropping onto an unsuspecting party that comprised of a popular drug dealer and his security entourage. The boy was not clearly seen in the shadows, but they could notice the faint orange glow his goggles made. The mission report by the hunter ninja said he had silently dropped down in the middle of the entourage, behind the drug dealer, and with 6 quick movements shot down the security team with some thrown kunai, knocked the man out and took him back to Konoha on his shoulder. For all intent and purposes, the file described Naruto as a model shinobi. The last thing on the file talked about the suspicion that Naruto was connected to Kitagami Drug Company, citing that the logo was a spider skeleton with 9 legs, but that was as far as they could go. They couldn't bring Naruto in for questioning since he was an expert liar, and the logo might also be a coincidence, merely a Kyuubi fan as well as a spider fan. Yugao and Naruto weren't aware of this addition. The Hokage gently lit his pipe and blew out some smoke from his nose. I am certain that he has something in mind on how to take down anyone he goes up against, even someone he hasn't met before. I'll keep an eye on him, Tsunade said as she snapped Naruto's file closed. Good, keep me posted. His loyal students nodded and left his office. Meanwhile with Naruto, the boy had marched to the west gate, his post until the invasion began, and when his senses told him that no one else was present he flipped through a small chain of hand seals, summoning jutsu, a poof of smoke on his hand later, and a pitch-black spider with the number 3 on his bulbous behind was in his hand. Naruto-sama, the small spider greeted in a deep, gravelly voice. I want you to go to the snake summoning realm and tell them that Konoha is onto their summoner. They should relay the message to her. At once, Naruto-sama, the spider said as it disappeared in another puff of smoke. The spider summons were the only summons that the snakes had officially allowed contact with on their summoning realm. At the moment there were both snakes and spiders on both realms, something most believed could never be possible. Some Chunin then slipped into the room, making sure to salute Naruto, and took posts outside the door. He turned to the now assembled Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame that had been posted to his side of Konoha's wall that looked at him expectantly. Standing outside the sentry post Naruto was seated in. He looked over them and spoke. I want every Aburame to focus on staying back and providing back support, advisably with their Kakaichu. Hyuga are our frontline fighters, you face them head-on, and Inuzuka come in from the sides as support. I want the invaders contained to the very last one. I can make traps very quickly, so don't worry about going against too many people. They nodded, aware that Naruto was pretty much a trap master. The Sandaime orders that you kill if you don't have an option, so no holding back or underestimating anyone. A vital part of being a jounin wasn't to lead, but rather to be the cool head that makes crucial decisions. He merely passed his decision to his subordinates. Hi, Naruto-senpai. 3 hours later and his goggles shone a faint red and an explosion was felt from the Chunin exams arena. There was a war cry from deep in the forest and Naruto got up from his reclined position in the sentry post. The clan members around the box stood up abruptly. Look alive. He placed on his headpiece and leaped out of the box, and ran in. Don't forget the plan. The Hyuga charged in behind him and the Inuzuka fanned out to the sides while the Aburame remained at the back, ready to throw clan jutsu as support. 2 long Senbon clicked into place on Naruto's launchers, drawing thin lines on the ground as he ran to the invaders. The sound and sand shinobi ran back to him and the boy leaped over the first wave and began slashing at the shinobi behind them, stabbing and hacking anyone that stood in front of him. As a large, lumbering ninja came at him he whipped out a Senbon from a pouch at his back and stabbed it into the man's leg, flowing around him and smoothly cutting behind his knees. As the man fell down, Kakaichu descended down on him and ate him to the bone. The invaders began to taper out and Naruto abruptly stopped, reaching out with his senses before he silently motioned to his right to the Inuzuka there. The shinobi burst from the forest and they flooded to the dog clan members. The aburame at the back yelled out as one a clan jutsu and kakaichu shaped as fists rained down on them. Just then there were numerous massive plumes of chakra smoke in the forest and finally silence. The invaders were cut down to the last one and the Konoha ninja waited for the new threat. It was silent. Foreboding settled in the Hyugas as they looked ahead with their Byakugan blazing. That was when a generic-looking pale-eyed clan member jumped back quickly, away from the lightning-fast bite a snake summons had sent from seemingly out of nowhere. Naruto yelled, "Hyuga, fall back." The ninja diligently leaped back and Naruto commanded the bug-using clan to charge. The Inuzuka were to stay where they were to cut down any more human invader when they came. The boy rolled aside from a lightning-fast bite and jammed an explosive tag through the snake's head, flipping away numerous times to dodge the explosion. He shot out his right pincer sanban and it lodged under Snake's chin. He swung onto its head and quickly dislodged his needle before he placed another explosive tag on the snake's head, making sure to leap onto another snake as it exploded. He continued leaping from one snake to another, blowing up their heads, until he realized that the summons were getting too many. The aburame, still yet to suffer any casualty, were being pushed back. "Inuzuka, come from the sides, stay sharp," he said into his headpiece and his command was diligently obeyed. "Hyuga, support from behind them." "But that will leave the gate open," a person responded. "I know what I'm doing," Naruto grunted as he spun away from a snake that had lunged at him. He spun in the air quickly and wind-fused shuriken flew out of the mini-tornado that covered him, peppering the snakes around him, slicing through the hordes around him. "Hi, senpai," the person replied. The Hyuga began throwing gale palms, wind palm vacuums and made use of protection of the revolving heavens over the dog clan as defense while the Inuzuka threw drilling fangs and fang over fangs as attacks while they were already in their man-beast clone technique. He then ordered the aburame to fan out as he flipped through some hand seals, summoning jutsu, venomous clay spiders. He slapped his palm on the ground and a complex summoning seal matrix spread around him, then out of the ground in front of the gate giant brown spider summons erupted and immediately leaped at the snakes, sinking their teeth in them, some being broken with sharp slaps from their tails. They began flooding out of the ground and overwhelming the giant snake summons. This released pressure off the human fighters and Naruto, watching as the corroding venom in the summons destroyed the afflicted snakes. The brown spiders ate through the snakes to the last one before Naruto allowed them to leave, their bellies full. Naruto sighed in relief and rubbed his eyes. "Any casualties?" The line crackled silently. The three clans looked at their young captain with much more respect, as the leaders of the respective clans reported back. 3 injured aburame, 4 Inuzuka and 1 Hyuga. "Nothing life-threatening, senpai," a female aburame reported. "Good, can you see any more invaders coming?" "No one for miles ahead of us, senpai," a male Hyuga clan member reported. "Great, check around for any survivors and contain them. Let's clean up this mess." He used his toes to idly kick an arm that was very much far away from the owner's body, walking back to the sentry box. They might have known Naruto, being the Kyuubi container, but they were also knew of his short rise into the Jounin rank as well as his skills. It was very easy to look past his age and refer to him as their senpai. The assembled members, who were around him, saluted and began performing what he had commanded. He reclined in a chair there and set a radio on his lap, making sure to plug in his headset. Sector 11 reporting, all invaders have been dealt with, awaiting orders. He listened in for the response patiently for 2 minutes. Control tower here, Sector 11, are you certain all invaders have been neutralized? 99.9% sure, Control tower, Naruto reported back. Sector 11, you are to send support to Sector 7, the west gate where Chuza Akimichi was leading the defense. This was because the bulk of the invaders were there since Hidden Sound was in that general location. Understood. He waved for their attention and sent over half of each clan member present, before he spoke into the radio. Control tower, how is the fight in Sector 1, the Chunin exam arena? Sector 11, the One Tails holder has been contained by Jiraiya-sama. And the Hokage? Stand by, there was a long pause before a response came. The Hokage has been poisoned, they're fleeing. Naruto stifled his relieved sigh. Should I give chase? He might have been very young for his age but he was very good at catching up and capturing people. No, maintain your position, Sector 11, the Hokage's life is our priority now. Understood. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't survive the fatal poison Orochimaru had given him. His burial was a solemn affair but immediately after Tsunade Senju had been handed the mantle of Hokage. The first thing she did was begin her investigation on who had been supplying the hospital with illegal, hard-to-get drugs. The Yellow Flower Restaurant? Konohagakure. A week after the failed invasion. Light violins played through hidden speakers as Kitsugami Gumo sat down at his table and smoothed over his purple pin-stripped suit with his hands. Behind him Aoki stood at the ready to draw her weapon. Her eyes roved over everyone in the restaurant suspiciously. The teenage swordswoman was wearing pure white face paint with her lips painted in a small pouty red circle, and her eyelids were hooded with red, cat-like paint that drew the corner of her eyes close to her ears stylishly. The girl's boss still had his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his whole face. He set his hands on his lap and looked around curiously for the new crime lord he had been scheduled to meet with, and he hated tardiness. A waitress walked up to his table and began pouring water he had initially ordered into a glass cup. He noticed her hands were shaking. He looked at her curiously, and when she was about to leave he grabbed her arm sharply and she froze. She slowly turned back to him and he saw what he was looking for in her eyes, undiluted fear. He gently motioned for her to come to him and he slipped a finger-sized square of paper filled with exactly 5,000 ryu into her hand, closing it before she could reject his money since she knew what was inside. Beneath his hat he smiled at her. She caught the faint outline of it and he whispered to her. "Why don't you take a break, sweetheart, you look tired." He patted her closed fist gently and she gratefully bowed low to him, and ran off. Kitsugami looked over his shoulder to his feminine war paint-wearing bodyguard and they both shared a knowing look. They had been, coincidentally, given a table at the very center of the restaurant, and there just so happened to be well-built men and women that wined and dined on the tables around him. He caught some sent him quick looks from the corner of his eyes. The major drug producer nodded imperceptivity and Aoki rolled her neck. The mysterious man slowly stood up and all the noise in the restaurant fell, silent as a graveyard. He stood up straight and waved for the bartender, who was also shaking like a leaf, to leave as well. The old man too bowed deeply to him in appreciation, this time doing so 4 times before he ran out of the restaurant. No one barred his way. Kitsugami cleared his throat and said, "Before we begin," all the people paid attention to what he was about to say. A slow, twisted smirk spread on the speaker's face under his hat. He looked around. "Is there anyone that would like to leave?" The music was smooth and calm. The people then realized that he was already onto them and they stood up, pulling out various weapons from under their tables. Some even threw off their formal clothes in favor of wearing standard Konoha shinobi uniform. The door to the restaurant was slammed shut and 2 burly Inuzuka stood guard there, under disguise as bouncers. The armed Konoha shinobi began getting into ready positions around Kitsugami. "Fine then. Let's begin." Kitsugami gently took off his quality-tailored suit to show he had on a long-sleeved black shirt with purple suspenders connected to his pants, dropping his suit coat onto his chair. The music blasting from the hidden speakers began to increase tempo. Aoki half pulled out her katana and got into a ready stance as well, her back to her boss and his back to her. It was obvious Kitsugami wouldn't come in without a fight, so the jounin didn't bother stating for him to stand down. Kitsugami got into a fighting stance most would say was meant for street fighters, making sure to roll up his sleeves neatly and clenched his gloved hands tightly. His feet were clad in comfortable boots, shinobi boots, so he didn't need to worry about moving around swiftly. His right hand motioned for the shinobi to come at him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Come on." And the all-out fight began as the classical violin and piano music started a hectic and rushed rendition, typical for most fight scenes. 2 shinobi first rushed to the hat-wearing man and he flowed under them smoothly, grabbed the shirt of the man passing his right and threw him into the man passing his left, quickly sidestepping a grab for his shoulder, and with a snap kick he nailed the person's ear, careening the victim across the restaurant. He leaped over a sword stroke and dropped down on the weapon, breaking it in half, but before his feet could full touch the ground he smashed his foot on the user's chest, throwing him into 2 more attackers and destabilizing them. His arms reached to his left and grabbed a tanto from coming down at him. The woman that had used the weapon stared at him with shocked wide eyes before he pulled the weapon out of her grasp and stabbed it into her side, shoving her into some Konoha ninja. Aoki clanged her sword to hold off 3 katana blades, gritting her teeth under the combined weight before she snapped her right leg to the right and nailed a man that had wanted to ambush her on his forehead, leaving a visible imprint. Her raised leg then stepped on her dropped sheath and she quickly caught it with her right hand, having to release it from her katana and duck under their swings. She grabbed her sheath from the air and smashed it against a sword-wielding man's cheek, spinning on her heel and smashing it against another person's cheek, audibly shattering their cheekbones. The people began looking at her wearily, surrounding her and raised their swords at the ready. She merely smirked and bent down in an advanced defensive stance Bifune had taught her, her katana held in a reverse grip to her side and her sheath over her chest. An invisible switch was flipped and they charged. Kitsugami raised his forearm to block a tanto, shocking the person that it spark a little. before the mysterious man spun on his heels and used his heel to bring the sword wielder down with a painful thwack against his shoulder. He flexed his fingers and smashed the ground as a shinobi attempted to pull his legs into the ground. The next person that came at him yelled a battle cry and brought a war hammer down on him. Kitagami flowed away from the lethal blow and flipped over the heavy weapon, away from a sickle slice from another person. He used his left hand to hold the heavy war hammer and snap-kicked the person across his face, following this up by hefting the weapon above his head and bringing it down on the sickle wielder's shoulder, breaking it. He threw his new weapon to a cluster of Konoha ninjas, skeptical that they were still able to overwhelm Kitagami. That was until a hat-wearing Jounin reached forward and grabbed the head of the hammer safely in his hand. He dropped the heavy weapon and it thudded on the ground. The person walked forward and threw off his hat, revealing that he was Hatake Kakashi. "I was wondering when you'd come out. I was testing out the waters." Kakashi shrugged as he took off the formal suit, showing all he had his Jounin uniform underneath. The copy ninja cocked his head to his hat-wearing opponent. "By any chance will me showing up convince you to give up? My guys were giving you a tough time." Kitagami laughed. "These guys? Nah, I didn't even break a sweat." He bounced on the balls of his feet and motioned for Kakashi to come at him. "Now show me what you've got, copy ninja." "Your funeral," the masked shinobi mumbled as he ran to the confident Kitagami. The A-rank rouge samurai blazed under a female shinobi and sliced the back of her head, lopping her head off cleanly. She didn't stop there. She jabbed her sheath at a male katana user and followed up with a spinning kick to his face. He crumbled to the ground bonelessly. The woman blew away some hair that blocked her right eye and her eyes settled on a purple-haired katana user that had commanded the other katana users to stop. Yugao walked forward, her katana pointing downwards and her sheath held in a reverse grip. The woman looked at the dead, dying and severely injured shinobi around the war paint-wearing samurai, shinobi that were under her and Kakashi's joint command, and she glared at the other katana user. "You will not leave this building alive," Yugao said lowly. "If I die it would be an honorable death in the service of my master," Aoki replied as she put her katana-holding fist to her chest and went back into her former stance. "Your master will be tried and probably executed. Your life would have been a waste." Ever so slowly Yugao got into her favored kenjutsu stance and so did Aoki. "We'll see," and they clashed swords against each other. Sparks flew as lethal steel met lethal steel. Kakashi easily parried a jab to his stomach with his forearm protector and went for a palm strike to his opponent's chest, but the man slapped his attack away, unexpectedly throwing the copy ninja back to the memory of Naruto slapping his hand away from his goggles during the boy's re-evaluation. The fight went on with both fighters being on equal level until he caught a hole in Kitsugami's stance. He swung his arm and smashed it against the drug dealer's chest, throwing him across the restaurant and into a wall. He heard a faint hissing and his eye widened in alarm as he saw explosive tags multiplying and creeping up his arm. He seamlessly switched with a shadow clone and the clone bolted to the door. The guards parted way immediately and just as the clone leaped into the sky it exploded. The masked man sighed in relief and looked at his opponent but didn't find him. When he looked at the exit he saw the Inuzuka lying on the ground with their heads caved in. He cursed and turned to Yugao's fight with her own opponent. The ANBU captain slipped past Aoki's sideways swing and jabbed her katana through her stomach. The samurai immediately burst into chakra smoke. "Shit, after them!" Yugao yelled and the remaining living ninja, severely cut down in number and strength, surged out of the restaurant and after the two. With the two runaway underworld dealers, Naruto was busy trying to ignore Aoki's tittering laughs. "I told you so." "Yeah, whatever." She relished in his sour mood, as well as the fact that he had admitted he was wrong. "Oh sweet Kami, that felt good." "Don't get used to it," Naruto grunted as the two powered through the empty streets of Konoha. He could sense the ninja running behind him but it was too late to sense the wind jutsu Kakashi had used. Wind release, wind vacuums. From his mouth he blew out sharp spike of wind at the mysterious drug dealer's unprotected back and they were summarily dodged but a stray gust blew his wide-brimmed hat off. His blonde hair reflected in the moonlight and Yugao stumbled, Kakashi too, and Naruto stopped running. He turned to the crowd of ninja and clenched his fist. Aoki pulled his hand hurriedly and encouraged him to keep running. He did so and the stunned gathering of shinobi watched on, until a nameless Chunin continued giving chase. This snapped the others out of their surprised daze and they continued chasing the revealed Kitsugami Gumo, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto shouldered through the door and quickly switched into his lab, Aoki following through immediately after him and the Uzumaki summoned hundreds of clones to seal up every single thing in the lab. He wasn't worried about the things he had in his apartment since he mostly slept and cooked in his lab, Aoki as well. An alarm on the lab began blaring as an entire wall of his apartment was destroyed. Kakashi sniffed around, his lone eye steeled in determination to bring back the once promising Tokubetsu Jounin to justice. He followed his nose to the bathroom and uncovered the switch seal there, knowing that he wouldn't be able to switch to Naruto's location unless another person just so happens to want to switch into the apartment. He squeezed the kunai in his right hand tightly and stabbed the wall beside the mirror. It all made sense now. He had once gambled with Kitagami before, when the man was an ordinary person, and after he had lost another game of cards the man had asked him to see his summoning scroll. There was no such thing as spider summons at the time, and coincidentally Naruto came out as a summoner 4 years later. "I need a seal master," he yelled to the ninja behind him, and a Chunin ran to the Hokage's office, hoping to find Jiraiya of the Sannin. Yugao was busy beating herself up. If she had gotten her shit together and actually approached Naruto when he was younger, he might not have gone down this road. She could have at least gotten him some glasses for his eyes, something she knew about very well. She couldn't blame Orochimaru. Whether the Rouge Sannin had brainwashed Naruto into this path or not, the woman had actually cared for Naruto in more ways than she could ever think of. The Toad Sage pushed through the shinobi gather in Naruto's bathroom and mutely examined the seal. He channeled in some chakra and sharply pulled his hand away when the seal crackled with electricity. He chuckled to himself and slapped his scroll on the seal, an alternate version Naruto had used to freeze the alarms just before he stole the forbidden scroll, and the mirror rippled after that. "It's open," he simply said as he jumped through the rippling mirror, and the waves of shinobi followed after him. Naruto had long since finished sealing all of his equipment and clothes and storing them into a backpack, which he also in turn stored in a seal next to his heart. He was running as fast as he could out of the warehouse just after he heard his office door burst open, shattering into splinters. Aoki ran beside him with her own backpack secured on her back. Naruto made sure to shield her and himself from an explosive tag ninja had thrown at them that thunked into a tree trunk. He waved her concerns away. He heard some growling behind him and he spied some dog summons catching up to him, a thud far in front of him, and he was made aware of 3 samurai armor wearing toads landing and preparing to catch him. As he plowed through a few hand seals, Aoki pulled out her legendary sword halfway and snapped it back in. Earth, pulse. The ground rose and fell after her in concentric circles and the dog summons were thrown away. This was when Naruto finished his hand seals. Summoning jutsu, multiple large bursts of chakra happened behind and in front of him, and different colored spiders ran out of the plumes, all wearing battle armor on their legs and heads. They rammed their helmet-protected heads against the sword-bearing toads as the toads brought down their weapons. Naruto and Aoki ran past when the spiders had created an opening for him and his friend. The gatekeepers at the north gate looked at him and his friend curiously as they ran up, but when they spied Jiraiya giving chase, frantically yelling for them to hold them down, it was too late. A sunbon stuck out of each of their necks. As they exited the gates, 5 shinobi wearing sound forehead protectors ran beside him in a 5-pointed formation. "What took you so long, Naruto-sama?" a pale, unhealthy-looking man said. "I was busy. Who are you?" "Your godmother sent us here 3 days ago to make sure your journey to Sound is safe," another shinobi said. He had another head sticking out of his back. Naruto shook that fact off and continued running, hearing the chaos his spiders were making. "So he's the fuck face we've been waiting for?" "Mind your language," Naruto couldn't help but snap this. "You can cuss all you want to your friends, but refrain from doing so to me." He spun around and leveled his sunbon launchers on some Inuzuka that had managed to get past the spiders and were giving chase. The needles whistled out of his silver launchers and exploded on the ground when they stepped on them, going too fast to dodge them. The blue fire billowed high into the sky and Naruto whirled around, following his escorts to where they were taking him. The blonde spider summoner then bit his thumb and pulled up his left sleeve to reveal a summoning seal matrix. He smeared the blood on it and muttered, "Summoning jutsu, Mizuki beast." He leaped over the large plume of smoke that exploded in front of him and shouted to the growling monster hidden in the smoke, still running to hidden sound, "Hold them off." "Yes, Naruto-sama," a deep voice snarled and a hulking mass sped out of the smoke, faster than the others could anticipate. Not even 3 seconds later there was a monstrous roar and pained screams, then the roar turned into maniacal laughs and deep crazed chuckles. It was now obvious Naruto was pulling out all the stops to avoid capture. The Sound 4 and Kimimaro all wondered what sort of evil creation Naruto had unleashed on the poor Konoha ninjas. "He's right, Tayuya," Kimimaro muttered, wincing a little when he heard a thick cracking sound with another scream coming before it. The scream was abruptly cut short. "He is Lady Orochimaru's godson, the same guy she said was able to keep up with her when they last fought." "Whatever," she huffed sourly. Naruto felt his spider get killed, and that was when more toads and dogs flooded after him. Kimimaro shot bone drills at them from his fingers, and the silent 5th member of the Sound 4 threw a clay bomb over his shoulder and chuckled darkly when he heard the toad victims give pained grunts. The dense trees cleared out, and this allowed Naruto to summon another spider, summoning jutsu, clay venomous spiders. the ground in front of them erupted and out crawled 3 clay spider summons. Get on. He leaped onto a clay spider, and when Aoki touched down beside him he mentally commanded it to go in the general direction they had originally been going. They all heard a loud boing and a giant toad dropped before them, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Yugao standing on its head. Naruto cursed to himself and mentally commanded the spiders to fan out, in different directions. The 3 shinobi jumped down to him and the massive summons began distracting the guards. Jiraiya dropped straight through the clay spider's head, flinging Naruto and Aoki away. The duo righted themselves in the air dexterously and landed on their feet smoothly. The stare down was epic, until Yugao finally spoke. Come back peacefully, Naruto, maybe Hokage-sama would go easy on you. You should listen to her, that's some really good advice right there, Jiraiya grunted, standing tall and intimidating under the illuminating moon. I think I'll pass on that, Naruto replied and got into his favored 4-legged shadow spider stance. What went wrong, Naruto? The purple-haired woman whispered and Naruto caught it. The wind speed increased slightly. Becoming a shinobi, that's where I went wrong. But why drugs, kid? Kakashi said. You might not believe me, but my company has been helping millions of people who have problems affording drugs these days. I've saved millions of families and dozens of hidden villages from extinction with my drugs. The illegal stuff happened before I expanded my clientele. Can you honestly tell me that what I have done to the medicine world isn't vital, isn't groundbreaking? It wasn't like Naruto tested the illegal drugs on himself, that was meant for others to test on. You have done some great work, Naruto, but what you did before these things could happen. Yugao trailed off. You experimented on people, you killed, you kidnapped, and you did it without remorse. They were all dregs of the society, no one would miss them. It doesn't make it any less evil. Jiraiya shouted, you're just like Orochimaru. He hoped that would make the boy feel even a little remorse, but rather Naruto brightened up and flashed a grin at him, exposing his freakishly serrated spider teeth to them to see even under the moonlight. Thank you, Jiraiya, and I'm sure my godmother would be glad too. Your parents would be disappointed in you, Kakashi shouted. They lost all right of being proud of me the moment they died. I don't think you've noticed, but I've been alone for a long time and they didn't even leave me a single letter, or even a picture. Naruto yelled, finally losing composure after his parents had been mentioned. He had not received his inheritance because the estate had been flattened by a tail from the Kyuubi, and the massive wells of money in the joint Namikaze Uzumaki account had been slowly drained dry over the years by the civilian council as well as some few select shinobi. As far as I know, the only parent I have is my Orochimaru. She's cared, that's all that matters. He didn't flinch when a loud thud hit the ground, destroying a clay spider and scattering the sound ninja trying to fight the toad. Is this about love and care? Get over yourself, you're not the only person that had to grow up alone. Try growing up half-blind and having to look through the trash for food. When you know how that feels you'll understand. Frankly speaking, the toad sage had lived a good early life, even as an orphan. The people my parents entitled to look after me failed, and it was only my godmother that went above and beyond, just for me. You should all be glad I don't hold any grudges. The man didn't have a good comeback. He had already reconciled with himself the fact that he was a terrible godfather. He had hoped that he could bond with Naruto over training the Kyuubi, hoping that Naruto would look up to him, but that was never the case. He got into the toad kata stance. Enough talk? Yeah, enough talking, Naruto muttered and flipped through 3 hand seals as the 3 ran to him. Web bomb, level 10. A sparkling white orb began growing between his palms, and when it was roughly the size of a beach ball he smashed it onto the ground, Aoki making sure to stand behind him away from the blast. She was very familiar with the attack. This would be the first time the 3 ninjas would see it. The effect of this was the ball exploding and covering all in thick, heavy, and quickly drying white webs. Even the toad had to leap aside. There were fingernail-sized spiders with beeping brown and green behinds that moved sluggishly over the webs, expanding it and at the same time fortifying it. When Jiraiya thought he could break out, his hole was smoothed over. It would last an hour. Naruto shook the webs off easily and pulled Aoki out, summoning clones to pull the Sound 4 and Kimimaro out too. The toad touched back down on the web and it solidified around his feet, making him immobile. He spared a look at the trapped ninja, and ran off to Hidden Sound. Oh. Ray, J. A smooth voice chirped as she sauntered through the front door of the Scarlet Pleasure Brothel. The woman had a beautiful tan with purple lipstick and dark eyeshadow painted on her face. She wore flowing black formal dress and a long gold necklace around her neck. She also had hoop earrings and black high heels. She hopped onto the scrubbed-down counter where drinks were usually served and crossed her legs. Two twins dressed identically in purple pajamas yawned as they waltzed out from the curtain on the far right of the counter where the sex workers received visitors in their rooms. Ohio Arana-sama, a twin with a rose hair clip holding up a long black overhanging bang chirped. The other twin though allowed her own bang to cover her left side. Her soft brown eyes glinted at the head matron and she raised her visible eyebrow. "Have you heard the news?" the matron said as she buffed her manicured nails on her chest and examined them. "You need to be specific, lady," the other twin said. "Well, Jay-chan, I was talking about Kitagami-sama." Rei, the twin with the air clip, snapped her fingers in realization. "Oh yeah, that chase yesterday night, why didn't you let us help out again?" She angrily perched her fists on her hips and her twin frowned and followed suit. "Kitagami-sama specifically said we shouldn't interfere if it was to ever happen," she sighed wistfully. "He said he didn't want us to come into harm's way, the sweetheart." Jay blew her bang and looked away briefly. "Well, that's stupid." Rei bumped her shoulder. "He's sweet." "Do you know who Uzumaki Naruto is?" the matron asked as he snapped the twins out of their daze. "The QB kid, he used to visit when he was like 6, what happened to him?" Jay replied with a suspiciously raised eyebrow. "You're not telling me that that little kid was Dash?" The matron nodded. "Kitsugami Gumo, head of the Kitsugami Drug Company. Only I and his chief foreman knew this." "Damn it." Jay cursed under her breath. "Wasn't he some sort of star ninja?" "Damn it." She threw her hands in the air. She then paused. "They didn't catch him, right?" The matron snorted. "Of course not, this is Uzumaki Naruto we're talking about. Now, the reason I called you too is that he has sent a message back that he wants the snitch that ratted him out to be killed. He doesn't care how or where but preferably soon." Rei cocked her head to the side. "Done." The usually ditzy twin was now stoic and her twin looked at her briefly before she too nodded. Side story. What happened to Mizuki Tuji? About a day before the Chunin exams. "I found something, Kakashi-senpai." The masked shinobi looked to his right when he heard the familiar feminine voice of his subordinate, Yuzuki Yugao. The swordswoman had been among the few people that had volunteered to rummage around in Naruto's abandoned warehouse/laboratory. So far the only things they had found were stray pieces of paper that had gibberish scribbled over it, probably codes, some empty test tubes and, now, a camcorder with a memory card jutting out of it. The blonde and his clones might have overlooked it as they were scurrying to pack up their research. Even the beast that had attacked with the spiders had disappeared to wherever it came from. Kakashi took the camcorder from her and looked at it with his lone eye, then he brought down the corner of his mask to expose his Sharingan eye. No tags or genjutsu. The camcorder's screen was smashed and its eyepiece had been bent in a bad angle, it was too broken to be used. He turned and walked to a large screen that hung securely on the wall, where Naruto used to magnify anything he was looking at through his powerful microscope. He pulled out the memory card and blew on it, and then he poked it into the space under the screen where Naruto had labeled for memory cards. The other ninja that had been looking around the ghost warehouse paused at what they were doing when Kakashi pushed the card into the space under the screen. The screen fizzled. There was a short, static buzz and there were only lines crisscrossing the screen before it abruptly cleared to reveal Naruto looking into the camera, his goggles black and his pale face an emotionless slat. "I think it's on now, boss," a dismembered voice said and Naruto smiled slightly. "Good thing this thing was 100 Ryo ha," he muttered and handed the camera to the voice. The audience watched as Naruto cocked his head to the side and took off his hoodie to reveal his plain black short-sleeved shirt. He leaned back to reveal that he was in the abandoned office. He hung his hoodie and ignored his lab coat in favor of walking out of the office, showing that the corridor between his main lab and the office was actually an animal containment area, containing a vast number of animals, so many that the audience wondered just how he was even able to get them past the gatekeepers. He entered his lab, passing by the empty spider enclosures. He turned to the camera and this time on his formerly expressionless face was a bright grin. He forced the clone holding the cam to turn to the left to reveal a silver-haired man lying on a table with his hands and legs strapped down securely. His was in plain trousers and shirt and he was very much asleep. "Is Mizuki-sensei?" The watchers leaned back abruptly when they beheld the dozing man. Naruto had reported that he had torn him apart in an emotional explosion of clones. Naruto stepped away a few paces from the camera and walked to the side of the table where Mizuki lay. He raised his hand up and used the back of his hand to slap the sleeping man awake. "Good evening, Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said as he turned to the smaller table beside him. He ran his fingers over the gleaming tools and test tubes there then he looked back at Mizuki. "What the, QB? Yeah, let's go with QB, Naruto grinned widely, exposing the serrated teeth feature he shared with his summons. Mizuki tried to sit up abruptly but realized that his hands and legs as well as his midsection were held down by tight straps. I always knew you were evil, the former teacher said under his breath after a small chuckle. Evil is merely a perception from the victim. I merely do things for an end, is that so evil? He picked up a syringe and stabbed it into a closed test tube, sucking all of its contents in. He then injected the liquid into a bag that hovered over the teacher, injecting another liquid into another bag. He connected these bags into a vein on Mizuki's left and right wrists. What do you plan on doing, demon? The man's struggles were futile. You might have not have noticed, but I pursue ideals people consider vile. Simply put, I want to turn you into a creature of nightmares. I might fail, I might succeed, the positive side is I would be able to see you break apart. He slipped on a pair of rubber gloves and a twisted, dark smirk crawled onto his face. You should have never trusted Orochimaru. Wait Let's begin. There will be 5 stages of what I'm going to do to you. Naruto interrupted and flipped on the drip bags to begin pushing the clear liquid into his wrists. Disregarding your cursed seal, you have a strong immune system, so the first stage is to break your body. I'll start from inside and work my way out. He then harshly grabbed the man's cheek and smiled widely to the sweating man. And believe me when I say this, I will savor every moment of it. Don't be shy to scream. That was when the immune-weakening serum being pumped into the man's body began to take effect. The things the young boy did to the Chunin were too painful to watch. Naruto disregarded the man's screams of pain, and when he deemed his immune system weak enough, he injected what he called a regulation serum into his system, which boosted his regeneration while his immune system was still very low. The shinobi winced as Naruto whipped out multiple sanban and stabbed it all over the teacher, even laughing at his whimpers of pain. He roughly grabbed his hands and, one by one, he began breaking his hands. Then, to the audience's horror, he cut the fingers starting from the very tips down to the palms. Then the hands regrew, but while they were doing that he focused on the feet, shredding it up to the knees and allowed them to grow back while he went back to the hands. The blood, spit and mucus that sprayed from the screaming Chunin was nauseating. Some of the ninja that watched couldn't take it anymore and released the contents of their stomachs. Kakashi sighed when Naruto laughed loudly again as he jammed 2 sanban straight into the soles of Mizuki's feet. He closed his eye and grabbed what he could guess was the remote control that hung under the screen. He pressed the fast-forward button. The first stage in the video lasted 3 days before Kakashi finally released the button. Mizuki was sweating buckets and his hands were shaking violently in their restraints. He was panting and crying. Please. Naruto smirked at him in amusement. And why are you begging? I believe you are ready for the second stages, breaking your mind. Looking at you now, I'm half done with that. Let's begin. He made sure the regulation serum was still pumping into the broken teacher's body before he brought out 2 small clamps and used them to keep his eyes open. He then lifted up the table that held him down and spun it around to the very screen they were watching from. Naruto brought out the remote control for the screen and said, I will show you a series of pictures. They aren't too pleasant to look at, but you don't any option but to watch it, don't you? He clicked the play button and the TV flickered on. The camera then panned over to Mizuki's face and all of the color. How did you dash? A scream belted from the video and he struggled to look away. He struggled to close his eyes, but his restraints held strong. His mouth stretched open and his eyes widened even more, and, an hour later, he seemed very unresponsive. The ninja would have thought he was dead if not for the regular breaths that escaped his mouth. The rest of the video was dead silent. Kakashi again fast-forwarded. Mizuki's eyes were now flickering and the corners of his mouth were twitching, though he didn't speak. His eyes dully roved to Naruto as he walked past the camera. The ninja could see the sadistic blonde smirk as his former teacher's mind crumbled and split apart by the seams to the torturously repetitious series videos he had shown him for a month. Excellent, Naruto said as he jotted something down into his clipboard. At this point you may not be wondering why I'm doing this to you, besides the fact you thought you could manipulate me with money. He said with a short snort and roll of his eyes. I don't want to seem like the cliché movie villain that would reveal his dastardly plot to the spunky hero right before he even does it. At this point it was like he was speaking to a plant, a living, breathing plant that had a twitching hand and flickering eyes. Mizuki's eyes now seemed permanently contracted eyes with a thin red ring around his eyeballs, probably caused from the tears he cried before his brain cells were fried. Naruto noticed this and chuckled to himself, writing down his discovery that even with the bait of telling him his plans would force any action, it was either he was faking his behavior to escape the videos or his mind was genuinely so broken it was reminiscent to a window that a soccer ball had broken through. The ninja watching weren't aware of this, but this was his intention, not the obvious fact that Naruto simply wanted to hurt Mizuki, but rather breaking his body and his mind were part of another goal he wanted. The former teacher had hauntingly wide eyes with pin-like pupils with red rims around both of his eyes. His mouth was slightly gaped. The blonde mad and sadistic scientist was glad that Aoki-chan wasn't around to witness the proceedings. She had come face to face with the lower rungs of humanity and would rather not meet them again. She had been allowed to stay at his apartment or walk around the village if she wanted any time he returned to the lab. Shocking the watchers, Naruto snapped his fingers and shadow clones walked before the camera, and removed the restraints from Mizuki's hands. The clones left as the man clumsily fell on the ground. He rigidly picked himself back up again, but his horrified facial features and pallid skin color remained the same. This was understandable since he hadn't eaten a good meal in months of being in Naruto's lab. The blonde poked his forehead again, seeing if he could elicit even a small wince, but he got none. It seems I can now move to the third stage of my project, breaking your will. The watchers felt their blood chill when he said this, and some even covered their faces. This was the real side their comrade and their senpai didn't reveal to them. I'll give you a 10-minute head start. Run, the boy said shortly before he turned around. The broken man remained in place, releasing the occasional breath and taking in more. Naruto looked over his shoulder and sighed when he turned around. Fine then, I'll have to use one of man's primal instincts to break your will, the urge to eat. He snapped his fingers again and a single clone snapped a collar around Mizuki's neck. The chain trailed off into the background. Naruto riffled through his pocket and brought out 5 energy bars. He placed them on the floor and leaped back in time for the hungry teacher to dive at the bars. The man didn't even unwrap the bars before he chomped down on it, swallowing thickly and whimpering at the taste. Naruto set his pen-holding hand to the right and a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in his palm. He dropped the bowl, but this time he didn't flinch away when Mizuki dived at him, because the chain effectively kept him and his hands away from him but at the same time painfully close. He dropped the bowl on the ground and left the lab. Kakashi closed his eye again and fast-forwarded until Mizuki was a thin, crumbling man on his hands and knees. He wasn't reaching for the food anymore, but rather he was looking up and waving away invisible flies that pestered him. Naruto spoke outside the frame of the camera. That stage served as a twosome. It broke your will and your spirit. So I can go to the next stage. He walked to Mizuki and shoved him back onto the table. The man didn't raise any sort of resistance. I will refortify your body, strengthen your immune system and bestow you with body regeneration. This all considering that your mind is like a torn, crumpled piece of paper. Now what do you say? He had made sure to assign his clones to give him 10 drops of water daily, but the food remained out of reach. Mizuki coughed dryly and muttered, "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Naruto beamed and ruffled his hair. "Well done, you're learning. Now let's begin." The young scientist slowly slid a needle into the man's left wrist and connected a tube to be supplying regular drops of a chemical into his veins. He then slowly eased a needle to where his heart was and gently pushed the golden liquid of the injection into his body. He dropped the empty needle and placed his left pointer and middle finger on the man's neck while he whipped his right wrist in front of him to show he had on a ticking watch. He stayed like that, keeping count of his heart rate until he got what he was looking for. The man's heart began beating rapidly. He remained neutral as he injected his other wrist with another chemical. This one was light purple. At this point you all may be wondering why his cursed seal wasn't reacting. The camera panned to the seal. To answer your question, Naruto brought out a paintbrush with bristles wet with ink and a phial of blood. He squinted his eyes and his goggles shone a faint red before he began tracing over the intricate seal. When he was done he channeled his chakra. A thin line slashed through the cursed seal and purple chakra pumped out and circulated through the man's body, aided by his rapidly pumping heart and his widening chakra coils. The boy gave the brush to a clone and retrieved another one. This one was dry. He dipped it into the blood phial and traced over the thin slash. The seal, surprising enough, began to flicker and beat black and purple. Naruto handed the brush to a clone and retrieved yet another brush. This time he bit his thumb and dipped the tip of the brush on the wound before his regeneration closed it up. It happened slowly. He tapped the blinking seal with the blood-painted brush and it stopped blinking abruptly but began to bubble on his neck. The cursed seal rippled and spun within itself before it stopped, revealing that it was now in an Uzumaki spiral that was red rather than blue. It was a feat Jiraiya could only hope for, but at the same time a feat Naruto could not reach all by himself. He had sent a spider summons to Orochimaru to request for the administration instruction scroll for the cursed seal of heaven. It always helped that your favorite relative was an evil scientist that had a taste for blood. She also sent the phial of blood for him to remove the seal. Though removing the seal wasn't his plan, he read through the scroll since the first day Mizuki arrived and had seen various routes to take the Toad Sage could never be aware of in order to remove the loyalty seal that was keyed to the Snake Sage's blood and place his own instead. The thick veins escaping the seal turned red and the man grunted. His fists clenched tightly but didn't break loose of his restraints. Naruto allowed a small twitching smile to come to his face before he left the man to return to his other experiments, while at the same time regulating and maintaining the flow of drugs to his other warehouses. The money he made on a weekly basis that was returned to him by his chief foreman was not only stored into small squares which were in turn stored in a room at the laboratory, but rather invested in expanding his drug corporation. Various other ventures he was not too focused in, like his drug empire. Concerning his investments back into Kitagami Drug Corporation, he had set up more warehouses, but not in Konoha but in both snow and marsh countries. There were more staff running around, which he had to pay for their loyalty with regular salaries, and he had made his administration system even more sophisticated. He had extended his drug corporation to include a delivery system. This was mainly for legal organizations that needed his drugs direly, like hospitals. There were at least a dozen C-rank ninja that went to make the drop-off, but before that the money was wired to his account in Snow Country. The money was always withdrawn to the last Ryu just in case the country ever caught up to him and froze his account. The other thing he did was to invest his money into extending his corporation, yet again, into the espionage world. This was more of a passive hobby to the drug empire, but in the shinobi world information was what turned the planet, then money. He encouraged the drop-off ninja as well as the civilians, and ninja, which controlled the warehouses to keep an idle eye and ear out for any useful piece of information or blackmail that could serve a greater purpose for him. Kitagami Drug Corporation was now taking root into the elemental nations, and even as the ninja watched the video Naruto had purposefully left behind, they still weren't aware of how well connected the KDC could be. The Hokage, and the other Kages, may have made a vendetta to shut down his operations, but their attempts were amusing, given the fact that their own hospitals depended on the drugs he himself had created. Some of their ninja needed his own custom-made chakra replenishing pills, which were better than the old ones seeing as they didn't have that much of a negative backlash when the chakra ran out. He might have been producing illegal drugs as well as his main merchandise, but there were still a large sphere of people outside his workers that didn't want him to shut down his operations. The next time Kakashi fast-forwarded, Mizuki looked much healthier than the last time. He had thick muscles and his back hunched noticeably on the table. His hair was shaggier, growing till it was past his barrel-like chest, this still considering the fact that it was shadowing his eyes. The tube connected to his wrist still supplied regular drops of liquid into his body. Naruto spoke again from outside of the camera's view. "Your cursed seal has been altered. That means, my broken friend, that I removed the limiter kept on it so that it would be eternally activated. In my research on humanity and nature chakra, I have discovered that as long as a person is part animal of any kind, even a measly ant, then he will be saved from the adverse effects nature chakra has on use. That thing in your wrist is what I call liquid DNA. It contains a small, submissive strain of DNA from a grass country tiger spider. These were spiders that were as large as 3-year-old children, when they were fully grown, with no venom in their fangs to kill but rather to stun long enough for the fangs to fully sink into the neck of its victim. Its foil though was that with how quick it could strike and how stealthy it could move, it was not a fast runner. Your cursed seal assimilates with this submissive DNA in you even more since it is a breed of spiders closely related to tigers. If I stopped the circulation of this DNA in your body, the ones already in you would be eaten alive by your now strong immune system and you would turn into a stone. A sad fate for a miracle of science if I ever deemed you worthless. Please, master." Mizuki muttered with a small unconscious growl, not one of defiance but rather, since he could not speak without the occasional growl. "Your usefulness to me is still yet to be seen," Naruto simply said. "Now the last stage is simply when I inject you with something I have been making here for a while now. It contains a mix of the tiger spider and the fire centipede. This should hurt. Let's begin." He stabbed a needle he whipped out from his coat sleeve into the mutating man's neck and stepped left once again to attend to his duties in the lab and to his corporation. As Kakashi once again fast-forwarded, all witnessed the change Mizuki underwent in high speed. His neck thickened, his arms bulked up even more and descended down to his feet, his legs became shorter, about as long as your foot to your knees, his skin turned grayish-red, his canines descended well past his chin, 12 spike-like protrusions jutted out from his sides and twitched with life, and a large mandible shot from the edges of his mouth and clicked together. He was now a freak of nature. The only rational thing that passed through his broken, twisted mind was on how to serve Naruto better to earn his favor. Naruto smirked at what he had created and turned to the camera, a knowing glint shone his eyes before it turned off. The silence that reigned in the empty lab/warehouse was deafening. Some of the Chunin that Naruto had commanded during the invasion looked down at their hands. Kakashi sighed again and stashed the memory card into his flak jacket. No one spoke again as they all filed out of the warehouse and hopped back to the village. Why did Naruto leave a video showing a juggernaut he had in his grasp? Just because. He didn't have to have a reason for everything he was going to do or doing presently, right? Oh. Side story ends here but main story continues. Uzumaki Naruto, though, and his godmother, Orochimaru of the Sannin were at the moment lying on their bellies on a high hill, with the sickly woman peering into a pair of binoculars. They were looking the violent whirlpools that spun over the oceans, then at the menacing sea creatures that swam through the whirlpools with ease, then finally to the dozens of highly ranked ninja wearing the Chunin forehead protector patrolling in front of the high wall that curved over the main path towards ocean, as well as the few shinobi that patrolled the other routes. It was ridiculous that the Raikage had gone through all this measure so that no one would go to Uzushiogakure, disregarding the fact that there were dozens of whirlpools that would shred any person that was not an Uzumaki summons or with the Uzumaki bloodline, or associated closely with the Uzumaki. Since Chunin, and any other village, could not access Uzushiogakure completely, then no one would. Orochimaru removed the binoculars from her yellow eyes and looked into Naruto's goggle-protected own. She smirked wickedly. First lesson, my lovely little godson, is on how to pass through Kumo to get to Uzushiogakure. She motioned forward to reveal that they weren't even in Kumo, rather they were lying on a hill behind Hidden Mountain, which bordered Kumo. We are going to put your stealth skills to the test. She pinched his cheek and stood up. He stood up as well to show he was in a well-fitting black and red hoodie. He shrugged on his backpack and carried his godmother's backpack in his right hand. They always had the option of passing around Kumo, but where was the fun in that? Besides, cutting through the hidden village that had the world's highest bounty for the snake Sannin was way shorter than going around it. They had a long journey in front of them, which just so happened to do with breaking through the elemental nation's wealthiest hidden village to a destroyed village whose eternal defense may or may not reject them. What could go wrong? Chapter 5. The snake and spider summoners leisurely walked towards Kumo when they got within a stone throw of the village, and the woman was giving the boy advice on how to infiltrate a village considered impossible to infiltrate. There are usually 3 ways to go about it. Naruto nodded to show he was listening while he made sure that no one was around to ambush them. The first is when you actually sneak through the village. This is usually for those confident in their abilities and can back up their confidence with action, especially if you are well versed with standard procedure in the hidden village, whether you are part of the ninja system or not. Okay, does it count if I use this way to sneak into and through Konoha? It all counts, even if you're sneaking into an underground cavern guarded by demons. Naruto pursed his lips and nodded. This usually doesn't make use of any jutsu since you need to minimize chakra use so sensors wouldn't find out. And sensory seals, Naruto added. The woman beamed and ruffled his hair. Exactly. There are many ways to go about this, but I personally like underground or subterranean travel. This helps because I can hold my breath for a really long time. The second way of sneaking into a hidden village or country is when there is a huge distraction. This distraction can either be created by another, or external, force, or by you. External? Naruto asked with furrowed eyebrows. This is a person or a group of people that you have never met or even know are present in the first place. It's sort of like a coincidental happening in your favor. Like if a person wanted to break into the Konoha hospital and he arrived just as the invasion was happening. You noticed how priority was set on keeping attackers contained and defending the walls. This distracts everyone from people sneaking that don't include fighters. Not sure you understand. The boy still had his eyebrows furrowed, but he nodded. That would be smart, and extremely lucky, if that happened to us now. It would, but it's not what we want to do now, maybe another day. The other type of this distraction is when you cause the distraction, like if you send an explosive clone to forcefully break into the village and detonate hundreds of feet away from your entry point. Standard procedure for every village is to contain the threat and to make sure the civilians are unharmed. This is a very ungraceful way to enter a village. What if I make a clone to sneak in but make a break for it to the other side of the village, not necessarily a bomb? Good, you're learning. The last way is very similar to the first and the second way. You sneak in but using chakra to shroud yourself. When you are detected, you make a break for it to your destination, scattering distractions like traps and bombs around you. They stopped walking and hid behind a tree as they observed the gate of the extremely wealthy hidden village. There were small caravans owned by traders as well as people that walked through the gate. They were all carefully scanned and checked by gatekeepers for genjutsu and identification. Orochimaru nudged the boy and pointed at a plaque that was nailed to the front of the gatekeeper's box. What does that say? It wasn't anything she hadn't seen before. She was merely testing his knowledge in Fuinjutsu. Naruto's black goggles shuddered like a camera and they spun slowly, showing that they were zooming in on the object he had been told to look at. It's a detection seal stacked over a sensory seal. The range? She motioned for him to keep going. About a 20 feet distance radius from the gatekeeper's box, the limit for when a sensory seal is combined by a detection seal. The woman smirked at him. Correct. Before we continue, can you tell me why the seal can only go so far? It is because the sensory seals only boosts the sensor's abilities to sense while the detection seal is set to only detect humans and animals with chakra. This strains it to being pinpoint accurate, which means it can't stretch too far. A sensory seal would be useless unless there was a sensor to use it, and a detection seal had a short range but at the same time it was very accurate. It was merely a combination of similar seals to boost their effectiveness. This also meant that there had to be a constant sensor in the gatekeeper's box. Which way are we going to use to sneak in? The woman shrugged and looked at him. You choose. The first, I've only used that in ninja encampments, never to a place on this scale. Alright, but that would be a problem seeing as they have a detection sensory seal combo. So, we are definitely going to use that way. She grinned widely, exposing her needle-like canines and pristine teeth, and he too slowly grinned widely at the look in her eyes. She pulled him a little deeper into the forest and sat him down on a large rock. She asked for her backpack from him and he gave her. She rummaged through it and whipped out a makeup set. He snorted in amusement when he saw this and took off his goggles so she would begin changing his face. Oh. A woman with light pink hair, white painted face, pouty red lips and colorful eyeshadow raised her chin and looked down at the Chunin gatekeepers with hard blue eyes. She was in a white kimono with beautiful multicolored flowers dotted all over it and a white obi around her waist. She leaned out of the window and gracefully perched her elbow on the window. Yes. Identification please, the woman said in a bored voice. You mean you don't know who I am? She screamed. You don't know who I am? I'm sorry ma'am dash. I have never been so insulted in my life. She began fanning herself with a cloth hand fan that had been in her left hand. Kaa-san, a squeaky voice said from inside the regal carriage. What's happening, Kaa-san? Oh my sweet little child, these uncouth ninja don't know who I am. She turned her head to the ninjas, now two Chunin, who were beginning to hate their posts and spat. Now look what you've done. You've woken up my handsome little boy. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. The boy adjusted his black glasses so they didn't slip down his nose. Please calm down, Kaa-san. The person sat up and the Chunin could see it was a pale boy with rosy red cheeks and thin lips. His blonde hair was gelled down and he was clad in a red and black formal kimono his size. There was a deep red obi around his waist but they couldn't see that from where they were standing. He gently rubbed the hand he had in his grasp and the woman placed a hand over her heart dramatically. They were only trying to confirm it was you. He sharply looked at the flustered Chunin and said, weren't you? She nodded frantically. Here a man in jet black hair dropped from the front of the carriage. He was in a sharp penguin suit. He was very different from the people in the carriage. He was tanned and had black eyes. Though he had a long nose, like a beak, which he looked down from with his beady black eyes. I am quite surprised you do not know Nami-sama and her son Maki-sama. The poor Chunin hesitantly shook her head. I am sorry. The man snorted. Well, I wouldn't expect one like you to know them. They are artists. The light-skinned girls oat in understanding. I'm sorry but I'll still need their ID. It can't be helped, the woman called Nami said with a small sigh. Give them our IDs. And do hurry, Kaa-san is tired and would really like her beauty sleep. The woman suppresses a snort and pinched the boy. At once, the butler said and reached into his front pocket. He presented 3 IDs and the girl bowed twice before she ran into the gatekeeper's box. She returned 3 minutes later and smiled at them. You guys check out. Do you mind telling me why you are in Kumogakure? They are on their vacation. The artisan lifestyle is very hectic and they need a break, the butler said nasally. Of course, have a nice stay. She waved for them to continue and they did as soon as the butler got back behind the horses. As they were out of earshot the girls sighed in relief and wiped the perspiration that was building on their foreheads. I need to get out more, said a girl and her partner nodded. They went back to her post, waiting for another person to come. Back with Nami and Maki, the pink-haired woman peeked out of the window and when she saw they were far enough she burst into laughter. Maki joined her. They held their bellies and tears ran down their eyes. I can't believe they fell for it, Nami said as she ripped off her pink wig, revealing jet black hair. She stuck her tongue out in disgust at the hair color. With our acting skills we should win Jinji Awards. In this story they're equivalent to Grammy Awards. After the Sannin had laid down white foundation over their faces they had hijacked a carriage carrying the real Nami and Maki, stole their IDs and rode through to Kumo. Naruto summoned a clone and the woman disguised him as well. Since they both had massive amounts of chakra they were forced to super suppress it to civilian capacity but the act of holding the compact size was like holding in pee. As if on cue they both released their hold over their chakra and they sighed in relief, slumping back into the comfortable chairs. The carriage screeched to a stop abruptly as they were passing through a small farm at the side of the mountain Kumogakure was situated on. Naruto poked his head out of the window but the Sannin playfully pulled him back in and poked her own head out. The boy suppressed the amused smirk before she waved her hand at him. Coast's clear. Whatever, the boy muttered and jumped out through the window. He grumbled and tore off his long formal kimono sleeves. I hate wearing this, it's like wearing a pillow. Get used to it, kid. If your records say you're a great adaptive fighter, then don't mess up that image. Adaptive fighters were those that were able to use any terrain, handicap, situation, and opponent to their advantage. Naruto was recognized as an adaptive fighter after his second Trail Jounin test, where he had to retrieve Erodijijo back from Suna, but it was cemented after a mission he went on with Yugao to Hidden Darkness. He had been tasked to rescue a shinobi who had been injured in his post there, but it was an ambush where the darkness shinobi dropped around them, bringing with them their darkness in a can. This delved them into pure chakra-induced darkness where even his goggles wouldn't be able to penetrate. What Naruto had done was to make full use of his 6 extra eyes to sweep around him every 10 seconds, having to move around and fight in pitch darkness. At the end they had managed to get the injured ninja back to Konoha, but relations with Hidden Darkness was still strained. The 2 highly ranked ninja leisurely walked to the barn and Naruto pushed the door open. He peeked in and entered when he noticed that not even animals were inside. The butler merely stayed back to watch the horses while the 2 ventured into the barn fully. Orochimaru had informed the young Uzumaki that their travel around the elemental nations was purely educational for Naruto, but at the same time it wouldn't be only her that would be speaking or performing actions. The sick woman looked at the boy and he focused his senses through the eyes on his forehead. The world turned black and white, the ground rippled and 6 phantom black legs crawled out from his shadow, which only he could see, and fell over everything, allowing him to look through until he finally felt something. He cancelled his concentration to those eyes and nodded towards a large empty crate at the far back. The short look he gave his godmother, even though his pitch-black goggles told her everything she needed to know. She didn't pull out a kunai from her sleeve. His added eyes allowed him to see the world in extra detail, which was amazing since the ordinary human eye could already do that. The thing that made Naruto's spider eyes special was that since he could see in better detail, he was able to see things most wouldn't see at speeds most wouldn't be able to fathom. His mission quota shot up after his 3-month-long trip and his long-range accuracy shot up even more. I'll write later on how his eyes and nose are pretty cool. She stayed where she was and the boy walked up to the crate. He then heard, "Torai-chan no." Then a childish war cry. The blonde spider summoner smirked a little in amusement and reached forward to catch the little girl's head in his hand. The girl kept on stubbornly trying to reach for him, but she didn't have the strength to push against his hand. "Let go. Fight me." Naruto cocked his head to the side to look behind the crate and saw a dark-skinned, blonde-haired girl in a wheelchair that had both of her hands covering her mouth, and her eyes clenched shut. He rolled his own eyes when the little girl he was holding back tried kicking him, but again this was a futile attempt. "Relax, kid." Quicker than she could anticipate he spun her around and her moving legs had her run back into the wheelchair girl. "Good, now where are your parents?" Please sir dash. It's a simple question. I didn't add a threat, did I?" "They're in the market," the blonde girl muttered with her eyes still closed. "Do anything you want to me, but please don't hurt Torai-chan." Naruto actually leaned back in shock and blinked twice. He looked at the snake lady and she shrugged, motioning for him to keep talking. "I'm not going to hurt you, matter of fact we're just passing through." He made sure to show both of his hands. Their bags were in the carriage. The little girl, who looked identical to the older girl, glared suspiciously at him, but she stayed in front of her sister in a stance akin to one about to pounce on a target. "What are you doing here?" "We came to give the owners of this house our horses. No use feeding them to our pets, huh?" Orochimaru said as she peeked around the corner of the crate at the girls. She noticed that her words only increased the mistrust visibly being shown by the little girl. They always had the option of killing the girls, but not everyone they met had to be killed, or so Orochimaru lectured had her godson, and that it would be a waste of horses if they just gave them to be slaughtered by their summons when they had their own sources of food in their summoning realm. Naruto slowly stepped away from them with his hands still up to show he didn't have any weapon there. "We'll just leave them in here." When he was about 12 paces away from them he turned around and took the reins of the 3 horses from the clone butler. "There they are." He tied the horses to a post and waved with a wide smile to the girls as they peeked out from behind the crates. "Wait," the girl in the wheelchair shouted and the blonde stopped mid-walk back to the barn door. "You haven't told us your name, or even what the heck they'll have to tell their parents when they asked about the horses." "Call me Naruto." "My name is Terry and this is my baby sister Tori. Thank you for the horses." She nodded and he gave her 2 thumbs up. "No thanks needed, Terry-san, Torai-san, I'll be going now." He sent a lax 2-fingered salute as he went out the large doors. He could already hear the sisters trying to come up with a reason why they suddenly have 3 horses. Outside Orochimaru raised an eyebrow as she looked at her godson. "Well, that was amusing. Come and help me with this please." The boy knelt down beside her and used his hands to keep a large scroll open while she rolled her shoulders and pushed the carriage onto the edge. "Seal." she muttered, and with a large poof the wooden carriage was gone. You never know when you'll need a carriage, I always say, she said as she sealed the scroll into her palm. Naruto rolled his eyes, not for the first time that day either, you don't say that. The woman bopped his nose and threw her right arm over his shoulder as they started walking down the dusty road that led directly to Kumo's back door, which was seldom ever used since it only led to Uzushio. The woman raised a finger to begin another lecture, but a loud yell had both of them look back. The woman still had her arm over his shoulder as she muttered, "Oh, there they are. Those are the guys that stole our stuff," a pink-haired woman wrapped in a white blanket screamed as she pointed at the duo. A boy with gelled blonde hair that was clad in only boxers and a black-haired man in briefs fumed angrily at them. "I thought for sure they would stay put," the Sannin said as she scratched her chin. They had left the real Nami, Maki and Butler in Hidden Mountain. They heard dozens of feet land around them and they spied both mountain and lightning shinobi surround them. When they noticed that it was the snake and spider summoner that they were around, they began whipping out their weapons or getting into strong taijutsu stances. The duo though remained in the same position as they carefully looked around. Orochimaru unwound her arm from around the boy's shoulder and stood up straight, her wicked smirk in place. "It seems we wouldn't be using the first way, huh kid?" Naruto hunched over as 2 3-foot-long Sanban slid out of his launchers and clicked in place. They grazed the ground as he got his legs into a light stance. "It seems not." He set his right arm to hook over his head and his left to point forward. It was still the 4-legged shadow spider stance, but it was still a position he could alternate and reduce some legs after he had gauged the severity of the situation. No need to put too much effort if he was fighting weak ninja. "Alright then, let's see what these guys can do." She stood behind Naruto, facing the ninja behind him, and steadily got into a light snake fist stance. "Taijutsu and weapons alone," she muttered, and he nodded. She didn't need to know how well Naruto was with his taijutsu. She had gone against him in the Forest of Death as well as Kabuto reported all of his missions back to her. She merely wanted to see how well they would work together as a team. This was also what Naruto thought as a matching smirk set on his face. The very air that passed through the ninja was taut and some even began perspiring, but they didn't flee or stand down. Then, like a light switch had been flipped, they dived onto the duo. Oh. The silence that fell in the office was solemn after they had just finished the tape of Naruto mutating the formerly thought to be dead Mizuki Tuji. The Hokage, Tsunade Senju, sighed and propped her elbows on her desk as she looked at the other occupants of the room one by one. Kakashi, Yugao, Jiraiya, Shikaku, Kurenai and Asuma. The Genjutsu mistress tried to keep her composure as her image of the same boy that had helped Enko through her random spouts of depression changed drastically, and Asuma too wondered why he didn't detect this side of Naruto as he invited him to a game of shogi with Shikamaru. Shikaku, Yugao and Kakashi just regretted why they didn't approach him when he was younger. Naruto Uzumaki was the top 10 special jounin in Konoha, probably even stronger than some full jounin. The potential that the boy had in him was astounding. "I think we know the next step from here," Tsunade said first, breaking the tense silence. "He's a rogue ninja and he has to be placed in the Konoha bingo books." It was inevitable. He was already B-rank ninja in the IWA bingo books, closely rising to a rank, as well as an A-rank ninja in Hidden Darkness. It was only a matter of time other villages heard of his defection and altered his standing in their bingo books. The former ANBU in the room chose to remain professional about it, despite how personal the matter was. "Yes," Kakashi nodded, "since they were some of the few ninjas that had been close to Naruto, or so they thought, then they should be the ones to gauge his standing in the bingo books." "Well, considering the fact that he has a single jutsu that is able to hold us down and a toad summon, then I say he's in A rank," Jiraiya said. "He has his spiders and Mizuki." "I agree, he has to be a rank," Yugao said quietly. "His taijutsu is impeccable and his ninjutsu skills are one of the best I've seen." "A rank," Kakashi supplied as he sat down on the windowsill, a place where Naruto used to sit down during jounin meetings. Naruto is able to plan ahead, much further than most jounin, which explains why he has such a high A-class mission quota. "He should be a rank," Asuma added. "His stealth skills are his shining points to me. He was able to steal the Forbidden Scroll from under our noses once, and then his tracking and capturing skills shouldn't be left out. I say he should be an A-rank missing ninja," Shikaku finalized, "one to be approached with caution." The jounin nodded in agreement and the Hokage finalized the decision and placed it in the new edition of the Konoha Bingo Book. Konoha Bingo Book entry number 42. Rank, A. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Monikers, Shadow Spider, and another moniker is coming after this chapter. Age, 13. Affiliation, Konohagakure, formerly, Kitsugami Drug Corporation, CEO, Spider Clan, Aoki-chan, Rogue Samurai, Orochimaru of the Sannin, Missing Ninja. Bloodline, Sensor Type, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki regeneration ability, they might not be bloodlines but whatever, they need to be noted. Summons, Spider Clan, maybe Snake Clan as well. Description, blonde hair, wears black goggles, sometimes, vulpine red eyes, usually in dark clothes, wears 2 silver sunban launchers on his wrists and has serrated teeth, like his summons. Specializations, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, Summoning Ninjutsu, First Aid, Espionage, Infiltration, Spying, Tracking, Capturing, Researching and Investigating. It is believed that he is able to use his Kyuubi chakra to a high degree but it is still yet to be seen. His goggles prevent Jinjutsu from working on him but it is also known that he isn't good at Jinjutsu. Information, not much is known about Uzumaki Naruto since he is very private about his life but he was not closed off from associating with other ninja in the village. He is the owner and founder of the Kitagami Drug Corporation, a drug company whose activities and movements are still a great secret. He is credited for creating his own summons and his own fighting style, the 4-legged shadow spider fighting style, a feat that is rarely ever heard of in any country. It is speculated that he travels around with Aoki-chan, an A-rank rogue samurai, who is close friend and, probably, Orochimaru of the Sannin, who is his godmother. Not much information is known about him. He might not be as smart as a Nara but he is a very close second. It is advisable that if he is ever encountered, only a rank ninja and above should attempt to face him. Do not engage unless you are a rank and above. The Jounin filed out so it only left the 2 last loyal Sannin. Jiraiya sighed and sat down on the chair in front of the Hokage's desk. Should I start looking for him? Tsunade was silent for 5 minutes before she slowly shook her head. No, leave him be. The Toad Sage raised an eyebrow. Mind I ask why? He has shown that he doesn't hold grudges against us and he doesn't have anything we want, besides his spider summons. It's best if we don't associate with him or else he'll start asking just how his parents' bank accounts were drained dry. The man paled and chuckled nervously. Plus he knows Konoha's defense like the back of his hand. We don't want him coming after the civilian council. Or us, Tsunade added. You're afraid of him? The woman snorted. Of course not, but do you remember he is very good with poisons. He beat Kakashi and Guy on his first fight with them. He held down Kakashi, Yugao, Jiraiya and a freaking toad with a web bomb, she added in her mind, but I do want you to find out where he is or even his traveling plans. Understood, Jiraiya nodded before a perverted grin stretched on his face. I miss you already, Haim. He winked but dove out of the window as a heeled ninja sandal was thrown at him. The slug Sannin grumbled as she retrieved her heel. Damn pervert, she sat down heavily on her chair and put her shoe on again. She leaned back on her chair and looked out of her office window. A memory of when she was a young hit her and she understood why the moment Hiruzen Sarutobi had sent a copy of Naruto's ninja history as he summoned her back to Konoha she immediately didn't trust Naruto. Flashback. I'm writing this from my point of view, not Tsunade's. A 19-year-old Tsunade Senju grinned widely and sent a small finger-wiggling wave to a few flustered boys as she waltzed past the academy. The Jounin vest on her torso glinted slightly as she puffed out her chest in pride. She was in a very good mood. She spied one of her teammates, Orochimaru, walking towards the academy. She seemed to be too preoccupied with her thoughts to see Tsunade seeing as the Senju had waved but the snake summoner still couldn't see her. The blonde girl pursed her lips in irritation and was about to yell until she saw the pale teen raise her hand and wave frantically as academy students began pouring out of the door after the break bell had sounded. Curious enough, a blonde ball of yellow and white energy barreled into her belly and, rather than hissing in a feral rage and killing the menace, she laughed quietly and hugged the boy back. Marane-chan, you came. The 10-year-old boy had bright blue eyes and slightly tanned skin. He wore blue shorts and a white shirt that had the Snake Clan symbol on the shoulders with blue sandals on his feet. The young snake summoner grinned and released the boy from her grasp, ruffling his hair familiarly. Of course I'll come. You forgot your lunchbox, again. She reached behind her back and whipped out a bento box of food for the boy and his eyes sparkled in wonder at how impossible it was for a tin of food to magically appear from behind her. It's ramen and veggies, just so you know. They were now standing in a remote part of the academy training ground where the students wouldn't be able to see them, a spot Orochimaru was very familiar with. Awesome. Thank you Nei-chan, he said and took the tin from her. She closed her yellow reptilian eyes as she smiled widely. Don't worry about it, she said as she led them to a bench and sat down. The watching Senju was about to yell for the boy to drop the food, fearing that it was poisoned, but it was too late. Minato had already taken 4 mouthfuls and no negative effects. The pale Jounin leaned back coolly with her hands behind her head, crossed her leg and looked at him. So how was class? The boy shrugged as he hastily tried to swallow the hot food in his mouth before he replied, it was okay, I guess. She raised an eyebrow. Is there something wrong? He shrugged again, but he had slowed down his eating. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Minato-kun? She drew out his name and he sighed. Someone called me a sissy. It's nothing, really, he insisted as her eyes steeled over. Who is this person? She asked slowly but rolled her eyes at his worried look. I'm not going to do anything bad to them, don't worry. It's Uzumaki Kushina, he said as he stopped eating, opting to rather poke his noodles with his chopsticks. Well, what did you do for her to call you that? I didn't do anything. Promise. She suppressed the smirk and he blushed a deep red. Okay, I said, I liked her hair. You're just too cute, Minato-kun, she hiss-laughed. Just try and avoid her, you'll be fine. If you say so? Once upon a time Tsunade had a massive crush on Orochimaru. She might still have one, but certain things about the snake summoner made her suspicious. First was that she practically popped out of nowhere during their academy resumption. She didn't have any parents and she was as cold as ice to everyone, even their sensei and Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As her teammate she had seen Orochimaru in action and it was never a pretty sight. The sheer bloodlust that sparkled in her eyes on every dangerous mission was spine-chilling. Now, hiding behind a tree with her chakra suppressed, she watched as the icy exterior of the snake summoner was chipped off right before her very eyes. This Minato was probably the only person she had seen Orochimaru be free around, or even remotely kind to. Quite frankly she thought Orochimaru always had an iron rod shoved far up her ass. She squinted her eyes in suspicion at the two as they chatted on and on one matters only they could understand, speaking in a code only they could decipher, and suspicion on who Minato was started to fester in her mind. She had only seen Minato once and that was when Team Sarutobi were leaving the gate. She had spied him hiding behind a building and looking on as they left. Shocking enough this didn't make her suspicious since it wasn't the first time a boy had watched them leave. She even thought that it was her that Minato was staring at but apparently it wasn't true. The bell sounded and she watched as the bubbly boy gave the teen a parting hug before he ran back to class. The senju furrowed her eyebrows in thought and melted into the darkness behind her, taking a route back to the village so she could begin a thorough investigation on who Minato and Orochimaru were, but first she had to enlist the help of a master detective. You want me to do what? Jiraiya said as he dug his pinky into his ear. Something funny must have crawled into my ear. For a minute there I thought you said we should stalk Orochimaru-chan, but that's crazy, right? Tsunade placed her fists on her hips and glared at the white-haired jounin. We're not stalking her, we're just going to ask around about her, nothing bad there. Yeah, nothing bad but this is Orochimaru-chan we're talking about. She'll kill us. He threw his arm in the air. I will have no part in this. What if during their questioning they walk in on the snake summoner naked in the bathroom? Even though that would be a great sight? Snap out of it, he slapped himself and sat down on a tree stump. I rather like living, Haim-chan, don't you? The Senju princess huffed in frustration and rolled her eyes. She won't kill us dash. Remember what she did to Gigi-san when he touched her shoulder? Do you remember? She had broken both of his arms. He was still in the hospital recovering from both the physical and psychological scars. Next time he wouldn't try and flirt with her again. What of Bumi-san? Remember him? Orochimaru had accidentally shoved him off a cliff for winking at her, or Yudaroji-san. This idiot purposely groped the snake girl during a spar and before they could all say ah shit his head had been buried under the ground and his body was upright, like he had been stabbed into the ground, and the girl still didn't stop the beatings until Hiruzen had stepped in and restrained her, or Kumato-chan. This was Asuna Kanuchi that had called Orochimaru a freak after she had manifested twin snakes as her arms to fight. Freak was a watered-down version of what she really called her. She was still looking for all of her teeth. Now she wore her scarf around her mouth, or Rintachi-chan dash. Alright I get it, Tsunade said sourly. Jiraiya crossed his arms smugly. His point had been made, but don't you think she's even a little bit suspicious? She just randomly appeared after Sarutobi-sensei became Hokage. She is literally part snake and, despite being 2 whole years late, she still became Kanuchi of the year. Well, yeah. The spy master said as he scratched his chin in thought. Come to think of it that is sort of strange. See. The white-haired teen furrowed his eyebrows and actually really thought of exactly what his crush wanted him to do. He wanted them to investigate on who Orochimaru was, probably due to a suspicion that had reared its ugly head out, seeing as Tsunade used all of her genin and part of her Chunin days chasing after the snake summoner. Even though he didn't look or act like Jiraiya was certain that he was familiar with the Konoha migration log and citizen registry, and Orochimaru was only mentioned abruptly in the registry. Even after the second shinobi had blown over, little was still ever known about her. Then an idle thought struck him. Why all this so suddenly? You've never acted like this about her before. She pushed him off the stump he was sitting on and he groaned as his face met the ground. I saw her going to the academy dash. Probably to go scout out for fresh meat. the boy muttered as he got up and dusted his clothes down. Shut up, idiot, as I was saying, I saw her going to the academy to give a kid lunch she forgot at home. There was a short silence before Jiraiya couldn't hold himself anymore. His belly laugh spread far and wide over the training ground. As his laughs tapered out, he took a deep breath and sent an amused smile at the blonde girl, who looked like just a small tap away from giving a ground-shattering blow to him. I think you should go to the hospital, Haim-chan. I knew I shouldn't have cooked that crab I picked off the ground on our last mission. What? The teen frantically waved for her to calm down. My point is, it's probably not our Orochimaru you saw. I'm 100% sure it was her, the last Senju insisted. His name is Minato and they act like they're siblings, but he looks nothing like her. I mean, she seemed so happy around him and not in a perverted, pedophilic way, she added as a bright glint entered the Toad Sage's eyes, like they were really siblings. Do you think Sensei knows about this? She shook her head. I don't think so. Well, let's go and find out who Orochimaru is then, he said and reached his right hand for a handshake and the Senju reached forward to shake it, but an idle gust of wind blew behind him, not strong enough to even blow a leaf but apparently strong enough for him to overreach and grab her bountiful bosoms. Hoopsie, the weather Haim-chan. Pervert. Thud. Boom. When the situation had more or less been settled, the duo separated after Jiraiya had assigned functions to them. He would do the digging on Orochimaru while frantically avoiding her, while Tsunade was to watch Minato and note everything on him. What she had discovered about the young blonde speedster troubled her greatly. She sat down on a branch with her legs crossed as she watched the boy spar against a classmate. A 10-year-old in his third year of school was not meant to know how to fight so well. Minato spun under a punch and his arms shot out, grabbed the back of the attacker's neck, and in a flurry of limbs he brought the opponent's face down to meet the mat with his forearm placed firmly on his neck and his pointer and middle fingers of his right hand pointing to the back of his head. He had ended a spar in 2 minutes flat with flow and ease. It almost seemed like he was humoring his opponent by even fighting him. The boy stood back and politely bowed to his opponent before he returned to his friends, who were patting him on his back. He smiled widely at them. He was nothing like Orochimaru, but at the same time they were very similar. The boy thrived in the basic sciences aspect of the academy, and he especially gravitated towards spiders irrespective of their danger level. With every passing hour of watching the boy interact, she grew even more suspicious. With every happy smile and jovial greeting, she grew to suspect that there had to be more to the eye on Minato Namikaze. No one could be that close to the Snake Sage without having even the slightest bit of darkness lurking in him. Sadly for Tsunade, depending on how you look at it, she couldn't follow the boy back to his home since he lived with Orochimaru. Though the next day, just as the Snake Sage had dropped off the boy in school, she took permission from his class sensei to speak with him. She struggled to hold up a smile for the nervous boy as she motioned for him to sit down on some chairs outside an empty class. Good morning, Senju-sama. There's no need to call me that, Tsunade is just fine, she said with a gentle smile. She reached over to pat his head but frowned at the way he recoiled from her touch, even though she had seen him get pats on his back from his friends the day before. Tsunade-san, he said with his head tilted down. He kept his eyes on his lap. Did I do something wrong? Nope, I was just curious about something about you. What's your relationship with Orochimaru the Snake Sage? Here he perked up and bounced in his seat in excitement. Mara-ne-chan is my ne-chan. Is that so? He nodded. Hi, she is very kind and nice and smart and... Here he blushed heavily. Very beautiful. The Senju tried to suppress her own blush but forced herself to focus on her goal. How long have you known her? A while, he answered ominously. Okay, I take it you're not blood relations then. The boy snorted. I wish. Again it was a very short answer. She sat there, just watching him play with his fingers nervously. Can I go back to class now? I don't want to miss anything. She nodded, but before he left she said. Don't tell her I was her, okay? He nodded, but needless to say Minato told Orochimaru. The Snake Sage buffed her fingernails on her flak jacket and examined them as Tsunade stepped into her apartment. The pale Jounin was sitting on her couch in a lax position. Glad to see you're back, how are you? Mara-chan, I wasn't expecting you. I just decided to drop by, to see my teammate and find out how she's doing. I can't do that, she asked as she reclined into the comfortable chair with her legs crossed. But, I don't remember giving you my keys. Nor did she see any signs of forceful entry anywhere. Oh, don't worry about that, Tsu-chan. Why don't you have a seat, you look tired. She motioned to the chair beside the couch she was sitting on. Matter of fact, Tsunade was tired. She had just returned from the patrol tower at the west part of Konoha's border. The leading medic ninja hesitantly took a seat and watched as a snake clone walked out of the kitchen with 2 cups of steaming green tea, setting it down on the table. The Snake Sage noticed her hesitation and a small smirk crossed her face as she leaned forward and dipped her pinky finger into the cup directly in front of Tsunade, licking it off slowly. Tsunade swallowed thickly. Why are you here again, if you don't mind me asking?" she said as she took the tea and gently blew into it. She was struggling to get her mind back on track. "Someone very dear to me told me you were asking him about his relationship with me," the pale Jounin said as she sipped her tea gently. "It's just that dash. I'll have to ask you to stay away from him, he is none of your concern," she interrupted sharply and screwed her lips to the side a little. "We've been a team for 7 years, we've gone on so many missions together, we've camped in so many kami-forsaken places together, and you never once mentioned you had a brother," Tsunade said sharply. "I thought you trusted us, Mara-chan." "Oh Tsu-chan, I do trust you guys, I just prefer keeping my private and professional life as separate as possible." "We're your team," the blonde muttered, "we're your friends." Orochimaru smiled in mild amusement and nudged the other teen's foot with her own. "Then why do you have Jiraiya researching on me? If we're friends like you say, you should be upfront and ask me any question you want answered, right?" She stood up sharply before the medic could give any clear response, and Tsunade followed suit immediately. "Just stay out of my business and you'll both be fine." She walked out of the apartment and the closing door sounded like a cannon to the Senju. The brief meeting between her and the snake girl only proved to be even more suspicious of her crush. Why was she being so secretive and protective about Minato? It was when Minato was a genin and was being trained by Jiraiya did she get her answer. Orochimaru became more withdrawn, if that's even possible, and colder than ever towards her teammates, but she never neglected the blonde boy. Minato too was incredibly secretive about his relationship with Orochimaru, even though they were seen less and less together. The day it had been discovered that Orochimaru was behind the kidnappings and the murders going on in Konoha did Tsunade realize something about Minato, that he balanced her out and she balanced him out as well. He was the cushion that she could cry into any day, and she was his support from the very first day they had met. As she knelt down beside his broken body, ignoring the rain as it pelted down on them, so that she could stabilize him enough for transport back to Konoha after he had almost been torn to pieces by the now rogue Snake Sage, she instantly regretted trying to interfere in his and her teammates' lives all those years ago. Years passed and he was more withdrawn, more secretive, even to his girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina, who just so happened to be her niece. Though only those close to him knew of his fervent search for his long-lost sister. He was still all smiles and laughs among his friends, but when he was alone she would observe a shadow that passed through his eyes and the disdain he held. For who? She didn't know. Kushina weathered the storm and the love he had for her could never be compared to any other person, but he was just never the same again after Orochimaru had defected. Tsunade watched on, ever suspicious of when he would finally snap and perform evil like his sister. He died protecting Konoha, and now apparently his son, before anything else could happen. Flashback end. Naruto had the same look and feel as Minato, through and through, but the darkness in him was only darker and more sinister. Her dead sensei had said that Orochimaru had reached over to him and gave him his goggles, helping him with his eye problems greatly, as well as pushed him towards learning about the world. The thing was, the Sandame, the Toad Sage, the Copy Ninja and the Cat Anbu were 100% sure that Orochimaru did not push Naruto towards performing all of the evil experiments and trading in drugs. It was a path he had chosen on his own. Orochimaru had not, as far as they knew, sent over training scrolls or jutsu scrolls to him to learn from. He had done it all on his own. Orochimaru had not given pointers to Naruto on how best to break into the most secure building in the entire village. He had done it himself. In his very countenance and composure she saw Minato, who was just as quiet and smooth when he was all business. Naruto and Minato were almost mirror images of themselves. Only Naruto could be considered a version of Minato who had survived the Kyuubi attack and found his long-lost sister. A version of Minato who had gone much deeper into his inner darkness, and who just so happened to house the strongest tailed beast on the planet, who had connections far deeper than anything she could guess, and who probably would make an exceptional civilian medic with his extensive knowledge of the human body, seeing as his chakra capacity was too high for him to control enough to perform medical ninjutsu. It was best if they did not poke him. If he had been able to steal the Forbidden Scroll when he had just graduated the academy, and was not part spider, then what was to say he was not able to sneak past Konoha's defenses, when he was part spider? The Senju grunted and turned to her desk. She then began to write a well-written letter to all of Konoha's allies that Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha's Jinchuriki and the son of the Yondaime Hokage, had defected and that he should be placed in their bingo books accordingly. It was standard procedure for those allied to Konoha. What they did with this information was up to them. Oh. Naruto, with his legs rooted into the ground and his arms like pincers, stabbed his arm Sanban through a mountain ninja, spun around on his left leg and threw the ninja into two of his comrades. He leaned backwards from two sword strokes from two Kumo ninja and jammed his long Sanban into the ground. the ninja raised their eyebrows at his unorthodox move, a human bridge, or the crab, so they weren't fast enough to raise their katana as Naruto's whole body blurred with speed, leaving just a sunban in the ground, as he spun like a tornado. Multiple wires shot from the deadly wind and pulled them in. Inside the deadly wind vortex was deadly purple smoke, which couldn't be seen from outside, which promptly paralyzed his opponents, allowing him to lop off their body parts and use them as projectiles for the smarter ninja who dodged the wires. Orochimaru sent a grin and a thumb up at his almost unstoppable move while her other arm was around Akumo Kanuchi's neck. She lifted the girl up and she was peppered with numerous katana strokes. When the girl seemed out of it, she dropped her and used her palms to catch a katana. She swung her left leg and it nailed on the side of the man's head. She ran headfirst into a small group of Kumo and mountain ninja. Naruto spun to a stop and got both of his feet back on the ground, and looked at the few ninja that remained, then at the 3 people he and his godmother had stolen from. This would go a lot faster if Aoki-chan was here, he said over his shoulder, and he shook his arms and purple chemicals dripped down to the tips. He spun on his feet, jumped over a punch, and with both of his legs on the attacker's head he forcefully brought his head down to meet the unforgiving ground. "This is a family trip, kid," Orochimaru said as she idly poked Kanuchi's neck and watched as her last opponent dropped down on the ground, dead. She placed her hands on her hips and watched Naruto's fight against his opponents, which would have ended faster if he was at least allowed to perform one single jutsu. "Oh, alright, just one jutsu." The boy sent her a thumb up and allowed his long sunban to return into his launchers, which were hidden masterfully in his sleeves. He rolled his shoulders and slithered to the side away from an axe kick, bent backwards from an overhead kick and slipped under another ninja's sword slice. He flipped back one to get an accurate number of his attackers. He counted 4, 2 hand-to-hand specialists, 1 genjutsu user, who was almost useless against him, and 1 kenjutsu user. He ran with his head lowered to them and they ran at him. He flipped through 7 hand seals, dog, rat, dog, dragon, ram, monkey, bird, earth release, slick sand sinkhole. He skidded on his knees under a chop from one of the taijutsu users while at the same time his right hand grazed the ground. Immediately the ground bubbled and sucked in the ninja till it only remained their heads. He raised his right hand and a single 3.5-inch sunban slid out, clicking in place. He hovered over them ominously and his goggles glinted in the light as he looked down at them. Their screams reverberated all around as he finished them off. Orochimaru clapped her hands as Naruto idly kicked a decapitated head. "Nicely done. Now, what do you propose we do to these 3? She looked at the 3 civilians that they had stolen from and they began sweating profusely. Naruto turned his head to them, and then from the corner of his vision he saw 2 pairs of eyes peek out of the barn they had dropped the horses in. He clenched his sharp teeth and painfully rolled his neck. It cracked loudly. "I think we've done enough killing for the half hour." The girls had seen him kill enough. The woman pouted. "Aw, that's too bad." "Scram," she barked, and the 3 didn't need to be told twice. "Now let's go before someone else comes." She walked up to the boy and threw her arm over his shoulder as they walked off towards the back door of the hidden village. The boy stuck his hands in his pockets as he supported the sick woman, but he couldn't help but inhale deeply. "You stink of blood," he commented. She rolled her eyes. "Tell me something I don't know. Do you know how hard blood is to get out of these clothes?" She huffed childishly. "It's torture." "You obviously aren't using the right fabric softener," he said as they walked down the lonely road. If they had taken the crossroad behind the barn it would have led straight into main Kumogakure. They had agreed that this was close enough to the center. "Oh yeah, well what softener do you use, wise guy?" "How the heck should I know? My summons do my laundry." He shrugged and laughed when she poked his cheek with her black painted pointer fingernail. "Mind if I give them my laundry?" "I don't mind." She could easily give them her dirty clothes by just giving her snakes, who would in turn give his spiders. The only difference between the 2 summoning realms was the terrain, seeing as their spiders and snakes could be found in each realm. Naruto was at least glad that the snakes weren't holding grudges against his spiders for reducing their numbers a little during the Konoha invasion. "Speaking of summons, has the White Snake Elder informed you of Sagi's development?" The woman hummed in thought and nodded. "He says that she already had high control of her sage chakra before she met him and that he was merely refining it." "Do you want to start learning the sage arts?" "It would be nice if I could use the nature chakra in me for other stuff than keeping my Kyubi chakra under check." It wasn't painful having that much chakra in him, his Kyubis and nature chakra, and it wasn't painful having them increase from time to time, but since he had experimented in almost every aspect of the human and animal world, he had always wanted to know what would happen if he combined them all together or individually. He wasn't afraid of turning into a rock from an overload of nature chakra since he was part spider, but his movements would slow down exponentially if he took in too much. "Be patient, young grasshopper. Let's focus on your fuinjutsu, ninjutsu and summon control first. When you're a level 6.5 and you have more fluidity in your hand seals we can move to sage training. It might have sounded absurd but the woman was a perfectionist. In her eyes Naruto could go even faster with his hand seals, which were in fact considerably faster than most she had seen, and he could be even more efficient in his hand-to-hand combat. Then she wanted to increase his telepathic control over his spiders so that when they moved they would truly be an extension of his body. Whatever you say, Mara-chan, he sighed tiredly with his shoulders sagged. Exactly, she chirped and poked his cheek again. Now let's talk about chakra. He groaned and said, but I already know about chakra. I know you do, but did you know that you can perform a fire release, great fireball with just a drop of your chakra? Or that you can compact your chakra together so tightly that you can manifest it physically in any form you want, especially with the amount of chakra you have. Or even that you can relax all the kinks in your body by circling chakra through your body. No. Of course you didn't, my adorable little godson. She pinched his cheek and began the lecture as they steadily progressed to Uzushio. Oh. Naruto is a what? Sakura Haruna asked, more like yelled, her longtime friend, Ino Yamanaka. A rogue ninja, the blonde girl said to her friend. They were seated in a cafe on the stools by the counter. The blonde heiress smiled sadly at her friend. I'm sorry you had to hear that, forehead. She placed her hand on the pink-haired girl's shoulder and anticipated the tears that slowly began to pour out of her gem-green eyes. But why? What did he do? She clasped her hands over her heart as more tears fell from her eyes. This must be a mistake. Ino had arrived at her house that morning and had opted to take her out for a cup of tea in a business. It was hours after the breakfast rush so the cafe was relatively empty besides a few customers speckled around and 2 waitresses that moved around, cleaning the smaller tables. Sakura, my dad said he was doing bad things and selling bad things to bad people. She rubbed her shoulder. Bad things like what? The girl blubbered. He experimented on people, he sold drugs and he associated with criminals. Ino's heart broke at the state her best friend was in. She had just learnt that her crush, one she had gotten after experiencing Naruto's good manners and pleasant attitude, was one of the leading drug producers in the world. He must have had a good reason for doing it. The girl looked at Ino frantically. I mean, you know Naruto, the quiet, nice, clean, polite, smiling, handsome Naruto. The one we knew in the academy, the one that helped us out when we needed it. The real Naruto. He couldn't. She covered her eyes with her hands. Ino smiled at the girl sympathetically. My dad also said that he was one of the best ninjas in Konoha and that he never complained if he was given a task, no matter how hard it was. Sakura wasn't the only person that had a crush on Naruto, nor was she the only person attracted to him. There were a few girls in their former class that liked him, a few above and few below, and even a few that were already genin. It was why the news of Naruto's defection was a solemn affair all over Konoha. Even if he was first known as the Kyuubi Kid, no one expected him to be so deep in his darkness. Ino herself felt something for the rogue Uzumaki. She wasn't sure what it was but she felt something. Then suddenly Sakura looked at her with green fire burning in her eyes. I have questions. Shoot, the Yamanaka said as she leaned back in surprise. Not for you, for Naruto-kun. She hopped off her chair and Ino looked at her like she had lost her mind. I have questions for Naruto and I am going to have them answered. Forehead, I'm not sure you paid attention to what I said. Naruto went rogue and no one knows where the heck he is. Don't tell me you're going rogue too. Sakura rolled her eyes and dragged the thin girl out of the cafe. Of course not, but I'm not giving up on Naruto-kun. He must have had a good reason for doing those things. So where are we going? They were now walking hurriedly through the upper-class residential buildings and Ino was still trying to get her feet under her. It was much too early for all this hurrying. To Tsunade-sensei, she answered shortly. To do what? If we want to track, capture and bring back Naruto we need the right tools, right? Wait. I never said I wanted to dash. Yes you did. Now, we need more training. I never agreed to this. Ino began to frantically try and pry off the girl's iron grip on her wrist. Extra training with the Hokage was akin to suicide by chakra control exercises. Why don't you meet your sensei? I'm sure he'd like to give extra lessons. I can meet Kakashi-sensei on my team's next team training. Tsunade-sensei is always busy and we're free now so. She nudged into the Hokage Tower's front door and stomped up the stairs. Ino still tried to remove Sakura's hand. Please. Sensei, the Haruno yelled as she got in front of the Hokage's office. She ignored Shizune, who had hastily sat up from the desk after a quick nap. Sakura please, the blonde girl shouted but it was too late. They were already in the office and Tsunade was glaring at them. What? Her head was throbbing from all the sake she had chugged down last night. We want more training. Today's your free day dash. We don't mind. Speak for yourself. Mind I ask why? Tsunade said with a raised eyebrow. She was gently rubbing her forehead. and yes, speak for yourself. She looked at Ino briefly before she corrected herself. I want to bring Naruto-kun back, no matter what it takes. Why this? Why today? Why me? She sighed and thought, if I agree to give you more training, are you ready to face him if you do manage to find him? Hi, sensei. Even if he wants to kill you. Even if he wants to kill me. Oh. There was another deeper, more personal reason Aoki-chan wasn't allowed to accompany Naruto and Orochimaru on their training trip, even though the Ronin had pledged her life to protect Naruto. It was because Orochimaru may die from her sickness during the training journey and she wanted her burial to be a family affair. She didn't tell Naruto about her burial but she suspected he already knew. She had already handed all of Oto Agakure to Kabuto, who was there with the female samurai, and all of her research, most of her money and physical possessions were passed on to Naruto, even though she had yet to hand the scroll where it was sealed into him. This didn't mean that she had left Kabuto, Kimimaro, and the Sound Four with just a village full of people. They had gotten a substantial amount of money to maintain Oto and keep it running long enough for them to begin making their own money, through whatever means. She didn't care. Naruto had examined her personally when he had reached Oto, by her request, and he had confirmed what she had tested herself, that the cancer had accelerated from the stress and hectic atmosphere of killing her former sensei. You see, even though her cancer of the heart was rare, if not never seen before, it grew and expanded based on the increase of adrenaline in the body or rapid increase in the heart rate. The cancer reduced the structural integrity of the walls of the heart, thinned out the blood that passed through it and weakened the muscles that this blood touched, which technically meant that it was cancer of the blood but it remained that it originated from her heart and primarily stayed in the heart, only passing along toxins into the blood it touched. This didn't mean that Orochimaru had to refrain from fighting or overthinking. Rather the Sannin had mastered the wonderful art of keeping her head in a fight, as seen in their fight with the Kumo and Mountain Ninja. The fact still remained that she only had a year, maybe a year and a half, left before the cancer would fully take over her heart. The result of this would be that her heart would look and act like a pillowcase with 3 compartments. She's part snake, it wouldn't have the strength to keep pumping blood through her body and she would become so immensely weak because of this she would die in approximately half an hour later. Orochimaru turned her head to the side and smiled gently at her godson. He wasn't the little boy that had started the academy that was barely up to her shoulder, now he was a strong, smart and skilled ninja that was a little bit taller than her. He looked at her from the corner of his eyes and smiled back a little, his left arm reached around her own shoulder. I've got an idea on how we're going to pass that wall, he said to her as the duo stopped on a hill far away from the wall that covered the ocean leading to Uzushio. They were more like a dot on the horizon as they observed the dozens of ninja patrolling in front of the wall, but it has to do with a few ninjutsu. The woman squinted her eyes as she too watched the rotation of guards. Why not with taijutsu? We both know I'm not ready to face that many ninja, Mara-chan. Okay, what do you have in mind? 10 minutes later. A war cry sounded and hundreds of Narutos and Orochimarus ran down from the hills. It was like watching a tidal wave of blonde and black rushing towards them. Prepare yourselves, seemingly the captain of the wall guards yelled and he drew his tanto, protect the wall. He could clearly see that each blonde boy had 2 1-inch sanban in each hand and each black-haired woman had standard issue kunai in each hand. Then the tidal wave clashed against the Kumo ninja, who were fewer in number than the clones but more powerful and jutsu flew from one side to the other. As the chaos ensued Naruto, with a laughing Orochimaru, ran underground through the mini-war. As they slid under the wall they ran full tilt through the beach and towards the ocean. All that remained was if the whirlpool recognized Naruto as an Uzumaki and Orochimaru as his godmother. Naruto, running at low jounin, walked on the water with blazing speed while he firmly grasped the snake Sannin's left hand in his right. It was instinctive but Naruto knew that he needed to show proof he was part Uzumaki. He bit his hand, between his index and thumb, and clenched his fist strongly as he threw his bloodied fist forward in an arc just as a white and black killer whale jumped out of the water with its mouth wide open. On contact with the boy's blood it disappeared in a poof of smoke and he, with his close relative, were summarily sucked into the water violently. Oh. Midnight. Konohagakure no Sato. Monkey and Mantis reporting for the midnight shift, Ibiki-sama. 2 masked ANBU females said formally as they saluted sharply to the head of the INT department, Ibiki Marino. The bandana-wearing man looked at the 2 unfamiliar teens with suspicion before he looked at the guard rotation list on his desk. The suspicion lightened when he saw their names. You're late, he grunted as he stood up. He walked past through the door and closed it after them. We're sorry sir, Monkey muttered. Whatever, don't let it happen again. They walked down a corridor where dozens of cells were located. The prisoners were buzzing with murmuring after him until the man barked, shut it, dirt bags. silence fell like a bag of rocks thrown from heaven by a kami. Good. Now you two, the guard rotation roster say that you two are to watch over cell level 5, the place where drug lords and drug peddlers were contained. They walked up 3 flights of stairs and stopped before another long corridor of prison cells that led down deep into the darkness. They're mostly pansy civilians that walked on the wrong edge of the law, so they shouldn't be too much trouble, but just in case anything comes up, Hokage-sama herself has authorized deadly force to be used to subdue them. Make sure you don't kill them though. He stopped in front of cells number 58 and peered into the cell. There were 4 men who were idly laying on their separate bunk beds. They seemed asleep except a glasses-wearing man that was reading a manga. Then Ibiki looked into the cell directly opposite and saw 2 females playing chess and one of them knitting a scarf. She looked to be in her early 20s. Lights out in 10, you pieces of horseshit. Sure, a girl said idly as she moved her knight to knock down her other opponent's king. I win, again. This is no fun when you keep winning. Tomorrow let's do something I want. The loser sulked as she flopped onto her back. The winner shrugged and nodded. Did you girls hear me? I said lights out on 10, the special Jounin grunted and clenched his fists. And I said sure, don't get your knickers in a bunch, the winner said as she rolled onto her back and launched up, landing in a perfectly acrobatic stand. She climbed to the top bunk and relaxed. The other girls too went to their beds. Good, then he faced the 2 ANBU in charge of watching the level. Watch these 7 especially, they work for that drug lord, Kitagami Gumo, and their heads are as thick as walnuts but they'll crack soon. He peered into the female cell and a twisted, demented smirk crossed his hard face. I just know it. Yes sir, the female ninja said sharply. I'm off to run a midnight errand, I'll check in an hour or so, he said and flippantly waved over his shoulder as he went down the long flight of stairs and out of the building. For the first 5 minutes the duo marched up and down the corridor, but Monkey spied the man actually leave the building. She walked back to cell number 58 and pulled off her mask to reveal a girl in her late teens with blue hair and a black overhanging bang. The girl's brown eyes stared into the dark cell as she pulled out a flashlight from her pocket and clicked it on. Guys? You awake? She heard the men snort awake and grumble. Mama? A buff man who laid on the lower bunk muttered. Shut up, idiot, the man that had been reading the manga growled as he stomped his foot, shaking the bunk. What do you want? Kitsugami-sama sent us to break you out, she whispered and bent down to the lock, frowning sharply when she saw that it was a level 8 seal. Yo sis, help me out with this. Mantis knelt down by the seal and removed her own mask to show a blue-haired girl that had her own bang being held up neatly by a black clip. Go keep watch, we don't know if those girls we knocked out are awake yet, she whispered back and the girl nodded while Jay, the girl with the clip, whipped out a brush and began drawing on the seal. Naruto had allowed them limited connection with his informant in the INT so that they would know where his workers were being held and when they could strike. They were able to knock out the Chunin ANBU that were assigned to the prison section of the INT and take their identities. I thought Kitsugami-sama was going to murder us in here, the girl that was knitting whispered but bit her bottom lip in excitement. I knew he was a good guy, didn't I tell you? It pays to be loyal, was part of what the workers in the KDC were told after their application to Naruto's corporation was accepted. Of course he wouldn't kill you, what made you think he would? Jay muttered as she added a final swipe to the locking seal. The door clicked open and she rushed to open the female's prison cell. Well, I never lost faith in Kitsugami-sama, the buff mama's boy grunted as he stepped out of his cell with the other 3 men. So how are we going to break out of this building? Just leave that to us, Ray, the twin without a hair clip, assured. They were the only ones in the criminal underworld hit woman squad that had been sent. This meant that they didn't have reinforcements but they had serious ninja training. How long can you hold your breaths? She asked as the cell door for the female's prison swung open. Jay slipped her painting brush into her sleeve and fixed on the stolen ANBU mask, as with her sister. Our average is 3 minutes, the man that read manga said quicker than the female chess whiz. As funny as it sounded, it was part of the requirements to work in the KDC, to be able to hold their breaths, among other variety of things. These were mainly requirements for civilian workers who had little to no fighting experience, like these men and women Ray and Jay were breaking out. We can work with that, Jay said while she bustled to the window far down the opposite side of the corridor. She began working on the seals there as well, a locking seal as well but one of a lower level since the Hokage didn't expect there to be ninja in her force that would help break out the prisoners, or even a level 8 Fuinjutsu user who could break a level 8 locking seal, which just so happened to be the seals on each cell. As she sent a thumb up to her sister, Ray handed gas masks to each civilian KDC worker to wear and rolled a long sealing scroll on the ground. There were 7 seal spirals on the paper. Chose a seal and step on it, hurry. Not even wanting to ask what they wanted to do, the men and women stepped on the seals and were swallowed up in a vortex of white air. The specialized hit woman rolled up the scroll and hefted it onto her shoulder, ignoring the now added weight as she ran quickly to the window. Her unrecognized Fuinjutsu master twin sister grit her teeth and swung her leg at the bars that lined the window. It caved in and exploded outwards, allowing her ceiling scroll-carrying twin to leap out. She followed her as well. The alarms blared after them as they disappeared into the deadly forest that surrounded the above-ground prison part of the TNI. Most people assumed that Jiraiya the Toad Sage was the highest one could get in Fuinjutsu. No one wanted to search in the darkness that was the criminal underworld for who was almost as good as him, which was why Jay the Fuinjutsu mistress was among the greatly kept secrets in the hit woman squad, and she wanted to keep it that way. The twins had accepted to work part-time under Naruto while still juggling their duties in the hit woman squad. This meant that they were among the few A ranks in his payroll that he had given the responsibility of investigating any discrepancy in his business, served as his personal enforcers and maintained general order in each branch. In light of their current situation, they were the ones appointed by Naruto to find out who had ratted out one of their warehouse supply locations. Both girls touched down on the ground onto the roof of an average-looking house and flipped into the chimney. They opened their legs and placed their palms on the wall to slow down their descent until they rolled out of the empty fireplace into an equally empty room. The wallpaper was a soft blue, but it was devoid of furniture or appliances, like it was still up for sale. Ray threw open the special storage seal and muttered, "Unseal." The civilians were pushed out and skidded on the floor in a tangle of limbs. "Sorry about that, I'm still working out the bugs," Jay said in a quiet but bubbly voice so that the house's neighbors wouldn't hear them. "We just have some questions before we can drop you off in the Wave Branch warehouse. From there you will work until Kitagami-sama sends word that another warehouse in the country has been set up." She motioned for them to relax while she sat down cross-legged on the ground. Ray stood by the window to keep watch, allowing her gentle-natured sister to take charge of the allied civilian interrogation. "First, do you suspect any former worker in your branch for revealing warehouse your location?" The workers looked at each other. It wasn't rare to hear that a worker would randomly stop working in a branch but would later hear from their foreman that they had been shifted to another country or warehouse to work, and return after a few weeks. They didn't think that these people were murdered or used for experiments since they had never done anything wrong, plus their families never raised any problems. The people that were temporarily transferred were usually because of a specific specialization and a vacancy due to a worker calling in sick. Though despite all this they did find one situation suspicious. "Well," the girl that had been knitting started off and looked at her hesitantly. "I swear on my name and on Kitagami-sama's honor that nothing would happen to any of you and neither of your names would be written down anywhere," Jay said with her hands telling her to calm down. Her soft brown eyes still reflected on the limited lights shining in from the street lights. "Usagi Minamoto," the girl continued, "he kept asking our foreman questions. It's true, when he didn't get answers from me the ninja station to our warehouse tracked his movements on his breaks." The foreman, the man that had been reading manga, continued. "The KDC workers worked in rotations, where they were allowed to travel underground back to their hometowns/villages. This allowed them to stay with their families and friends, but they had signed waivers that allowed the highly ranked ninja station to their warehouses to regularly keep track of their movements." The Usagi that the girl had mentioned just thought he was smarter than the ninja, which was his first mistake. His second mistake was trying to get information out of Kitsugami's friends in the lower rungs of the Konoha criminal underworld. The warehouses did not create their supply of drugs, they merely restocked their storage and supplied them to buyers. If they were to ever change the makeup of a drug, it was by a qualified worker who changed that drug into its finished form. Since the main warehouse had been compromised, Naruto had moved his operations to Hidden Sound temporarily until his return. In Sound, Kabuto and a few blood clones worked to keep up production, so that the store of drugs in the different warehouses would not reach zero or even less than a few hundred packets per drug. Each worker that had the knowledge to change these drugs, note, not create them, were given special tattoos on their inner upper arm. So, when Usagi went about, claiming that he was one of these special people under the KDC and that he had been personally sent by Kitsugami himself to collect every document he had with his many friends, alarm bells rung in their minds. They didn't supply these documents, insisting on seeing the special seal. The chief foreman, the man in charge of sharing the supply of drugs from the main warehouse to every single warehouse all over the continent, had on his palm before these delicate documents could be shared. One of Naruto's friends, Toriyunabumi, a crime lord, whom he had bailed from Uchiha prison containment once upon a time, had contacted Kitsugami. "I'll be calling Naruto this since his workers still don't know his identity yet," to tell him that a person that didn't give his name but told him that he worked in the KDC had asked to see a document on him about when Kitsugami had helped locate his younger sister when she had been kidnapped. Aoki-chan was the person that had spoken to him after he had gotten his message, and he replied readily whatever she needed to hear, seeing as he recognized her as his bodyguard. It was too late to do anything of significance. The warehouse had been raided and the ninja stationed there had been killed on duty. The ninja that protected the warehouses were missing ninja, so Kitagami wasn't obligated to send consolation funds to his family, even though the man didn't have any. Though Naruto did invest a few hundred ryu into adding 2 more A-rank missing ninja to each warehouse and increased the security seals around them. Jay scratched her chin and nodded in thought. My sister and I were posted at the Fire Country Capital Branch warehouse, so we don't really know him, but I'm sure we can have Kitagami-sama send us any information on him. It shouldn't come as a surprise that each worker was registered to his corporation. Would any of you be able to identify him if you see him? They nodded. He's got this small circular scar on his cheek, the buff man contributed. Thank you for your help, guys, we really appreciate it. The girl smiled and placed her hand on her knees, as if on cue. Ray walked to the fireplace and removed the logs, then she slid her hands past a small opening in the floorboards and pulled back. She removed 5 floorboards to reveal a stairwell winding downwards. She pushed the back of the fireplace and it lifted up to give more room for their heads. Jay pointed at the opening over her shoulder. That leads to a junction in the ground that separates into 5 directions. There will be signs set up to direct you, so when you see the sign for Wave Country you follow it. I'm sure you're already familiar with using the KDC underground tunnel. Yeah, thank you, Kanuchi-san, the foreman said with a bow as he stood up. Don't thank me, thank Kitagami-sama, he was the one that wanted to break you out for not cracking, Ray said as she dusted her hands. She motioned for them to leave while gently making sure they didn't hit their foreheads. Tell the foreman of Wave to send a switch message when you get there. A switch message was an alternate form of the body switch seal where the person that wanted to send the letter would alert the location by dropping blood into the seal. The seals would glow and the other location had 10 minutes to open access, or else the seal wouldn't allow the letter to be sent. It only worked with small inanimate objects. Hi, the last worker said before he descended down into the well-lit underground tunnel. Ray and Jay watched them disappear before the less playful twin replaced the fireplace floorboard and the dry logs. The twins took their time to sit down in the middle of the empty home with their legs crossed facing each other. It was the twin without the hairclip that spoke first. At least now we have a name to go with. Should we wait for Kitagami-sama to send us info on him, or should we go ahead? He said we should kill him and kill him soon, so I think we should go ahead, Ray replied. Besides, we've already gotten his name, that's all we need. The sinister smirk on her face reflected off her twin's face. Oh. Naruto groaned quietly as he opened his eyes. His head throbbed softly and his throat was parched. He wiggled his wrists, then his toes, legs, arms and neck. He noticed, as he sat up, that he was in a cave with a single beam of sunlight shining down on him from an opening on the roof. He looked around and rushed without hesitation when he saw his godmother lying on her face 7 feet away from him. The woman groaned as he turned her onto her back, and he sighed in relief when his preliminary search of her vitals through his spider eyes showed that she was merely winded. He shook his head silently when he saw the look she sent him. Are you hurt? I'm fine. It wasn't telepathic communication, it was the quick but strong connection they had developed the moment they had stayed up all night chatting all the way back in Konoha. He helped her up and laughed to himself when she pushed him away, puffing out her chest proudly. He placed his goggles on his forehead when he noticed that they couldn't cut through the darkness and spread his extended spider senses, or better put, spider awareness. 3 spiny spider legs extended out from the small shadow cast below him as the world blinked into black and white. These legs stretched around, poking and prodding the wall like a blind man, but they weren't able to pass through the cave walls for some weird reason. The boy screwed his lips to the side in irritation and focused more chakra into the eyes. His vulpine red and black pupils pulsed and dilated to show his concentration as 4 more shadow legs shot out from his shadow and spread around him. He smirked slightly when he found the cave opening, and from what he could tell it led through a tunnel that was about 30 feet long before it exited outside. Again his spider awareness was disrupted and shut off. The woman looked at him with a curiously raised eyebrow. What's wrong? This cave is seriously messing up my senses, he replied and slapped his palms together into the ram hand seal to fully concentrate his chakra to all of his spider senses, his nose dots included, but his godmother placed her hands on his shoulder and shook her head. You're not yet ready for that, you may get a sensory overload. That's deadly, you know. You're right, there's an exit right ahead. Let's go. Naruto nodded and walked ahead while he kept his natural senses, the ones he had before he became part spider, vigilant. Just before they could be bathed in sunlight, the fox part of Naruto deeply inhaled and he could only describe the smell in one word. Nature. They walked out to behold a magnificent waterfall cascading down below the cave mouth. flowing downstream and spreading around till it disappeared from sight. Trees littered before the waterfall and the various animals that were sustained by the water and the trees, as well as a few animals that were sustained by the meat from the herbivores. These animals, ranging from measly field mice to black panthers, roamed around. There was a grassy field that stretched out behind the forest around the waterfall where lush green grass grew till they were waist height. But what caught most of their attention was the view beyond the grass field. There were many crumbling buildings organized in neat rows, as well as a tall tower, much taller than the houses, that sat in the very middle of these houses with a large red spiral painted on the front, although it cracked and broke apart from age and neglect. Even though the war that had destroyed the great city had long since ended and the invaders had been pushed out by the defenses after the very last Uzumaki was killed, Uzushiogakure no Sato looked well maintained, more or less. The duo could guess that the view of the city was just a small portion of the island country. They could also guess that the whirlpools still raged and the Uzumaki aquatic summons went back to guarding the island. Naruto closed his eyes and took in a deep breath, anticipating all the secrets he was going to discover and all he was going to learn on his training with his godmother. He looked at his godmother when she clasped her hand on his shoulder. I hope you know that you're going to start making a buttload of shadow clones starting tomorrow. She wanted him to learn everything she could offer and so much more so that they could leave and travel the elemental nations together for the very last time. Time was at the essence. I'm up for anything you can throw at me, old lady. The woman laughed evilly at his jab on her age. Oh, we are going to have so much fun. A grin stretched across her face and Naruto actually swallowed thickly at the sight. She threw her arm over his shoulder as they began their steady walk down the stairs at the side of the cave on the waterfall. The training Orochimaru wanted to put Naruto under would have broken any man, maybe even killed them, but, within herself, she knew that Naruto could take it. The next day was going to be the beginning of hell for the Uzumaki. A chill went down Naruto's spine as Orochimaru opened her mouth and cackled.